this squad has really shown that not only can he be a high-impact player on the roles that we know him on, the Jets, the Flashies, the Opper, but he can also do some of the more fundamental things as well, support with agents like KO, and be a bit more of a Swiss Army knife for this team.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that it speaks to the adaptation to the rest of the world and how they want to interpret the maps. Because at the beginning for them, I assumed that it was just let's shoot, let's click some heads. But then when you want to add on some depth onto your compositions, onto your team in general, you need players to be able to do things like, for example, going on the KO on bind and actually interpreting what you need in the game, such as the search for information and also play for the rest of your team.
Yeah, I think it's a logical transition. You can't just be a one-trick pony anymore where you're just playing one role. KangKang has been experimenting for a long time. I mean, I remember this guy trying to op on Gecko on bind. I was losing my mind watching that stuff. But genuinely, like the best players in the world, you think of players like Narrate as well as an example. They play the Duelist, but they also play the Initiator when the comp needs it. And fitting that in, it is the next evolution of EDG. KangKang's been stepping up in that capacity big time.
Yeah, he certainly has been. And it's been impressive to see him do that as well.
Yeah, exactly. I think that we have to go back to the simile of they're going through what we went already. And we also had that time and place where everybody, you know, every team had a Jet 1 trick, and that went down pretty badly from some of the phases. For example, I don't want to call out anyone, but Seen It, I know that, you know, has struggled a lot to find a new identity, right? So if they can learn from our mistakes and actually be one step ahead, that's time that they're saving to be
and we know that this is a very, you know, studied team. Like they're doing the homework all the time. It's been very impressive. But let's go ahead and hear from the man himself, KangKang, excuse me, who's actually standing by with the Insu. What you got?
Oh, EDG, they're back. KangKang, come over here and have a word with me real quick. And I got DJ here who's going to help me with the translations. Now, after you guys won in CN, you said that the two CN teams were going to come into this tournament stronger than before. Why do you think that is? What's so good about the CN teams this time around?
之前你说过，现在 CN 的两支队伍跟之前相比会做得更加的好。那你觉得这次你们会有什么改变，有什么进步呢？
我觉得这次我们的进步点是因为我们之前一直都是给大家展现的是我们的瞄准能力特别强，然后我们的道具配合之类的一直被人诟病嘛，所以说我觉得这一次我们精进了我们的道具配合，再加上我们自己本身的瞄准能力，所以说我觉得会让全世界的人大吃一惊吧，对。
Like before, we are knowing that we're really good at our aiming, but now we also like improve a lot of our like kit, our synergy and cooperation. So this time, maybe it's time to shock everyone that we're at both of this.
Oh, I can't wait to see it. Good luck, KangKang. See you later.
A confident EDG is a scary EDG. But for now, though, let's go ahead and move on to their opponent, the number 2 seed from the Pacific region. Now, they finished second at Champs last year, but it seems as if this team, and you know, I hate to say it given the circumstances, Brad, but it feels like this team has lost a little bit of that luster.
Yeah, I'm a little bit concerned about map pools, I think, as well. This is a point I wanted to make about the shaky map pools for Paperex coming into this event, because what you just saw there was them trying to condition for A approaches, and Gen.G just ripped us apart. They watched the VODs, they were doing a lot of aggressive extremity control out towards Gelato. Here's another attempt as well from Gen.G, where they just sent everything, the kitchen sink at them when they had this. And it really caught a team like Paperex off guard when this comp on Ascent, they ran out against T1. It was looking pretty good. And I think this is a danger for this squad, because right now it feels like they don't have a strong footing on a large variety of maps across the board for this squad. They're really trying to come to grips, I think, with how to flesh that out. It's more evident as well when with their split comp. I think they ended up just replacing last minute the Sky just 1-to-1 with Yoru to run the triple duelist. And this is a team that really, they do just throw sugar at the wall sometimes, man. They really do, and they see what
sticks. Good save there, buddy.
They see what sticks. I mean, listen, we're not PG-13. I could say that, but I'm not going to. Listen.
We're talking about Gecko, obviously.
Yeah, well, whatever. Dude, this squad, I think, has had time, though, which is one of the benefits. Their kickoff qualification happened weeks ago. They've had some of the most team out of any team at this event to actually shore up their map pool, and that's what I want to see from them here, I think, at Madrid, is actually showing the evolution of their comps. They've got some cool ideas, but I don't think it's strong enough initially, from what I've seen all those weeks past, to really make a strong showing in Madrid.
Yeah, exactly. That's what we were talking about, you know, the slow start that they've had for the year. I really hope that they use that time to think of what they want to do when they come to the big stage. Those mistakes of like cutting someone literally in the middle of the usage of an ultimate, having no response to that, having no one covering for it, feeling maybe too cocky and confident that everything and all this surprise set plays are going to work. They will not work here, because every single team team is adding a little bit of Paper X in them, a little bit of Crazy Comms, a little bit of advancing in the meta as well. So if we thought that Paper X was going to be just a team with flashy comms that always makes it long and deep into tournaments, this should not be the case anymore.
Yeah, I think we now just have to, rather than say W Gaming, no, it's
they're the fastest.
It's got to be W
far.
strategy at this point, right? We need to see a little bit more from them. We got to get a little bit more in the oven from Alex and the rest of the boys, and I know that they feel the same way too. But for more on Paper X, let's go ahead and send it over to Yintu once again, who's standing by now with Forsaken.
Here we are, everybody's favorite team, W Gaming, Paper X. Hi, Forsaken, welcome back to Masters. Now, you're not coming in here as the #1 seed at Pacifics, and some people kind of feel like maybe you're not as good as some of the other times you've been to a tournament. So tell me, how good are you guys right now?
I would say 6 out of 10 for this tournament, but maybe you can improve more, who knows?
We get a 10 out of 10 maybe later?
Hopefully.
I believe we're going to see it. Good luck, Forsaken.
Very fascinating to hear Forsaken, you know, feel not as confident, which is kind of odd coming into this here. And let's actually take this opportunity to talk about him, because I think that, you know, it is reflected, Kukuka, in the performance that we've seen from him so far. A dynamic player that has kind of been tempered a little bit coming into Madrid.
Yeah, exactly. And he's also, you know, been playing many different roles. We've seen him in many different agents. And I think that adds to the flexibility of Paper X. He wants to do Mr. Do It All. We know that we've seen it in many tournaments. Just having, but that's the thing. These flashy plays are the reason why we love Forsaken.
Yeah, I think as well, him taking up that IGL mantle all those years ago as well, he's really has stepped into this role. Used to be, you know, kind of known just for playing Jet, but he has added that flexibility to them. I'm just worried a little bit about, like I said, the prior point about that map pool flexibility. It comes down to the ideas that they're throwing into the mix, because it does take a lot of times to really shore up your identity on some of these maps. When they were running the triple duelist initially on Split, for example, it was just the attack side, we're hitting A almost 12 rounds in a row.
Yeah.
And it felt like there wasn't really too much change up. In the finals, they actually did add a bit more nuance to it. I will give them respect for that. So I'm hoping, honestly, that we do see the best out of Paper X. I don't want them to show up to this international event and we see that weaker form of them, that weaker side of them.
Yeah, and we were seeing just in the stats that they're not topping in everything. And actually, all of the players are somewhere in the middle, but we're not going to be finding them in the top 10. Maybe something, not something, but the player something.
Of course.
On that top 10, but actually they're not topping up. They're not have this crazy, super flashy players. They do not have like an array that is, you know, topping the region and actually giving us a reason to really support just based on numbers and looking at it from the outside.
Yeah, it's, you know, they have a tall order ahead of them there, and they've been faced with many challenges. And actually the challenge that they were faced when Kukuka had a chance to sit down and chat with them was that they were testing out a bunch of different cuisine options here in Madrid. So let's go ahead and check it out. Some local cuisine, shall we? What you got over here, Kukuka? Let's see.
Hello everyone and welcome to One Tap on Tap Us. I am joined by Forsaken and Monier from Paper X. And guys, I'm gonna ask you to put these blindfolds on. While I ask you, have you guys had the chance of, do you have your glasses? Okay. Have you had the chance of trying some Spanish food?
No.
No?
This is my first time.
Okay, what about you, Forsaken?
I tried one in the hotel. It's called something paella.
Okay, did you like it?
Yeah, I like it.
Okay, so I'm just gonna ask our amazing people to just bring some food in. Okay, so for this first one, okay, you're going to be using your hands. I'm going to ask you, okay, I will guide you, no worries. I'm going to ask you, okay, to think of what it is. You can try it, you can grab one and try it.
Wait, is it here?
Yeah, it is there. It's exactly that.
Oh, it's so soft.
It's soft, yeah.
Wait.
And I'm going to ask you to rate them as well.
So I just...
Yeah? It's edible, I promise. Monia, thoughts? What do you think it is?
It is...
This kind of like a ham, I think.
Yeah, it's ham.
Yeah.
You like it?
Definitely ham.
I like it.
You like it? What
I mean, yeah, I always eat breakfast with this, so...
Okay.
It's like a bacon or ham, I'm not sure.
Okay, you're right. This is jamon. Jamon ibérico.
Hamon.
Very nice. You like it? What grade? How, from 1 to 10, how do you rate it?
I rate it 8.5 out of 10.
8.5?
I already ate 6 because I don't really eat this breakfast, like this kind of breakfast.
Ooh. Okay, we're gonna move on to the second one. I hope you guys didn't have breakfast this morning. I'm gonna pass you your forks.
Okay.
This hand?
Sorry.
Okay, you good? Thank you. Okay, I'm gonna guide you as well because this is going to be complicated. Actually, gonna get it ready for you. Okay, you have it.
Okay.
And here you are. Okay, You can smell it. And you can taste it.
Oh.
You have it. You have it. I put it on. I put it in your fork.
Oh,
Yeah,
it's
you're
already
ready.
in my
Yeah,
fork.
yeah, yeah. Have it ready. What are your thoughts?
Okay. Green.
How does it taste?
Oh,
It's like potato.
Okay.
With tomato sauce, I think.
Tomatoes. It's a bit of tomato, yeah. Right?
yeah, it's potatoes, I think.
It is potatoes. You guys like it? This is patatas bravas.
Patatas bravas.
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 Yeah, like bravo, you know? Pues
Bravo.
patatas bravas. Okay, how do you rate this one? Do you like it?
7.5, I think, out of 10.
7.5 for
Eight.
you?
I like potato.
8. Oh, so you like it more than the Camon. That's interesting. Okay, for the next one, this is very typical Spanish, and everybody loves it here. We got this. Thank you very much. Oh, I'm loving this one. I'm just going to cut it for you
Okay.
and give it. This is very typical Spanish, and I think... Oh, sorry.
Oh, sorry.
Here. It's a bit complicated. Here. You got it?
Oh, yeah. I got
Okay. Wait. 1 second.
Oh,
Very typical. And you have to like this one. If you like the previous one, you will like this one. Okay, you guys can go ahead. I cannot promise that I won't eat this afterwards. Thoughts? What's in it?
It's an egg.
It's an egg.
Yeah.
There is egg. Do you want to have some more?
Yeah, one more time.
Yeah?
this is egg?
It has egg. It has something else, though. You could- okay.
Okay.
I have no idea.
You don't know what else is in there.
I don't know. It's something new.
But do you like it?
Yeah, not bad.
Egg,
back.
potato.
Yes, there is
and
potato.
Oh, yeah, that's
spring
potato.
onion, I think.
You good?
Oh my god.
Thank
yeah.
God they gave you one with onion. So what do you think it is?
I think I saw this in the hotel. I think it's
Probably.
Spanish omelette, I think.
Yes, exactly. This is tortilla de patata. Okay, how do you rate it?
8.5, I like it.
8.5,
Yeah.
okay?
9. I like it.
9, yes, good, because this is one of my favorites. So I'm very happy that you guys liked it. Okay, so the last one is very easy. You can use your hands for this one. Let me just, yeah, thank you very much. Thank you. I will guide you, no worries.
Okay.
So you're here, yeah,
Okay.
you are here, yeah. Grab it. Is that as a funky texture, right? It's
Oh,
very
yeah.
like soft.
It's creamy, right?
Yeah, it's creamy.
So I
It's okay if
just
it crumbles
grab
in
it?
your hand. It's a, yeah, you can grab it however you want. Yeah, you can grab it like that. Okay. Is it too warm? No, it's good. Okay, what's in it?
Ice.
Ice.
It's cheesy.
Oh, it's cheesy. Do you like it? You don't like cheese?
I don't like this, but
It's really
Like
cheap.
cheese croquette.
It is actually a croqueta. This is also one of our very typical dishes. But this one, I believe, has jamon also in it. You know, we mash with all this.
I didn't test the ham though.
Oh, okay. It's okay. You can have some more. Okay, I'm going to ask you to take your blindfolds off. Would you recommend to everybody to try this food at home? Or if they come to Spain?
Yeah, the Spanish omelette is really good.
Okay, what about you?
yeah, I think Spanish omelette. I agree with Monia.
Okay. Thank you very much, guys. I hope that you enjoy the rest of this day. And of course, you win some matches.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
I learned a little funny thing because we went out to dinner with our Spanish colleagues over on the Spanish commentary team, and they were telling us about the great debate in Spain
Yes.
about the Spanish omelet
Yes.
with cebolla or without cebolla. That's
Exactly.
onions, by the way, for you guys at home.
Languages.
So now I'm on the onion train.
Yeah, exactly. Many people do not, just because they don't like the taste of the onion when it's a little bit cooked, especially when it's on the omelette, you have to try
Why
it
is
to
this
actually
controversial?
because some people say that the best tortilla de patata is without onion,
Or just-
but
just
actually the
onion?
best tortilla de patata has onion.
You heard it from
And
the
it's a
queen
bit
herself.
runny in there. It's very easy to make and it's very yummy. I can
and
teach you guys to make
I
it.
will be making it.
Actually, we should make a piece where you try and flip it because the difficult part about making a tortilla is actually
Yes.
flipping it and not making it.
Yes. All right, well,
Saying.
we'll do some more like cooking bakukuka later on today. That sounds really good. Or one-tap tapas. But in any case, so let's go ahead and see the results for the MasterCard fan poll. Earlier, we asked you guys if the number one seeds will walk away with the dubs today. And you said that the number one seeds will take it, but number three, a mix of both, right behind Bren.
Mild.
Mild?
Mild. Three's mild.
Three is mild. Yeah, I know. Commit to something, you cowards. You know?
I wouldn't know what to vote in that poll, honestly. I mean, I don't know. Which direction is this going to go into? Because
Seed ones.
Yeah.
you think it's just the first seeds?
Yes.
Across the board?
Yeah.
Ooh.
So that's EDG and Sentinels.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Well, look, this is it's going to be a good one today.
Are you going to be a mix? Are you going to be mild?
No, I don't know. I don't know. I'm
All right, well,
I wouldn't be surprised if the other teams won.
While Bren questions his life choices.
Yeah, I'm questioning
let's actually see where we're going to be playing at this series. Map selection's ready to go. Let's go ahead and listen in.
Welcome to the map select presented by Omen. We're going to get started with match 1 of the day. EDG, you're a higher seed coming into this. Would you like Team A or Team B?
Team B.
Team B. So Paper X, you'll be Team A. And we will start with your first ban.
Ben Breeze.
Breeze, your ban.
And Luto.
Lotus. And map number 1 from Paper X.
Sunset.
Sunset. Side on Sunset.
Defense.
Defense. And map number 2.
Bind.
Bind. Side on Bind.
Attack.
Attack. And then next set of bans, starting with Paper X, you have Ascent, Icebox, and Split.
We then Icebox.
Icebox. You have Ascent and Split.
And Ascent.
Ban Ascent, so by default, map number 3 will be Split. Paper X, side on Split.
Big attack.
Attack. All right. Good luck to you both.
I mean, I love what I'm seeing here. I love the fact that EDG has decided to go for that Lotus ban, and Paper X does not want to see any Breeze have nothing to do. But I love the fact that they went and banned a map that they haven't played, and that actually Paper X has picked a lot.
Sunset as the opener, I am so fucking hyped for. I'm sorry,
Okay.
I am excited for this one. Listen, Sunset is the best map for both of these teams. I don't even care. Listen, I'll curse all day long. This is the best map for both of these teams to a high margin. You're bound to get a banger series out the gate straight away.
And not only that, right after we have the bind, which is like the stellar pick for EDG, exactly what we were talking about the KO. So I agree with you, Brent. I do not think that there is any other way that this could have gone better for all the audience to see what these two teams are capable of doing.
And this is going to be absolutely awesome. Do you have a quick prediction real fast? I know you said you think EDG. What do you think?
I might swap my pred. I initially thought EDG, but I think I'm going to switch it to Paper X. Yeah, their Sunset's really good, and if it goes to Split as well, I wonder if they're just going to run the triple duelist or what. I don't know.
All right, folks. Well, this is it. We have 2 incredible matches. Paper X versus EDG. Sentinels versus Heretics. Day 2 of Masters Madrid starts right now.
Okay, here we go. Ready? And action.
今天这次应该是第4次遇到 Paper X 了。
我觉得三顾茅庐，诸葛亮都出来了，第4次也差不多该赢了。
再输就丢脸了，得游回去了。
兄弟，输不了了，这次我敢输了，输不了。
I mean, we tend not to jinx ourselves, but I guess our target this tournament is not really about winning the whole thing. We don't really aim big. We go one by one, like slowly but surely. That's always been our motto in the team.
少了一员大将，这是战胜他们的好时候。
反正我认为，如果我们真正赢下他们，可能算是击败了一个我们的心魔嘛。
And I think it's good. I mean, I kind of like where we don't even have a lot of attention to ourselves. And yeah, gotta start from below again, and we slowly build up again, you know.
没有说，现在人家听到 ZM 勾勾 KK 在对面，他枪都要抖。
赢的是 Paper X， 赢的不是镜。
赢了那个勾崛起。
我觉得今天这个衣服就特别像在西海岸，在洛杉矶那个感觉。我现在就想起我买的那个花衬衫了。
休息潮男从来不在乎那个太。
Everybody thought we were going to do horrible, and then we dropped 0 maps to make it to Masters.
So my directorial vision for Masters Madrid is going to be beautiful, spectacular, 10 out of 10, beautiful plays, trophy lifting, just absolute cinema.
We did a lot of preparation for it, and I think us being kind of underdogs helped us a lot. I feel like it was written in the stars for Heretics to make it to Masters Madrid.
the mise en scène, the cinematography, everything is going to be perfect. Oscar-worthy performances, a masterpiece.
ผมกลับมาแล้วครับช่องแชทผมกลับมาพร้อมกับการเชียร์เป็นเพลงหรือ EDG ดีวะตึกที่ผมชอบเพลงเขา มาก้าพี่มาแล้วเมื่อกี้พี่แบบน้ำมาตึกเก็บโอ้เฮ้ยเปเปอร์เล็กซ์นั่งดูด้วยครับไปดูกับพี่เอ๋ยด้วยนะพี่เอ๋ยพนันกับพี่เอ๋ยเลยได้พี่ดูกับพี่เอ๋ยได้ที่ไหนอะPS ของมิดอะขอบคุณน้องมินจินะครับสำหรับ5กล่องด้วยนะครับขอบคุณครับมาแล้วพี่เมื่อกี้ผมไปอาบน้ำมาครับคู่นี้พี่เอ๋ยให้ EDG เหรอครับใช่ผมเชียร์ไปเปอร์เลย
เอางี้ EDG ชนะเอฟวิดพื้น20เปเปอร์เล็กชนะพี่วิดพื้น20ทีเลยปะ
เปเปอร์เล็กชนะพี่วิดพื้นใช่ไหม
ใช่
มาก้า
ผมเลยคนละ20นะ
ผมว่าเจนจีว่ะผมให้เจนจีแต่วิดพื้นผมไม่ไหววะผมขอเปลี่ยนเป็นประจำแทนได้ไหม
ประจำได้นี่มันซิกเรตนี่นะกล้าวอทุกวันไหมเนี่ย
ผมมาพาน้องก้ามาดูด้วยเจนจีแป๊บนะพี่มันจะลืมรันแอดมินวะ
Feels as if, and you heard in the promo right before we got into this one, EDG, KangKang saying, you know, it's finally time for them
User
to
joined your channel.
this jinx that has kind of loomed over them this entire time. And yes, that is
certainly
going to be a case
here. ทุกวันปะเนี่ย
ผมไม่ได้วอตเลยอ่ะผมไม่ว่างเลยอ่ะ
because we've seen some really wild things
วันนี้วอตปะเนี่ย
ไม่พี่นั่งดูเชียร์เปเปอร์เล็กก็ดิ
เฮ้ยอันนี้เป็นพีดิกเฉย
ๆผมเชียร์เจนจีครับเฮ้ยเจนจีว้าวเอาเจนจีเจนจีทำพี่เอ๋ยวิดพื้นไปแล้วนะ20 ทีโลกิพี่โอผมเจอโลกิครับเฮ้ยไอเซตนักบิน100%
Yeah, I think I'm not a big fan of the Soba KO
ขออนุญาตดูจอได้ครับ
I'm leaning more towards the Gecko and the KO. I think that combination works a lot better. I'm very excited to see how they're going to be countering the time.
ขอบคุณกล่องเมื่อกี้ด้วยนะครับน้องมินจีขอบคุณนะครับ
หรือต้องไปเก็บแต้มอยู่ดี
Info gathering Sentinel.
Well, folks, this is it. First match of
น่าจะต้อง
the
เก็บ
day.
แต้ม
You gotta
ดีๆเลย
banger on your hands here. EDG
เห็นมันเตรียมพอยบวก3ใช่
better to call the action than Mitch and Tom.
แผนไม่เฟ้อ
Thank you so much, Golden Boy, Kakuka, and Brent on the analyst desk. Tom, I'm ready to kick off this matchup. I'm so excited. The atmosphere in here was electric. It's going to get better as the days go on.
มีใครวิดพื้นไหม
The games are going to get much better. This one is incredibly hype.
Yeah, and I think both teams having a sort of
I guess a slightly shaky aspect to them, actually makes me think it's going to be more exciting because in the past, PaperX have been in great form, even when they've been running with a stand-in. Now, well, they've lost their region again when I think everybody expected them to win it. And on the other side of things, EDG looked like they could bleed, which normally in China wasn't really the case. So I think we're going to have a brawl on our hands today, and we're kicking it off on Sunset.
It's a real litmus test for both of these squads.
ทำไมคอมมันขาดกับเป๊ปเล็กยังไงไม่รู้
ไม่มีด้วยลิตอ่ะ
Taking control over this A site, and it looks like that control is going to be given up. EDG content to play a retake. There's going to be a wall to break on the way through. But they are set up with their 5v5 as the spike goes
วางแล้วเหรอ
one of the few teams that is still going to be running a Sage
วางเร็วมาก
anywhere, but especially in pistol rounds, it's definitely going to be more of an irritation. Now EDG have held on to a lot of utility as they now look to set back into
โห
this.
ได้ดูทั้งบายทั้งซันเซ็ตเลยว่ะแมปปูที่ไม่มีเมื่อวาน
พี่มอนมาหนึ่งแล้ว
โอ้โหแทบโอ้โหนี่คือลูกซองแข่งกันเหรอ
I respect it. The fact that they've sort of given up the site almost completely and just happy to play off that utility. It was something mentioned on the desk and something mentioned in their own interviews. Is before they had that raw firepower. They came in as a team that, okay, yeah, KangKang, he might be able to just frag out the server. Smoggy's going to pull off a ridiculous clutch, but they're not going to have those sets to get their way back in.
คิดว่า F ยืดเส้นรอเลยดีกว่า
ใช่เหรอเราแรกก็เอาแล้ว
เอาแล้ว
เสียวๆอยู่แล้วเนี่ยยืดเส้นรอเลย
They played the game the right way this time around. For EDG, they get the reward. We can see that they're stacked up. In fact, one pistol is all they're going to be carrying through to keep
ใจเย็นใจเย็นเราแรก
squad investing very heavily. And PaperX have decided to pull through a lot of sheriffs.
แต่เจนจีของจริงว่ะเมื่อวานไม่เกี่ยวโทษกลับสู่เกมครับ
Unless the numbers advantage come through. And we are seeing the exact same strat from them, same run through. This time,
นี่ใจคอจะรีเทคกันอีกเลยเดือด
ไม่แน่เนี่ยได้วางเนี่ยเจอรีบต่างก็บอก
They now have still that paranoia, multiple flashes. Like they're going to have to make a pretty severe mistake. And again, there's that initial sort of setup from Chichu just to get them the information. The only
เขาได้ยินว่าหนาดเอาไว้
เฮ้ยชิโชเกือบข่าวโชว์แล้ว
เอา
find themselves a kill, but they need to get so much from this position, even dying to a blast pack. And Defy, his late lurk may not be expected, but he needs to buy such a ridiculous amount of time, and it isn't going to be happening.
โอ้เกือบนะ
นั่งพอดี
quicken its pace in ticking towards the end. It's still 2-0 for EDG. As we said, they only had the one pistol on KangKang, which does mean there's going to be some small dent to their economy, but ultimately nothing that you really need to fret about.
เล่นเกมมันครับเฮ้ยให้ใครพี่
Because they're going to have all the money to work with, all the credits.
พูดยาก
This is their way back in.
เอาแบบมีจริงได้ไหมที่ตัดสินง่ายๆหน่อยโอ้ไม่มีจริงกันแหละเลยตัดสินง่ายว่ามันมีตอนมันไม่มีจริงมันก็พูดยากเมื่อวานยากกว่าพี่เจนจีอ่ะ
โอ้โหเจนจีเกินคาดไหม
เห็นเท็กเจอร์ถามจริงเถอะว่ะเท็กเจอร์โคตรโหดแฟนทอมอย่างจิก
บอกแล้วเคยก็เจนจียุคนี้ต้องเจนจีใช่ไหม
ดูทรงวินิตัดสินได้เลยดูทรง
ตัดสินเลย
ตัวมันยัดก่อนเลยดีกว่า
They've got some very well-drilled retakes lined up for us, and I think here's where we're going to get to see. You know,
เฮ้ยได้อยู่เฮ้ยโห
ยังมุมอะไรวะเนี่ย
อินเซนจัดแล้วเหยื่อมาแล้วไง
หาทำ
เฮ้ยพาน้อยไหมฮะ
Oh, they're going to have to look for that every single round. In the meantime, though, the rest of the team has started to get a bit more aggressive. Defy up close already doubles up their advantage, not allowing this retake to even really begin.
พาน้อยมาใช้เกโคถุยต่อเลยอ่ะเอาสุดเลยดูดิมันเล่นดิ
พรุ่งนี้ในแรงอ่ะเจอดูโอเซตโอเมน
มาเลย
EDG side now, something for them to worry about as they're playing retake A, wanting to rotate quickly down that
มันคิด
avenue.
สเต็ปมาแล้วนะเมื่อกี้
About a player being up top. In fact,
รอให้เดินกลาง
ไม่ให้เล่นอ่ะ
this same position that Munyet's in is being pinged like
มัน
crazy.
จะเป็นต้องใช้วาร์ปเดี๋ยวสูตรนี้
They're telling each
ข้าง
other
บนไง
this is where
หลอกตัวเอง
he's gonna be there. Watch out on the
ตัว
rotate.
ที่2มันน่าได้นะเสียดาย
They pulled the trick out of their sleeve. I don't think they'll get away with that again.
I'm really surprised they do it in the bonus round.
Yes, right, of all
you
rounds.
kind of think that maybe that's something you say.
โอ้โหโคตรโหดอ่ะ
It is just that
โอ้เมื่อกี้
almost ridiculous confidence of PaperX, and let's be real. If that's the only cool thing we see from PaperX.
ยิมตัวโดนในแรงได้เลย
ทำเป็นพูดเยอะไอ้ก้ามันเงียบนี่พอยิงสูตรนี้ก้ามันคิดมาไว้ก่อนแล้วนะกล้าคิดจริงไว้ให้ปะเนี่ยจริงไว้ให้
ผมตกต่อน้องๆเหรอ
ผมส่งไปให้เลยอะ
ผมยังงงอยู่
Actually caught one tag onto something, but that's all they're going to get for it. With the res in, they might want to get aggressive, but Munyet being up close, he couldn't decide on his weapon.
ยังดีได้หนึ่งมอนมุมเมื่อกี้แม่งไม่นานรอดอยู่แล้วแต่ยังดีไงได้มาหนึ่ง
เมาส์มือไวไปไหนเนี่ย
has been able to find another. KangKang looking to try and wrap back
ทำไม่
นี่อะคัง
So now Smoggy, it's all that remains. 1 versus 2. I don't even think he has the ability to really clear out this player on the
โหรีเทคยากจัดจริง
Sage Ball just
โอ้
being
ไอวอลนี้นี่มึง
and that's enough for him to have
รีเทคโคตรยากอ่ะ
Yeah, at an eye test, you know, you probably can't jump that, but I don't blame him for trying. Maybe he could get the element of surprise if physics was going his way. Unlucky for PaperX. They found themselves around, and you know, EDG burning up the Hunter's Fury, they commit quite a bit. Their economy's quite low as well. This is not an ideal start, as it looks like PaperX might be able to get away with a little lead now.
Yeah, and something just to mention, obviously we have seen both these teams play it already, a very close game for the side of EDG, so I'm not overly surprised that we've seen this pick actually come out from PaperX. And also the one time they played it in Pacific against Gen G, they had a 10-2 defense. So that's something you have to be wary of, is they have already shown that they're going to be problematic with aggressive takes. I think something's utilities, you're really going to have to watch out for that, because I feel like Gecko thrives when it comes to this map in particular. And for now, at least, okay, a couple of hero weapons. Smoggy still having that rifle. Guardian invested into KangKang as well. But how much can they really do in this round?
Well, PaperX have decided against even showing their presence towards this A site. I think knowing, like, in most of these fights you're taking, you have a heavy advantage in terms of weaponry. And the one thing EDG can do is group up. So they don't throw the flash early, they sneak up on A, they play it slow. But EDG have rotated in. Just look at that mini-map. 4 players very close by. KangKang on the way, and they've made the right read. The info denial as well. They know there's one player towards spawn on the side of PaperX. That's not enough to really make a move. Devi is disgusting. He's making a lot of dangerous plays, but in this round, that might not have been the right call.
No, if they can get the rifle back especially, that would be an
หลายเป้าไปหน่อย
pain that they have to deal with. Also, every player being revealed, no hidden lurks can really be happening. Paranoia is good, but nobody's actually able to capitalize off their counter flash is just a little bit too late, and they are being picked apart. Just a couple remaining. Mindfreak has been able to bring back the deficit a little bit. Another, as he's just popping head after head, but it gets a little bit shaky. Leaves it on the 1 versus 1, and they'll be able to hold on in that
นึกว่าหมดปะ หันไปพ่นสเปรย์เฉย
Just a little bit. I mean, he definitely had time. Just one sheriff shot away from disaster.
ยิงแล้วปล่อยเมาส์
Last round, you think that PaperX have everything set up to claim a decent injection of rounds, find that one, be in an economically advantageous position, which don't get me wrong, you still have a player like something with 7K.
Clean.
But my God, it's the reason I had this guy's jersey at home.
ตอนนี้ก็ไม่ค่อยคลีน
Should have brought it.
ทำหน้างงเนี่ย ยังไม่หมดเหรอ
If he doesn't even just get a split second earlier, so a round saved for PaperX, but
วันนี้อเล็กเตรียมโต๊ะมาเยอะปะนี่ไง
Wow. The best part is he was already on the wrong side of the trap, didn't go deep enough. Devi, good for 1. That's it though, shut down, and this round has crumbled pretty quickly if you're PaperX. I mean, they might have shut down a showstopper in the last round, but well, it looks like KangKang will be dropped again. Something tagged, low HP on Mindfreak, and they know where both of these players are. EDG of all the it seems to be a formality at this point, unless something has an incredible 3K up his sleeve.
เหมือนจะเกมไวนะถ้าคู่นี้เจอกัน
One of the most audacious changes in pace I think I've seen in a long
คือเมื่อกี้ก้มไปแป๊บนึงหันมาตัดกันแล้ว
normally ending up on the A site. this round they he just tries to TP into mid. And the thing is, EDG have been playing a lot around that mid area for the fast rotations for retakes. So it's interesting that he thought there was a gap there. I'm not sure what piece of information they had that they believed that that was going to be clear enough for him to take such a risk.
โอ้โหดูแม่งเล่นดิ
Hasn't worked out.
นี่ก็เหลือคนเดียวเนี่ยไอ้เหี้ย
Even when not playing on that jet. See if he can make this one at least a little bit costly. He's looking for the fight. He knows
ตามตำราแงมซะก่อนแล้วก็ฆ่า
Amol Smoggy is patient as he hunts down something in the end.
Yeah, again, the right call to try and thin the herd a little bit, but this is a head scratcher of a play. I mean, the sound cue is there. The kill is easy to claim. With the smoke close, I guess the idea is even just thinking to the round before, if I'm not mistaken, we had 3A, 2B. That was a gap in the previous round. It wasn't this time. So an unlucky gamble. As we end up 3-3.
โอเวอร์เยอร์ส่วนใหญ่เขาก็แอบสเปรย์เหมือนกันนะแบบยิงแล้วก็ไม่ได้แบบว่ารีเป้าใหม่
has got an operator.
Hey, mate, he's stealing this one out of the book of KangKang, the Gecko op. That was something we saw back on Bind not too long ago. For now, though, back to the slower style, default, maybe expecting a little bit of aggression. Especially with how easily they've got into the post plant, I really don't mind the operator. Just allow him to sit on an angle and try and shut things down. And Mind Freak again, he's had a decent amount of success in some of these early fights. For now, though, EDG doing using their smokes, and again, you can see it's basically a retake setup over on that A site again, just with a little bit of extra info off the trip.
ไม่มีอยู่ในกฎครับ Gecko Operator.
But the attempt to sell a fake on the B site is decent, especially when you've got a Viper's pit online. They can't get this ground up and play behind the wall. As they play in front of the util on A, price is paid. Smoggy down. And a null command used for Paper X as they claim control of this site. Remember, also a Viper's Pit for post plant, and this op is still lurking around. There's a lot of red flags flying for EDG.
He might find the space though. They don't even realize he's here because he was already past the angle initially. Chichu at least finds a slight gap.
โอ้เย่แล้ว
Already though, Thrash thrown out will give an awful lot of information. They're going to spot at least one player in that back line. Slowly on the wraparound, he was following it, but the shots might have just given his position away. The operator going to hold the gap in a wall. You'd expect something to hit this shot. Oh, miss. 3 kills already to his name. Little bro going to be sent out just to try and claim some extra space. But for now, still a lot you need to do. And not a lot of time to play with. KangKang, the last man standing.
โดนด้วย
สไนเปอร์
มันคอมไปเล็กถ้าได้วางรีเทคโคตรยากอ่ะ ขอหยุดเลย
คือก็ต้องทำเอา
โค้ชบอกเฮ้ย A5
one man finding all the space in the world despite some decent plays for them to try and break their way back through. I think the harassment from Divide played a big role as well. The fact that he follows up on the Thrash, takes the angle, fires a few shots, and he just runs away. Just lets them know, I'm behind you, by the way. And now they've got to worry about that. It slows them down. It gives time for the op to position. And the shots are there every time.
So you can't see at the moment because there's a timeout.
ไอ้เก็กโก้
เป็นเด็กสไตล์นี้น่ากลัวสไตล์เก่า
It would be a little bit of a bold call to try and have that through into this round to try and do something on the defense, but I'd love to see him go.
คังมันไม่จุ่มจอ
ถ้ามีน้องถามว่าเกโคซัมติงนี่จะได้ยังแบบทดแทนเกโคซิกาเลตได้ยังมันโหดกว่าผมเยอะ
Finances are not amazing. They would have to take a risk. That's the thing. It's whether they want to try and bridge the gap.
เป็นคำถามที่ตอบยากด้วยนะ
See, this is the thing though.
มันโหดกว่าผมเยอะเลยพี่
might not be the one for it. Just because you don't have any teammates that have a rifle.
มันซ้อมยิงยังไงเป็นคำถามดีกว่ามันไม่บอกกล้ามองถามกูดิ
If they go away,
ไอ้สไนพอจะไหวมี่กับพี่สไนแบบสไนวูเอลองตายอ่ะกูพูดจริงอันนี้ไม่ได้ครึ่งจริงจริงถ้าเป็นหนุ่มๆก็ว่ากันได้เลยเขาเรียกสไนเปอร์นุ่มถ้าปืนกลแล้วก็
จริงๆผมว่าพี่เอ๋ยต้องวอร์มรอแล้วนะโอ้ยืดเส้นรอแล้ว
วอร์มถึงเช้ายังไม่พอเลยตอนนี้เจอฝรั่งสไนไม่ใช่ปัญหาแต่ไม่มีตังค์ซื้อสไนแค่นั้นเองครับผม
รอกล้องด้วยวะเคลียร์ everything โอ้โหเข้ากันแบบแต่วอร์ดเอาไว้เนี่ย ตั้งใจปะวะ
มึงตั้งใจปะหรือมึงว่าวหรืออะไรโอ้โหก็จะดูเชิงแล้วน่าจะตั้งใจว่ะตั้งใจเลยพี่เพราะบาเรียมันทุกอย่างไม่เหมือนแบบถูกแบบเตรียมมาอย่างดี
Being on low HP with the Sheriff is the only thing worse than having to take that fight out in the open when there's this many rifles on the other side. They're trying to play the RNG, but the wall is helping, blocking, absorbing some of those shots, even though there's a gap in it that EDG are now going to use as they make their way through. There's a and a third kill, a real chance for EDG to fight back in this round. It's something left. Low HP on Smoggy with the decay. And it's an op to work with for something. Now the heals come through. That op needs time already running. Can something even save the rifle at this
เชิงหนาจัด
Looks like he'll just about be caught.
ตอนแรกกำลังคิดอยู่ในใจว่ามันจ่ายของขนาดนี้คุ้มไหมเจอดินิโคสักพักเหลือตัวโอเคคุ้มละ
Pushing into a Viper's pit, finding a gap and getting 3 kills off the back of it. Again, that's another low buy round for EDG. Okay, well that one, yeah, fair enough.
And then he paranoias into a shrouded step like that. 2 very quick shots when you're, essentially nearsighted. Not bad at all.
Yeah. The thing is, though, it's whether or not they're able to now capitalize on it. Because they have done that a couple of times, where they've made things a little bit more costly. Anyway, though, again, it's going into this slow push towards the B side. A death ball coming out from the side of PaperX.
พี่ว่ามันเปลี่ยนสไตล์เพราะว่าไม่มีจริงปะมีสิทธิ์แต่ด่านนี้มันก็ได้อย่างนี้แหละนุ้ยแต่ว่าเหมือนสกิลเป๊ะขึ้นเลยเนี่ยมันตั้งใจเว้ยชอบเวอร์ชันนี้มากกว่าเอ้าไม่ใช่ว่ะแต่ว่าแล้วมันเฟลหรอวะเมื่อกี้น่าจะเฟล
No operator to play with for PaperX after losing it last round. EDG on the retake. KangKang's going to be a big factor for them.
คือมันบีบบังคับให้เข้าทางเดียวเยอะใช่คือในคอมเนี่ยถ้าไปเป็นเล็กได้วางคือแบบทีมรีเทคแบบโคตรยากอ่ะแล้วทางอีกทางที่เข้ารูแคบๆอ่ะไม่แล้วมารีเทคนี่คือหูตาดับหมดนะเขียวเขอไว้หมดเต็มไปหมดดูดิแล้วยิ่งมาถือสไนนะยิ่งไม่ได้เล่นเลย
He wants to take some shots, but none of them are landing. 5 HP and a classic to close it out. Unlucky for KangKang.
เห็นแบบ EDG พยายามจะเข้าตรงน้ำแข็งรูที่มันเจาะรูเล็กๆรูเดียวอ่ะโดนล็อกตายหมด
มันไม่มีใครมานั่งยิงน้ำแข็งจนหมดอยู่แล้วผมว่า
ใช่
ยิงกระสุนน้อยอยู่ยุคนี้
Logically, when EDG see him taking that first fight, they go, well, this is the lurk again. This is the guy on the other side of the map. We're not going to pull any rotations. And then the full execute comes in. And by that point, you have just too much control available for PaperX. They are doing a great job in these sort of mid-round calls, switching things up each time. Thus far, EDG haven't really been able to catch the smoke of PaperX.
Well, Mindfreak denied what would have been a terrible thrifty for the PaperX side if EDG found it. Oh dear, nobody's not getting out of here. Not a chance. You had something on the op, win around with a 4K.
No destruction.
Out around in that 1v1. PaperX have had a couple swing rounds go their way by a narrow margin. This one, though, it's been widened up a bit. Mindfreak on the flank. Beautiful play and good connection. Yet. Weaker weapons for EDG, and now barely any of them left standing. One of the main ones being Haodong, who it looks like Mindfreak has some spidey senses tingling because he knew he was
on
They picked them apart again. This time the low buy not looking likely, and Smoggy again. Just trying to catch smoke. He doesn't even realize where it's gone. Just trying to catch them, and will finally the opponent of Mindfreak. It took it long enough to get there. It won't matter. 7-3. PaperX after the first couple of rounds have been nigh on dominant, and for a team that, as I said, we watched them kind of get battered when it came to the game versus Gen G. They've come into this, I think this morning, saying, we're at a 6 out of 10. I'm sure EDG don't feel that way.
Yeah, and even if we can
KangKang บอกกูยังไม่ได้ยิงเลยไม่ได้เล่นเลยอ่ะไม่ได้เล่นเลยอ่ะอารมณ์
when you're facing down the barrel of a 7-3 scoreline. It's time to show up here and now. Now, big round for EDG.
เล็กเลือกมาเองกันด้วย
But also in their ult orbs, they've got a lot on.
เมื่อยมือเลยKangKang
This has to be their safety net.
this time. Nobody is going to be battling once more.
ให้เล่นแล้ว
You can see
ต้อง
an
มาดันปัด
immediate
แล้ว
rotation from EDG. Just being able to get that little bit of control is enough for them to try and just pull rotations. The retakes over the last
โอ้
few
เห็น
rounds
ดี
just
ใกล้
haven't
ปุ๊บ
been
มึง
working.
โอเวอร์โรเทตเลยเฮีย
Try and get some of those early fights in, and they'll
อุ้ย
win
พลา
one.
ด
KangKang's removed Mindfreak. He has been the biggest thorn in their side thus far.
I like this position from Smoggy. Good shots last round. The nade is down, but they're a little disjointed. The 1v1 taken against Haodong doesn't go well. For EDG, no smokes left to play with. No from the shadows. And Mindfreak's right back into the fight.
โอ้โห
Oh,
เอ้า
KangKang's
ไอ้เหี้ยโดนฟอร์เซเคนกูไปทิ้งก่อน
from Mindfreak, who
หุ
was
บ
dropped
เลย
moments earlier. This is a disaster for EDG. They're losing players, but nobody. He doesn't want to lose this round.
Yeah,
Holding strong in the flank from Smoggy's good. It's only Munyet left. He's made it to A.
ว่ะ
He'll
บอล
find
โช
a
ว์
plant, but he doesn't
ถึง
know
เวลา
who
พิ
these
สูจน์ตัวเอง
last players are.
Forsaken, unfortunately, won't be able to join him. Low HP.
แม่งน่าจะได้อยู่นะ
And a Hunter's Fury, they're watching to see if he's going to go pushing round the back, but instead, these angles slowly being cleared. Looking to try and pair back up as he just sits patiently waiting in the corner. Not quite looking the right direction if a wraparound comes in, but actually, both players meeting back up.
ยืนดีๆต้องมั่นใจมากนะ CT
They
ไม่
really need to get a move on. Paranoia through, TP'd now to get into a much stronger after plan.
โอ้โห ไม่น่าเลย
Getting tagged further and further. They need to
เฮ้ย
get someone on this, and he's just buying that time.
โอ้โหถ้าเมื่อกี้แม่งไม่ติดรีเซ็ตแบบกลับซ้ายเลยนะ ไม่ทัน
I think it's going to go off. It's going to be the clutch again.
มอนโชว์ทีไง
ขอพิสูจน์ตัวเอง ได้อยู่ได้อยู่
Like we say, no matter how tight that margin is, Paper Rex steam further into the lead, and with a Red Bull clutch from a player who was low, who missed the first couple swings. He couldn't land the headshot, and it looked like they had
มันเดินมันช้าไปมันเช็คแบบไม่รู้จะเช็คยังไง
1 second, like 0.93 of a second.
But that's the thing, they were very, very slow.
เพื่อนไปชนหมัดด้วย
แม่งโคตรนวัตกรรมใหม่กันแต่ว่าสดเลย
He realizes in that corner, decent chance to get overwhelmed. Someone can get on the defuse. Instead, he just looks to take those fights and nobody again. This time, Mindfreak is
EDG เหมือนจะโซ่หลุดนะตอนนี้
These battles have
หลุดแล้ว
not
แบบนะ
gone their way, and something roaming with that operator, ready to clear.
โอ้โห
Yeah, Paranoia will
ยิง
catch
ไว
him,
มาก
but no chance for a trade.
It's not even an ability that gets him out of there. It's literally just the straight up take your knife out and run. Now, KangKang's gone through mid. There is a lurk waiting around here, but it's waiting for the B main aggression, not for the mid push. They weren't expecting this. The timing a little off, and the shots didn't land initially. But Munyet's recovered it nicely. Mindfreak down, big player for the side of Paper X.
ทำจริง
He's going huge in a lot of these rounds.
ลองแล้วลองอีกเหรอ
They have to close it out without him, but it's a 4v2. It's only Chicho and Haodong.
ไม่มีทรงเลยแบบนี้ EDG
Paranoid from just moments ago.
โอ้โหเรียบร้อย
Needed to be cleaner, completely left out on his own. He's had a couple of amazing moments so far, but this
เอาแม่กูอยากเบื่อจริง
ช็อตตี้
leaves it all up to one, and it is dominant. A 9-3 half for Paperex coming in onto Sunset. Doesn't get much better than that.
No, it really doesn't. I like the idea as well to knife close. They suspect he's there, swing it with a shorty, and even grab the headshot kill for their trouble. Paper Rex just
อย่างชอบ
so
เลยว่ะ
clean. This
ถ่ายแล้วสด
is
แม่ง
just
ไอ้
a
เหี้ย
matter
แม่ง
of
แหวก
the paranoia doesn't come out. I think the idea was to
ยังไงพี่
play off the contact, but they just didn't expect.
ภาพที่มึงเห็นทั้งหมดเนี่ยเป็น60เฟรมเรทมึงเห็นทรานซิชันป่ะมันคือ30เฟรมเรท
And it's easy peasy.
เนี่ยรู้ป่ะทำไมแม่งเอาซีวิดีโอมาทำเอายังไงนะตีวิดีโออ่ะวิดีโอเปิดตัวมาทำเป็นทรานซิชัน
We don't expect this to be much better. Let's see what the desk.
มันเลยยอมทำเป็น30เฟรมเรทเหมือนการ์ตูนอ่ะเนี่ยเห็นป่ะพวกที่เป็น transition พวกตัดซีนพวกเนี้ยเป็นธีมเดียวกับที่เป็นวิดีโอเปิดตัวไม่ทำเป็น30เฟรมเรทไม่เอา60กับ30มารวมกันไอ้สัตว์ถือว่าคงคอนเซปต์ more than just a game อยู่
benefit of the geckos that you can pick up the flashes as well. Once you use them, you can pick up forms of the util. But it was going to miss here for EDG.
เฮ้ยมีน้อง3แมป
this much space. It's one of
Paper เล็กที่ไม่ซิ่งแล้ว
เฮ้ยไม่นะแบบซิ่งอยู่แหละแบบนี้แหละเอเจนต์มันซิ่งไม่ได้
These link areas as well as backside control, making sure they're getting really proactive in those moments, and it just completely dismantled EDG. I'll speed it up as well so you can see. It takes out the players here. They're flashing.
ก็ช็อกเลยเจอมุมนี้
into the deep positions, and it's the major strength of this comp. I mean,
ใครจะรู้
fight and really take space proactively. And for EDG, you were seeing it go missing.
แม่งรีเซ็ตเป้ากันไหวยิ่งหายเลยเว้ย
I think for extremity control, trying to at least
ไว
get
จริง
it rather than giving up the sights entirely for the retake.
เพราะเราแก่ด้วยแหละเรามาดูตอนแก่
ผมกด
เซ็ต
มา
ไหว
จ
จริ
ริ
ง
งเลย
กูกดไม่พักเลยเดี๋ยวนี้
Push you even deeper when you're trying to set up for your retakes. We're going to go to the other side of the map now, and PaperX might be even better on their defense side. They are so damn well drilled with their executes and their retake protocols with all
แต่
of
เดี๋ยว
that
นี้เอ็ก
utility.
โคโคตรเก่งเลย มันเอามาคอมโบกับตัวนู้นตัวนี้แบบ
Submissions on.
Thank you so much, Bren. Yes, an interesting look at how this has been going so far for PaperX. Tom, what I was going to say before we tossed it off is that you were mentioning this defense for PaperX. It's not exactly a weakness that EDG can hope to lean on, is it?
No, well, we've seen them play it once within the regular season, and they absolutely battered Genji.
เสียงเคียว
Obviously ended up winning the series.
พี่เหรอ
Not a great sign, but now they can look to set up KangKang, a player that we already know can ruin any story set up by the PaperX side. It's not happened yet, but
อเล็กแม่งเก่งว่ะ
he's back up. And even just getting themselves, I feel like back in the seat a
พว
little
ก
bit.
คอมอะไรเงี้ยพี่
Because even though EDG is strong on that map, I'd never want to play PaperX.
เดี๋ยวพี่จอย
กล้าพวกคอมแปลกๆนี่อะไรคิดหม
เรีย
ด
ก
เล
พี่เอ๋ย
ย
ไม่มีพี่เลย แต่เรียกผมพี่คืออะไร
A slow approach.
คุยกับใครวะเลย
อ้าวกล้าไปไหนแล้ววะไปแล้วเหรอ
ไปแล้วมั้ง
Finding open space on the A site, which they did so often.
ใช่ครับพี่อเล็กกินหมดเลยครับ
Looking more so to fight into middle, and that's exactly where they're going to find that scrap. Already good stuff as the heal comes through. That initial fight almost negated it for Taken hadn't fallen.
กลางอากาศวะ
Didn't find the
ไอ้
kill on
เหี้ย
someone. Now the numbers are thin slightly, and for EDG, they can take advantage of this. Same size map, but less players to defend it.
I'd still feel worried pushing into Mindfreak. He's definitely been the player to watch so far.
ไอเจล
Coming in from Divide. Good chance they're boxed in. Now there is a trip, but that means that he can just keep the rest of his
โดนรวบครับจังหวะนี้
this site. Still a paranoia available as well for Munyet. That could cause real issues.
It slowed them down, but they found Mindfreak. And they know that Munyet's around here. They've got to deal with him. They want to get this
โอ้ย
spot.
อุ้ย
With a beautiful shot.
โอ้โดนว่ะ
โอ้โห
หลังมาพอดี
Easily closes that out. His
เฟอร์รารี่
บอล
พีครู้จักปะเฟอร์รารี่พีคเมื่อกี้
and PaperX sealing the confidence.
เหยียบมาเต็มคันเร่งเลย
That pistol win puts them on double digits.
น้องมอนมุมตึก
There could be more maps where PaperX play double controller because obviously we've seen Munyet sort of take over the role of Jing going into the Raze for the majority of the maps he plays, but he just looks so clinical, so comfortable when he goes back over to this Omen. And well, let's be real, I think Mindfreak's Viper's all right. I think he's doing okay.
He's always been a decent controller, you know, at the best of times.
I'll make you excited.
Wall up right away. Interesting
Oh.
angle for Forsaken, and he's already got one. No reloading.
อ๋อ
อ๋ออย่าง
Love
นี้
to see the outlaw thrive.
นี่กระโดดขึ้นใหม่ด้วยนะ
กระโดดขึ้นไปเล่นใหม่ได้ด้วยนะ
They don't
ระ
agree.
ยำแท้จริง
Easy kill.
โอ้โห
Rocking into a
เป็นปืนที่อร่อยมาก
Obviously, Howdong had no chance, blinded up in the corner and taken down.
Yeah, they had a paranoia come through the wall just to make sure that there wasn't really any
โอ้โห
opportunity
แล้วดู
for the
เกาะ
player
พี่เขาดิ
on the side to survive. That's now 8 rounds in a row.
เอกสารบอกรูปปาก
And well, there needs to be the same just to get them back in the game. That's how desperate a position we find EDG at
KangKang
this point.
ข้างๆบอกไอสัตว์ไม่ได้เล่นเลยว่ะเกมนี้
ไม่ได้เล่น
ไอ้เหี้ย
Available, but I'm actually, to be honest, looking at the weapons on the other side for PaperX, it actually scares me more than a normal round. Because you got a Judge, you got an Outlaw, you got an SMG. That means they're probably going to do something spicy.
อุ้ย
โอ้โห ส่งแฟลชคอมโบ
โคตรสวยอะคอมโบนี้
A tag from him makes
แต่แม่งส่งมีดมานี่ด้วยนะ
He's playing a much
ครบเลย
more aggressive role in this round. Util
แปดเช็คหน้า A มีด B จบเลย
top mid. It'll be a much slower round, but he will look
Oh.
to maintain that control over middle of fight. In fact, onto Chichu seems inevitable as Mindfreak is caught in this
โอ้
corner. There was no
ทำมิ่ง
นึกว่า
เดี
คั
ยว
งจะไม่ได้เล่นอีกแล้ว
like KangKang.
Yeah, that's a big fight to have because it also gives them a lot of space over onto the site. Outlaw in position and the slow, somewhat deterring. players on the attack. They're going to start falling back, but Devi has now retaken that space, and we'll just wall it off, even if it's just a little piece of information.
โดดไปดิ
That's something that can be brought through. They are now going to start building up, though. The thought on EDG's side is, okay, well, if they've walled this, it probably
ไม่
means
ถึงก็
there's
เฮีย
no
แล้ว
one here,
เอาถึง
and
วะ
they can get over the top of it.
ผมรู้สึกมันใช้เอเจนต์คุ้มจัดเลยว่ะ
นี่
how close they were. Now Forsaken hasn't quite managed to get the damage done on the outlaw, and the flank through by Chichu's being watched. He's beautifully
นี่อ่ะ
the
นี่
jump
อ่ะ
wasn't quite
ของจริงปืน
anticipated
นี้
still. That's the only kill for Paper X so far, and it may well be the only one they find. Both players on 45 HP. Nice and uniform, but it's about... I was going to say it's about to become one player. Never mind. Divide perfectly dodged that, but not the second time.
Yeah, and on the other side, something has just decided to go for the save, so a good clean start as well. And I do like the fact that even though EDG are down, they're definitely not playing like it. They're taking their time, making sure they clear everything properly, trying to play with the rotations of Paper X, and really giving themselves the best possible chance to start what will be a mountain comeback if they manage to do it. For something, it's whether or not he really wants to go for anything here. Financially, the team could afford it. He's already going to take the head off of Smoggy and just look to try and fall back, send out,
พิงแมนบอกส่งกูไปตายแล้ว
try and just deter them a little bit from pushing. And hey,
กูอยากรู้ว่าเสียงแอมเบียนที่เข้าอยู่ตอนนี้คือเสียงอะไรวะ
พี่โคเดี๋ยวครับ
มึงได้ยินปะ
ผมว่าเสียงไอ้เนี่ยพี่ทีมภาค
เสียงทีมภาคสเปนปะ
แล้วมันทั้งงานไงแล้วมันก็เข้ามาใช่มันก็เข้ามาให้เราฟังอยู่นะ
to fall into place right now. 11-4. If Paper X win this one,
ไอ้เหี้ย
more or less bind that we're going to be thinking about for EDG.
เขาก็มีแอบมีแบบ
has seen some elements of the Paper X aggression.
นิดหนึ่งเหมือนกันนะ
This time, we might get a little bit more.
ทำไมพี่คุยดูซีเรียสจังพี่คุยอะไรกันเนี่ยพี่
Four players around this
คุยว่าเราจะสู้กับเบลเล็กยังไงอยู่
wide open.
ที่เราสร้างทีมกัน
ได้เข้าลีกปีหน้า
Be ready on beam much quicker than EDG
มันยังร้องอยู่เลยในแรงเข้าลีกปีหน้า
they've been able to take out at least a little bit of that utility. But I think the hesitation is
พี่โควันนี้ผมกดแรงไว้ นำอยู่ 6-0
so much utility flying through on the other
อุ้ย
side.
สวิงว่ะ
อาร์มบอกเฮ้ยสบายแบบนิ่มอ่ะ
นั่นแหละ
Given an
ไอ้
opportunity
เหี้ยแพ้เลย
to fight and with his duelist
ไม่ได้
strength,
แพ้เสร็จเขาหัวเราะใส่ด้วย
จริงเหรอ
it's not gonna
มึง
get
ส
any
ตรีมอยู่
easier.
ไหม
Now
ถาม
the
ก่อน
A side
สตรีมอยู่
open for
รอเฮีย
business.
วันนี้พี่โดนบ่อยนะ
ด้วยนะพี่โค
Easily left
60แบบ
behind to try and catch someone on the
60แบบ
rotation.
ย่ำ
You
ขี้อ่ะ
allow Paper X to retake. I don't like those odds, and well,
Oh,
nobody is at
something.
least going to be able to find one before trying to back away.
อาร์มพูดว่าง่ายว่ะ
Oh, wow. So this is a big change because, Paper X obviously happy to play retake on A from the start of the round in a 5v5. In a 5v4 without KangKang, even better. But now the numbers have changed hands a little bit. The advantage no longer sits towards Paper X, and there's two players on the B site still with a lurk from nobody, active in mid. This has to be huge.
Foul with Yuri.
He won't get anything. These last two players even splitting up.
Back
Oh,
lah.
dangerous. They don't check the close right corner, which, I mean, you wouldn't really think to check this late on in the game. Well, the punishment is dished out.
nobody เอาไปส่ง
วางเป้าเดือดจัด
Nobody. Massive round. He's had
Yeah,
some
พี่หนุ่ม
big
เล่นอยู่
rounds
วะ
like this before, but we can't rely on that every single
อ่ะ
time, Tom. 11-5.
เล่นอยู่
That was huge from him. Just taking
พี่ไอ้
some
ผมได้
space
ของ
back
แบบ
into mid.
คนขายของใส่ศูนย์ขาด
ยูเจนจีเมื่อวานไหนเดือดมาก
เหลือ300,000
กับลาว2-1
ต้องอย่างนั้นดิ
Really shouldn't have gone their way.
ผมขยี้ตาเลยใช่
Pulled
ปะ
out a hero play that has given them at least a little bit of an opportunity. Alex is going to take a moment to try and talk things through with the team
ของ
because
4 รู 3 ล้าน ผมซื้อได้ 300,000 ใช้ได้
even EDG just getting themselves
ช่วงนี้อาคัง
hooked up.
ไม่
We have
aggressive
seen
เลย
this
พี่
team pull off miracles
ยิงไม่ได้
in the
พี่
beginning.
เดี๋ยวนี้
เอายัง
ไม่
วะ
ยิงไม่ได้ก่อนดิมันไม่มีความมั่นใจอะเด็ผมว่ามันคิดไปแล้ว
สีหน้าเครียด
ทำท่าอะไรอะตอนนี้ในหัวคิดอยู่เดี๋ยวแบบสอนจะทำท่าอะไร
สู้
คิดมาแล้วเว้ยพี่แต่ว่า
สู้ไอเพียงเมื่อวานแม่งยืนรัวๆเลย
Remember, the first one, it's not looking
ขนาดทีมแม่งวิกฤตมันก็ยังยืน
but they're going to have ult
ยืนสู้
even in this round. That kills
น่าจะอยู่ที่นั่นว่ะ
Res from the shadows. They have a thrash coming in. So they better make sure that Arsenal isn't disbanded
เยอะเหมือนกันเลย
for
พี่
no
เล่นไป
reason. Got to be using it presumably in the following round. Round number 18.
เจนจีไม่มีใครเชียร์ลาวเลยเหรอเมื่อวาน
Actually invest into this round 'cause
แต่ถ้าไปเล็กเปลี่ยนสไตล์เพราะไม่มีจริงนี่ก็
looking at something having an operator.
เปรี้ยวอยู่นะ
Again, he is someone who could definitely
Man,
pull
get-
off miracles. He was
กูเล่น
fantastic.
ดูดิดูได้ดูอยู่ปะ
There's no way.
ไม่ได้ดูพี่ทำไมวะ โอ้โหเล่นโคตรดี
ใช่หรอมึงใจเย็นสิมึงต้องดูด่านอื่นก่อนมึงดูด่านอื่นก่อน
ใช่ต้องดูด่านอื่น
ด่านนี้มันแท็กติกมันขาดมันต้องดูแบบที่มีดูลิสต์ว่ะ
สรุปใครวิดพื้นเนี่ย
เดี๋ยวไปยืนเส้นก่อน
เอ้าไอ้วิทย์เหรอ
รออะไรอ่ะ
เมื่อวานก็วิดไปแล้ว
เนี่ยที่ลาวไม่เอาอะไรเลย
โดนวิดพื้นโดนด่าโดนสวยอยู่แบบ
นักลงทุนตามมาด่า
ใช่หรอ
นักลงทุนไม่ถูกใจสิ่งนี้
จริงไหมเนี่ย
ตามมันเสียพี่มันมาใส่เฉยเลย
หาที่ลงอ่ะ
แต่มันก็ยังตามต่อนะ
ใส่ว่าอะไร
เหมือนแบบ
คนไทยเหรอ
ทายก็ผิดอย่างนู่นนี่นั่นอะไรเงี้ย
คนไทยเหรอ
ทาย2 รอบละ
มันหนาคุยเลยไม่ใช่เหรอพี่
ไม่
มึงก็บอกน้องเขาไปดิไอ้เหี้ยถ้ากูทายถูกบ่อยกูไม่นั่งอยู่อย่างนี้หรอก
ผมบอกไปแล้ว
ไอ้สัตว์จะนั่งอยู่นี่ทำไมกูขับเฟอร์รี่อยู่ฮาวายแล้วไอ้เหี้ย
แต่ปัญหาคือมันยังมาอีกนะรอบตอนแรกมันมาไอ้วันรอบไทย
มันมาสวนแล้วไง
มันมาอีกรอบหนึ่งพี่ ยังเสือกตามอีก
แสดงว่าดูไม่บ่อย
ดูแล้วอยากสดเลยวันนี้
ดูแล้วอยากยิงเหลือเกิน
แปลกอยู่นะตอนเนี้ย
ดันเต้
เขาสวนจริง
paranoia through, but I don't think anybody's really
เฮ้ย
pushing too far on it.
วางเป้า
โอ้โหวางเป้าแบบ
That's how much
อุ้ย
more.
เฮ้ยอุ้ย
My freak is just hitting every single shot. And okay, he loses the gun, but even the extra credits will put him in a spot where he can buy a rifle for the next round anyway. So
they're just throwing. They're throwing because why wouldn't they just go for it? When you've got Mind Freak on your team,
Mind Freak มาว่ะดิ
just go for it.
ยัง
Look at
ลั่น
this guy. It's unbelievable. Let's get that one in a replay. Oh yes. Oh, I like that. Oh,
เตะเดดออกเนี่ย
Thank you guys so much for showing us that.
นึกว่าหนังแอคชั่น
just body block it.
หลบกระสุนยิงสวนเตะกับระเบิดพร้อมๆกัน
11-6. The thing is though, the economy doesn't really matter so much for EDG. They've built up a lot of extra cash. Howdong even with 8,000 credits post buy, and if they lose 2 rounds, they're done anyway. So ultimately, it was worth trying to remove that extra weaponry. Something worth the operator, as you said, the ults have come online. You have to think that sooner rather than later, PaperX are going to eventually get this one over the line. But for EDG, they are now starting to build into this. Still with a showstopper, Hunter's Fury for this round. And again, just this slow, tempered approach.
They're
trying to gradually take space. They're not really giving any information over onto the PaperX side. And while something, one of the players who could find it is just sat with his operator in hand.
Single-handedly maintaining the control of the A site where they've been so happy to play retake before. Something's got it on lockdown, but EDG are not looking to take any risks towards that side of the map. Instead, it's the B site that they're currently targeting. Now, there's some utility being expanded to run that clock down 40 seconds, as we're going to see, oh, even a deep flash thrown through. They're really trying to stop this squad, I guess send them back to A, or at least make it so that they have to blitz in, and with the showstopper, that's not really a risky. Okay, it's ended up fired at a corpse, and KangKang doesn't stand a chance. Now Divide can do some serious work. Arez online.
อาคางทำอะไรก็ไม่ดีวันนี้
Trying to retake the body on the side of EDG, pushing forward and taking every single kill. And with something only now making it to the B site. Now it's
เก
time
มกลับมาสู่สีแล้ววะ
อเล็กพอร์ตแน่นอนอเล็กพอร์ตแน่นอนอเล็กพอร์ตแน่นอน
It is something. I don't think he's going to go for this, but you never really.
ครึ่งแรกแท็กติกล้วน
He's just looking to escape back out of there. Now it's interesting because again, you see the knife coming.
อเล็กบอกหยุดมาคุยกันก่อน
Utility, and they knew that they were coming in that direction.
แล้วเสร็จไปวอร์บีสิ
Showstopper taking the space, and then just solid trade work from EDG. It also seems like every time we've had an operator for the defensive side, it has not been in the right place.
พูดถึงเสียงที่เข้านี่มันก็ทำเสียอรรถรสเหมือนกันนะเนี่ย
Superstar operator player for the other
จริง
side.
พี่
เฮ้ยหลัง โอ้โหแต่ซัมติงมันเซนส์ดีจังวะตึงวะนี่ขนาดมันได้ยินอ่ะหลัง
How dong
ยังไม่หลังนี่โดนมีดแล้วเนี่ยอุ้ย
มันแอคทีฟได้ไม่เยอะด้วยเป็นด้วยคอมมันนะ
เอาละสีโอ้
หายแล้ว
สีหน้าไม่ค่อยดี
ถึงแรกเลยแต่ครึ่งหลังที่แรกโชว์
started out as a very dominant feeling map. A couple of close rounds for EDG that could have swung it a little bit more in their favor, but it just they're going to leave this with the idea that EDG need to wake up for map 2. It looks like they've woken up for half 2 at least.
แมสว่ะอริกแมส
It's a great sign as well with different players like Howdong, Nobody all starting to step up to the plate. And this round we do have investment again from PaperX. It's not everything they've got. They will still have a buy for the next round, but they've got a few Bulldogs to play with. The ult's still available, and the drone, again, I think EDG are doing a fantastic job of either using KangKang or Nobody to just sell a ruse. They start throwing utility, be it a boom bot, be it a drone, and just get them to stick around in that position, even catching him with the knife. Okay, maybe that
something มันรวยจ้ะเมื่อกี้ก็มีออฟรอบนี้มีดออีก
the only player there
ดูแล้วว่ะ
is Monya, and they're going to get the
มีดักตรงกลาง
information
หนึ่ง
finally that they are not around this position anymore.
ไม่รู้อ่ะดิ
Haven't cleared Nobody, and he has been a nuisance in the past.
โอ้โหหมดพอดี
บอลได้ข่าวอ่ะบอกว่าเลนอยู่ข้างบนด้วย
Said a lot to work with. One is a res in terms of ultimates. Viper's Pit online. If Mindfreak finds one kill, this could get very dangerous for EDG. Flashes, a lot of them come in Chichu's way, but the players take a minute. Howdong's on the corner with him. They're doing well. EDG are and it's only Munyet left to try to pull this back. Swinging into Smoggy.
แปลก
11 to 8. EDG
เพื่อนบอกเล่นดีไง
เรียบร้อยเลย
ตั้งแต่วินนั้นเป็นต้นมา
เรียบร้อยโดนแล้ว
ต้องหยุดก่อน
แปลกๆเนาะพี่แปลกจริงแปลก
แต่ก็จะเป็นของเปเปอร์เล็กนะ
I think it was. I think it came out from Smoggy just buying enough time.
มาแล้วการเริ่มออกแล้ว EDG
โมเมนตัมมา
น่าจะเป็นของเปเปอร์เล็กอยู่ดี
เนี่ยพี่
จริง3อัลติเมทถ้าใช้ดีน่าจะพอสเพื่อเตือนเนี่ย
เนี่ยพี่เอ๋ยเจอมีดีจีแล้ว
Yeah, and I guess the Viper's Pit mainly for Mindfreak having this online.
เฮ้ยใหญ่อยู่นะ
Where they're still going to have a decent economy. They're going to have full utility to work with. If seen,
ว่าในหูฟังก็จะมีเสียงจี่นะพี่ใช่ปะ
they're able to get some space back.
ใช่น้อยแคสลิง
Albeit on A here, there was a serious shutdown from EDG. And it's even more
จริง
impressive.
พี่เอ้ยแบบนี้เลยอะรำคาญไหมไอเสียงนั้นอะกามันปรับลดได้พี่
ใช่ครับปรับลดได้เป็นโปรแกรม
เอางี้ถ้าเราปรับลดมันก็ไม่ได้รบกวนเสียงข้างนอกดิถ้าเราปรับเบาอ่ะ
ไม่มันก็มีลิมิตของมันสิ
ใช่มีแบบเบา
ไม่ได้เบาสุดเบาสุดมันก็ยังนี่อยู่
เบาสุดยังได้ยิน แต่หลอนเหมือนกันนะตอนเจอครั้งแรกอ่ะไอตอนโชว์แมตช์อ่ะไม่เคยเจอ
เราไม่มืออาชีพไง
ของพี่สมัยเราแข่งมันไม่มีพี่
สมัยเราเปิดหูฟังข้างหนึ่งฟังน้ำภาคเลย
ผมหลอนเลยเฮ้ยอะไรวะ
Viper's Pit immediately onto the B site.
สมัยเรานี่เราแบ่งหน้าที่คนหนึ่งเลย
A great job from EDG with the push and pull. They've
เปิด
been
หูฟังไว้
setting fakes with different players in different rounds, leaving different lurks, making things awkward for the side of PaperX to read. But with shutting down B main, unless they're going to go through the Viper's Pit and try and fight Mindfreak, they have to try a different avenue. Now it does look like there's potential
ขึ้น
to try
12 ครับ
and push mid a little bit more, knowing that there can't be as
ค่อน
much
ข้าง
of a
ชัว
heavy
ร์
investment in this round. And the
ถ้า
door
ดาวาย
being
ไม่พลาด
closed.
นะเฮ้ยดาวายเพื่อน
Actually,
ไอ้
somewhat
สัตว์
gives them that space.
ระบายมีชุบสบาย เรามี
เรามี
6 ชีวิต
Instead, again, they're just slowly taking control
โอ้โห
across the
เฮีย
map.
มาเยอะแล้วน้ำแข็งเลยเพื่อนเออ
เอ็กโกอีก2
อุ้ย
I like Devise as well.
ต้องมี1ศพแน่นอน
เอ้า
เฮ้ย
ปืนลั่น
เฮ้ยมันยังไม่เอ้า
Realize he was shot at just there.
แล้วมันก็ยังไม่เหมือนยังไม่รู้เหรอนึกว่ายิงมาขำๆปะ
did see the players move up towards mid though, so the rotate's already underway.
เจสัน
อุ้ยไวมาก
โอ้โห
เรียบร้อยครับ
กูบอกแล้วว่าขึ้น 12 ฮะ
โอ้โห
โดยที่ยังไม่ได้ใช้อัลติเมทจบ
คอม
ฮะ
โบจบเลยครับ
โอ้โหนี่ยิงไวมาก
พอเตือนสติ ปล่อยกลางขึ้นแพ็คซ้ายขวาว่าเอ้ย
นี่เล็กพอสบอกโต๊ะกูจะหมดแล้วนะ มึงเอาดีๆดิ ไม่งั้นกูลงอาหารนะ โต๊ะลงอาหารแทน
เพราะว่าอะไร เพราะว่ามีชุบอย่างนั้นไงกูว่ามันลงเพราะมันไม่เสี่ยงนะเอ้ย
บักก้า
เอาชัวร์
เอาชัวร์เพราะตัวเองมีชุบ
just basically making it so that it created some awkward disjointed fights. KangKang way out in front of everybody else. And PaperX do well to just trade things in the end.
ไอคนขวาสุดกับไอคนซ้ายสุดนี่คือใกล้กันมากนะ
ก็จริงนะ
แต่พอแข่งเวทีอย่างเงี้ยมันทำให้แบบนักแข่งมันแบบมันใส่กันเหมือนกันนะเมื่อวานโคตรมันอ่ะ
รออะไรอ่ะ
ยืนจีหน้าเลย
ไม่รู้คุยอะไรกันนะไอ้เท็กเจอร์ไปโกรธใครเขามาวะ
นั่นดิ
เขาลุกไม่พักเลยเท็กเจอร์
A main, B main fakes because Viper's pit shut it down. Now that's not going to be there anymore for Paper.
ไอ้คู่แรกโคตรเดือดพี่ได้ดูปะ
FPX อะ
ยืนจีหน้าเลย
ยืนไม่พักเลย
FPX อ่ะ
จน KC บอกเอ้ย ยืนดิวะ
พอวินเริ่มห่างบอกเฮ้ยแซนอัพอ่ะตะโกนใส่อ่ะโคตรมัน
มันเหมือนเป็นศึกแห่งโซนอ่ะ
ไอเวลาเขาจัดแข่งนี่เขาแบบว่า ไม่มีกฎที่แบบว่ายืนเต้นอะไรไม่มีอะ
ไม่มีหรอก
ไม่มีหรอกครับ
ยกเว้นทำท่ายิงปืน
แต่ถ้ามันใช่ถ้ามากเกินไปก็คงเตือนว่ะอันนั้นเป็นกฎไลออดนะพี่ก้า
ใช่ครับ
ข้างๆเลยเริ่มเลย
แต่ข้างๆเป็นจีนไงพี่
โทษทีพอดีมันมหาอำนาจ
ครับผม
ไม่สนแล้ว จบฮะผมพูดได้คำเดียว
Yeah, I think it was an adaptation that was needed. Just allowing them to have a lot of this control to lay execute.
โอ้ my thing ultimate ไปหรอวะมึงไม่เห็น แต่ดาวายมีชุบนะครับ
เป็นวันที่ดีครับ
ดาวาย
อุ้
เพื่
ย
อน
ขอบ
ใจเย็
คุ
น
ณ
เพื่อน
สมาชิกนะครับโหแล้วชื่ออย่าง
น้ำแข็งไปดาวายปะ
ชื่อแบบว่าไม่ต้องพิมพ์บอกเลยว่า ขอบคุณนะครับวูดติ้งไหมเฮ้ยวูดติ้งอย่า
จริงเถอะวะ
เอาดิ
บอกให้มันลอง
ไปดีดาวายน้ำแข็งบี
อัดโลกเปลี่ยนอ่ะพอเปลี่ยนเป็นวูดติ้งคือไม่อยากกลับไปใช้คีย์บอร์ดเก่าอีกแล้ว
ไอ้เหี้ยหมด
โอ้โห
แต่คนชุบตายสัตว์เฮ้ยออกเถอะไมฟิกโอ้โหมั่นใจสัตว์
ไอมอนมันรอบาย
หมด
เรียบร้อย GG
power pod บาเล็ก
เรียบร้อย
พอทีเดียวรู้เรื่อง พอทีเดียวรู้เรื่อง
ขอเตือนสติทีเดียว
ต้องรูปสวิตช์นะหมายถึงยังไงนะ
โคตรมัน
เฮ้ย เหมือนสกอร์จะผิดปะ
ใช่มีผิดพลาดบ้างมาแหลก
นี่มาแหลกแปลกสกอร์
There were no worries at all. Utterly dominant, and it just took a little bit of time to get it over the line. I'm excited for the next map. Though. We're going to be heading off to the break. We'll be back with map number 2 afterwards.
งงเหมือนกันอ่ะ ไม่ถึงแบบว่าเปลี่ยนสวิตช์อะไรเงี้ยไม่ต้องไม่แน่ใจว่าเปลี่ยนก็ได้นะ
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin. In this series, I'm going to walk you through.
วอร์มแขนรอเลยพี่เอ้ย
Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle.
ด่าน
You're going to be able to.
ด่านบายผมว่าผมจะโดนเพราะไอ้โฆษณา M Lab นี่แหละ เพลงมันไม่ได้แบบมาแต่นี้ไง
ยืดเส้นกัน
สักพักด่านบายแม่ง EDG หยิบ ISO มาเล่นหมดยังน่าจะยัง
คู่สองจบเร็วแน่เลยว่ะ
คู่สองนะพี่เซนติเนล
ทีม Heretics My Freak on Less นะน่าจะเป็นม่อนมากกว่าแต่ม่อนเล่นคอนโทรลเลอร์โหดนะยุคที่2คอนโทรลเลอร์นี่ถือว่าตอบโจทย์หมดเลย
เดี๋ยวคนใส่สกอร์เขาเชียร์ EDG วะน่ะ
ล้นหรอก
มีผิดบ้างมีผิดบ้าง
โอเค
เป็นกำลังใจให้
ปัญหาเลยขี้เกียจลูปพี่เอ๋ยใช้คีย์บอร์ดอะไรอยู่อะ
ใช้มายาลาบโลกามายาลาบ
พี่เอ๋ยเคยลองวูตติ้งไหม
ผมเคยแค่ไปกดทีเดียวเองแพงเกิน
โอ้โหระดับแพงไปซื้ออย่างอื่นแพงกว่านี้
โอ้โหพี่
หางาน
มันก็ใช้ได้อยู่แล้วไงไอ้ไม่ให้นี่เข้าธรรมดามันก็เฟี้ยวแล้ว
ทำไมเฟี้ยวบูตติ้งดีกว่า
ถ้าผมแข่งผมซื้อไว้แล้วพี่
กลับมาแข่งดิพี่ทำทีม
อยากจะเสียเวลาชีวิตพักเลยอะ
เราเน้นอายุเข้าสู้ เล็กบอกที่พอดเมื่อกี้ผมไม่ได้เปลี่ยนเกมมากผมแค่ขู่ว่าผมวันนี้ผมไม่ได้ใจดีนะไม่ได้เตรียมโต๊ะเลยแบบต้องขยันให้เล่นดีๆหน่อย
ชอบมันเล่นแบบมันเล่นนอกกรอบอะแล้วแม่งทำได้ดีโคตรบ่อย
ไม่มีสาระอีกนะผม
บอกให้รอดูมินดูลิสก่อนพบังดูลิสไปเพื่อแพ้ยับ
แต่พอมันดูมายิงกันหน้าดู EDG มันดูน่ากลัวเหมือนกันนะ
ว่างจริงนะบานจะโดน EDG แล้วเดี๋ยว3ไอ้เฮียนะ3ดูลิสไปจบสปิด
ดูลิส3สปิดเลยเหรอ
อ้าวดูลิส3ไงในหนังสปิดอ่ะชนะ 2-1 จบเลิก
หมาอัดคุง
because they were not finding success
ยืนมั่นใจมากเลยเฮาดองว่ากูจะไม่โดนยิงหลังแน่นอน ผมใส่3แบบเฮ้ยเป๊ปกับบายนะแต่เป๊ปชุดใหม่นะคีย์บอร์ดที่ผมใช้อยู่มันเป็น SE 60ใช่ปะตอนแรกแบบว่ากังวลมากนะไม่มีลูกศรไม่มีนัมแพดไม่มี F1 F2 F3 เล่นเกม MMO ยังไงวะเล่นเกมสุดท้ายแล้วจะเปลี่ยนภาษาไงวะมันไม่มีปุ่มเปลี่ยนภาษาสุดท้ายเล่นไปเล่นมาถนัดเฉยถนัดแบบว่าเปลี่ยนภาษาโดย Internet Chip เอาอย่างเงี้ยขอบคุณซีแชนนะอ่านนี้ปะขอบคุณคุณพีทีนะครับขอบคุณสมาชิกนะครับเป๊ปกับ EDG ไม่เคยแข่งบายกันใช่ครับต้องเรียกว่าชุดใหม่เพิ่งเคยมาเจอครั้งแรกดีกว่าหรือเปล่าวะน่าจะใช่นะจริงๆ65กำลังดีนะขอบคุณคุณเซนนะครับผมเซนเลนขอบคุณสำหรับสมาชิกขอบคุณสำหรับ Subscribe ด้วยนะครับขอบคุณมากครับถ้าดูทวิตแล้วหมุนเราสามารถมา YouTube ได้นะผมสตรีม YouTube อยู่ภาพ 2K วันนี้รอนเอาจัดคม
could have really won that map. Do you think the slow start in the first half costed you, and how do you fix that going on to map 2？
其实在这张图第一开始的时候，其实是有一点慢热的。你觉得如果说并不是这样慢的开始，如果不是这样慢的开始的话，能够有机会赢下来吗？以及在第2张图能不能解决好这个问题？
其实我们下半场已经找回来比赛节奏状态了，所以可以在第2张图体现出来。然后第1张图慢热的问题，其实是在节奏掌握上，我觉得我们一开始是熟悉他们。
โคตรน่ารักขอบคุณนะครับขอบคุณไฮส์มีนะครับสำหรับสมาชิกนะครับนี่คือคนที่อายุจะ30แต่หน้า18
接下来在第2张图我们会把这件事情给调整过来。
I think in the second half of the first map, we kind of like find our pace back, and we are definitely gonna bring it back to the second map. And the reason why we are start so slow is because there are miscommunication, and we're gonna fix that in the second map.
Well, thank you so much for your time. After and best of luck.
User left your channel. User left your channel.
Issues with EDG certainly something that they're going to need to have to clean up as they get ready for Bind, because PaperX, it just seems like they're just vibing out there. So you really got to try and catch them off guard here.
Oh yeah, exactly. If you think that attack in half that we saw in the first map
คุณนุ่นนะครับสำหรับสมาชิก5 เดือนนะครับ
win a half initiators, because I count Euro as a half initiator with all that utility.
Oh, okay. They go back to this comp.
Okay.
This is something that I believe they ran something super similar to this, if not the exact same comp with the Reyna and the Harbor. Yeah, I mean, I love to see PaperX pull out the Reyna comp, but especially like this double control with the Harbor and the Brimstone as well, because they have some cool stuff that they pull out now. I mean, you're gonna have to scour the VODs if you have time for that, because we're gonna jump into the game.
พอสกิน Harbor นี่ผมถึง
KangKang onto that KO as
ถึง
well.
วันเลยที่แข่งแล้วแบบไปสโมกอยู่บนฟ้า
This is going to be an interesting one. I think this is really cool that PaperX are pulling back the
เป็นเรน่าว่ะที่
ซัมติงเลน่าไงซัมติงบอกเมื่อกี้แบบอัดอั้น
You may not have a Sentinel, but you do have that Reyna, and you're going to be playing to support her as much as you can, especially when you're on the defense. But if they manage to do exactly what they did on map 1, they only need to have a super strong first half here on the attack. I think that the initiating power, it's still there. I think it lacks a little bit, but probably if EDG were super keen to going into this map, if the preparation something has to change incredibly fast and adapt to map 3.
This is going to be quite fascinating to see how this
คือโค้ดที่เขาสามารถกินเรดบูลในตู้มากินได้ระหว่างดูได้เลยหรือแค่มันเป็นพร็อพเฉย
อันนี้แหละมอนพิสูจน์ตัวเองของจริงละจับเลสทำมาแสดงว่าเรียบร้อยละ
1 เดียวกับเปเปอร์เล็ก
Forsaken has planned on the harbor.
Yeah, it's something that they've run through in the past, and I think obviously we saw them have combinations with.
วันนี้น้องๆเข้ามาใส่ในช่องล่าสุดเลย
วันนี้เหรอวันนี้ไม่มา
มาวันไหนเมื่อวาน
มาเมื่อวาน
เราสุดในเดี๋ยวนี้ชักเหิมเกิน
Of course, something on this map on Reyna. It doesn't matter the map. I'll be honest. He's always terrifying.
สรุปปืนเปเปอร์เล็กเสียงมันไม่เหมือนชาวบ้านเขาจริงๆใช่ไหมหรือว่าผมคิดไปเองวะไม่เหมือนจริงๆเลย
User joined your channel.
Life was one, and something certainly is another. Good control over the site, but long is left open for the side of PaperX. They don't know that EDG have 2 players still stacked up there, but it looks like they want to take some control of their own.
เฮ้ย
Through the spawn smoke
มันแบบ
towards elbow.
มันเอาสุดไง
They rotate through the spawn.
โอ้ไม่ได้เล่นอีกแล้วข้าง
ข้างโดนจี้
ข้างไม่ได้เล่นอีกแล้ว
โคตรสวย
นี่รีเซ็ตอย่างไวเปล่า
Still back down to a 3v3. Already another kill coming through. PaperX. That W key hasn't been let go for the majority of this round, and now with an advantage device still left behind. I don't even think they know that he's here with the smoke.
โอ้โหอร่อยเจี๊ยบของจริง
Possible crossfire to come back from Chaos in the pistol round.
เรียบร้อย
Of course, that's where PaperX live.
Yeah, chaos is exactly the right word. I mean, that was a hard one for me looking at all the players.
ครั้งไม่ได้เล่นดูเอล
I can see everything, and you're still trying to put together the pieces as they chop and change different parts of the map control. But I can only imagine what that looks like from EDG's perspective. You just do not know what the next step from PaperX's dance is going to be. 1-0. This attacking side has found their legs. Now they've got some rifles to play with, 1 pistol, and that's going to be on something. While EDG don't decide to invest very much at all. 2 sheriffs, and they'll try
2 ผู้เล่นที่แบบว่าเล่นเจ็ตได้ว้าวสุดๆอ่ะทั้ง2แมปไม่ได้จับเจ็ตอะตอนเนี้ย
He's just going through it, isn't it? Yeah, of course.
เอ้า
He was surprised by that.
ทำไมเป็นอย่างนั้นอ่ะ
The opponents definitely weren't there already and waiting for something to take a risk. Of course, he was only with a pistol in this round.
จับ2 ชิ้นครับผม
Going out just to try and clear the close angles and go above it. They are taking some casualties, and actually a weapon has been found. Chichu though is desperately low on health. Can he find anything more? Yes, he can. He's already got a second. Stop reloading though, a little bit unlucky. A nice attempt from Chichu.
อุ้ยมีเสียวเนี่ยถ้าเกิดสุดไม่หมดเนี่ย
Even have been remotely close.
No, not even 1% of what we saw there. I mean, this is just ridiculous. EDG certainly have some fight left in them, and the best part about so one of the most valuable weapons comes online because of that. Jinchu now has an orbital strike to play with. This could be big for this squad. And I think for PaperX, they've got to be kicking themselves. Sure, the initial fight, something goes ahead of the smoke, gets caught off guard, but he in a pistol.
ไอตัวเมื่อกี้เวอร์มากไอตัวที่ 2
We can look past it. But everything from that point forward was a domino that never should have fallen.
Oh. Luckily for
User
them,
joined your channel.
Forsaken did also do a lot of damage, so he's going to have the Reckoning online.
Something is exciting me with an outlaw on Arena.
You're talking about that. I'm looking at Munya with
โอ้
a
โห
bucky.
หมด
It's a deadly combination. First kill going the way, but the space
แก้
already
ไซ
been
เฟอร์
taken. And of
เฮ้ย
course,
เฟี้ยว
the
อยู่นะอย่าง
Reckoning
เงี้ย
just gives him all the information. Look how close up this man is going to be able to get. Just cause them issues. This by not a particularly good
มีเวลา
round,
มือ
but
มัน
now
เกา
in the
หัวด้วย
aftermath,
บอลมึงเล็งล็อกอยู่นะเว้ยเฮ้ย
This is where EDG can't really afford to swing an angle out in the open. There's not much of a choice. Looks like Orbital Strike being online early is going to be used to try and give them an advantage, but it pushes the bookie forward into their arms.
โหต้องมี1 ศพจังหวะนี้
Up close and personal, Munyet has a bit of a timing to worry about. These players on the other side, I mean, if one of them sees it, he's in a lot of trouble, but he's getting out. Something's grabbed another from far away, and it's as easy as could be. Already tagging up KangKang with a classic. Wow, that is quite the 3rd round for PaperX after what I saw in the second.
2-0 ว่ะ
I don't know where I am. I'm losing it.
ดีนะทีมงานกูได้เลิกไวหน่อย
Bucky in a classic in the same round versus
0-0 ฮะนอนไว
ต่อไปก็เร็วพี่
แน่นอนคู่ต่อไปไวแน่นอน
Like you're going into a map that has been strong for you within your region, strong for you historically, EDG, but you've just been owned immediately by an outlaw, a Bucky, and a classic. Like you can't really feel good about a round like that.
It's so ridiculous. As long as a teammate's done damage or they're on half shields, this guy's able to one-shot you and immediately get out of there. I mean, you're already moving quick with an outlaw. It's already buffed, but he's just going doubling down on it. Paper X 3-0, but EDG managed to upset them down to 1
ข่าวเลิศทะลุผ่านหมด
and he's
มอนก็เหมือนกัน
That's perfect, like a scene out of Ocean's 12.
The smoke is Haldong.
อุ้ย
Managed to get one. The boombot's done a significant amount of damage, but
อุ้ย
he's still in the corner. They haven't spotted him. Still just surviving now. Chichu's found another as well. I don't know how these rounds are going down in the fashion they are. Haldong still.
ไปแล้ว4
How has no one cleared this man? He's been in the same position.
เอ้าพอเลททิปตี้
ไอ้เหี้ยให้คนละเม็ด
อะไรวะน่ะ
That was the MasterCard Thrifty.
These guys are all right with weak weapons, it looks like.
They're better.
Why do they even buy rifles? Look at this. 20 HP. Just once again, 20 HP. And another player comes out. He misses the first shot. Immediately correct. This is disgusting. It's disgusting.
I can't believe
it's
it.
filthy. You can't do that. Like.
Well then, that is one way to get on the board. Yeah, cool. I'm gonna try and forget that happened and just move on with my life. Both teams now do have a bye. Munya going to be taking the space. This time he is caught, but not really anybody available to capitalize off the back of it. And using that cove again just to take initial space. They're not stopping though. Running straight in onto Smoggy. I think that was Munya battling for the spawn.
It was. Yeah, he was going all the way through. He's being caught, but fine.
เดินมาไม่รู้เรื่อง
Catching nobody. This is a big kill. They've got an extra angle to fight from. That someone has to deal with an Haldong. This is an enigma. Nobody's ever looking at him swings an angle. I don't get it. But at least it's down to Chichu.
ยิงหลังมันยากไงพี่เข้าใจ
But the post plant is the real danger. They can run
โอ้
their
โห
clock
ไอ้
down
เหี้ยเราไหวก็ยัง
time and ensuring that spike is not diffused.
แต่จังหวะเพลงสวยนะแต่มันยิงไม่โดนเมื่อกี้ฮาวดง
We return to normality.
Good one.
Yeah, 2 showstoppers online. I don't know what
Oddly.
they're thinking.
Don't forget the Empress as well.
Oh wow. Oh yes, you're so well. To be fair, it is something.
Yeah,
you're actually right.
It is the one and only time that actually makes sense. I can't like Haldong's just run through into a Molotov to try and get that kill. It is like who can make the riskiest play of the round, and at the moment, I feel like the only person losing is me.
Losing my mind. Look, EDG, they've called a pause, and I pity their coaching staff. You sat there, it must feel like you've turned up for like 6th grade exams and you're a 1st grader. It's like, what the hell am I watching? My mind doesn't work at a high enough level to understand the chaos unfolding in front of us. For EDG, well, let's hope they've got an idea of the
สม็อกกี้นี่เดี๋ยวนี้มีเอาหมาฝรั่งมาเคี้ยวเมื่อก่อนเล่นแบบเหมือนคนเพิ่งตื่นหน้านิ่งจัด
And despite EDG having a big resurgence, they were never really able to find their feet. This has to be a different story for them.
Yeah, this is the thing. It's not only the fact that you have to try and quell what has been some of the paciest rounds you've ever seen. You almost have to utility dump instantly, otherwise you're going to lose the site and you're probably going to lose your spawn. And then you also have to look at the guys
เติมน้ำแข็งนิดหน่อยพี่วู
realize they're just giggling to themselves. At a Masters event, opportunities, you need 2 wins and you get top 4. And those guys are just having fun.
You know, it's something you said earlier on, Tom. The fact is, you know, EDG lose this. Okay, well, Paper X, maybe they are actually legit. You know, it's the region is sick. Sure, Gen G had managed to best them in the final, but it is what it is. You can still estimate them as a top team. You can end up coming up against Loud.
Yeah.
Potential
ที
elimination.
นี้เขาไม่เล่นสกายกันแล้วเหรอพี่
That's not a comfortable position.
มันนกมันไม่รีแล้วอ่ะ
โดนเดิมดักจัดเลย
No easy games. Here goes
เฮ้ย
ยิงอัดดาวเลย
He's taken down nobody and himself.
มันเป็นคอนเทนต์นี่หว่าคอนเทนต์ครีเอเตอร์
He's just got no fear. Even going to get himself healed back up. KangKang must be surprised, and finally, Smoggy will put him down with the trade immediate. An advantage once again gone for Paper X and the remaining players.
ยิงอัดหน้าไว้อย่างนี้
You're going to have to hope for a timing, but actually timing could go either way. It's all going to be on to whether or not Mind Freak is looking in the right direction, and they both win their battles. It's now left on to just Divide, but one player is very low, and he's already going to clear him.
Oh, Divide's gone out ahead of it as well. That's expected. And Haldong lands the shot. This time, someone wins.
Hey, yeah, you can now
still wins the fight.
As a round will be found for EDG. That gap not going to be extending. PaperX have an opponent hot on their heels. Yeah, I mean, the other thing for PaperX as well, coming into this round, you've got some... Our weakness really is just Munyet after going down the last one. But the reality is, he should be in a pretty decent position, still rocking a... Well, actually, I saw a Judge bot up earlier. He's going to go for a stinger. But the weaknesses aren't too massive. It's more so the ult economy. Smoggy's got a showstopper, and nobody has a Hunter's Fury to play with. Big ultimates for that defensive side. Big safety nets to fall into.
Still just nervous seeing
โอ้
something pick
มัน
up
แทบจะการันตีออฟเลยเนี่ย
โซว่าบีลองเก็บออฟง่าย
Now you get the big brother.
The thing is, you know, although the damage is going to be lower on the Outlaw, right? Kind of need the headshot on the swing. It's going to be much harder to post up on those angles with the op to get in and get out. And we saw him,
If you're not something.
True, for most people. I should always put that in front of it. For most people, that would be the issue.
We've watched him do it on Gecko in the last, on attack side, just single-handedly take out a team. So now he actually has some movement benefit. Even still, though. EDG really needing to string a couple of rounds together. It's been an eco and a problematic round of money.
เรียบร้อย
No trouble finding that opener. Night 4 has deafened their opponents, making things that little bit more problematic in terms of working out how far forward they've gotten. The high tide has cleared so much space, and they also have the cove. But now that utility fades, they don't have much to play with at all. In fact, I don't think they have any smokes left.
Trying to sell it as a pump fake, but it doesn't look like EDG are buying it. Orbital strike, Smoggy's in the open, but he's caught one. That spike down, and the ult used, the Hunter's Fury, finding targets. Oh, they're so low. With Smoggy down, the numbers on the side of EDG are good. They still have a 2v2 with 10 seconds left. All they have to do is deny the spike being picked up. And Haodong, he gives the space. 6 seconds as they make it towards the side. What a shot! Haodong!
อะไรเขาเนี่ยวินนี้
He managed that! He's won it off the clock alone!
หลากหลายเหตุการณ์
มัวไปหมด
He's winning it, but he avoided it altogether. Beautiful play.
I'll be honest, I was scared when he let the spike go. When he let it go, I was like, that's a risk that I don't know if it's worth taking, but hey, he was ready for them to try and plant in the safest spot possible and just hits a crazy wallback. This is just a fear factor, though. Just what something can do, even in the most awkward fights possible. Again, though, the rounds the EDG have won is off the back of pistols and 2 1v1 clutches out of that man on your screen.
4-3. Yeah, it looks like a really close score line, but wow, they've been hanging on to that cliff's edge. For the start of this, we hear some sheriffs firing off. You know there's weaknesses there. But they also know that the big gun was saved through. They've spotted it, and they've taken Munyet down as well. For something, he's not going to find any players out in the open giving free kills away. And that op, I mean, I don't know if you're going to be able to save it through to the next. He'll have to create his own opportunities.
Back towards that B side they go. Corner held, so something that would need to be hard cleared from the side of PaperX, and the read already in from EDG. Third player already into position. I feel like they'd have to be some pretty big errors over on the other side. You can see the passive angles that are being held. The knife even going to give them a fair amount of information. They know there's a couple of players waiting here, even ready to invest the orbital strike if they need it. They want to try and make this one clean. It has been a lot of close rounds. Even still, though, something gets the opener, but is there anything more to be had? It's not looking too likely. I don't know how he's still alive here, finally. The dancing something will go down, and KangKang rises to the occasion.
เอาชัวร์เลย
Obviously not the strongest buy for PaperX, but it's more important for EDG to finally have a clean round.
ต้องพอเลย
Yeah, I think the orbital strike here saves them so much trouble. You got something going out, but he's essentially alone when he emerges from long. These players can't come to meet him. Divide was low after a spam, very quickly taken down. KangKang hitting some shots. That could be the confidence builder as well. Yeah, he had a really rough
กูขมับ
one of the tougher maps
อะไรวันนี้ต้องจด
อยากรู้เลยว่าจดอะไรบ้าง
He had 2 kills before that round just there. Now
อันนี้จดไว้ก่อน
You hear them get hyped up, and hopefully they'll be able to pull this across the line.
Interestingly, he was always the player picking up that operator, even it didn't matter what agent he was on. We saw it on a Gecko in the past, but it does seem like the mantle has been passed over to Smoggy, which makes me a little bit sad. Maybe it's just for the early peak. Might be just going for something a little bit more aggressive in this round, and obviously having that extra movement to try and get out of there. On the other side, though, we are seeing that Reckoning. Now, this was one of the major issues in some of the early rounds, is that Reckoning for Forsaken. It just is filthy. It gives all the information and causes chaos.
Makes sense as well for KangKang not to be running that operator,
Sure.
just because even last round, right, the reason they're so stacked up on B, because they started to rotate to A, but the knife found 2 players inside hookah, that's when they pull out the orbital strike, that's when they pull the rotates to B, and they're ready for that blitz out. PaperX ran into a stack because of him. So if he goes down early, just trying to get an op pick, you lose so much in the late round. If Smoggy goes down, well, it's all right. You're not losing any massively important utility. And that's if he goes down. Some control over Bathroom and B long. The extremities of the map belong to EDG, but PaperX have their sights set on moving through this A site, which was another
แปลก
element
ๆ
of why the
ว่าครั้งไม่
rotates
เห็น
come
ว่าครั้ง
through.
ไม่เล่นออก
There's always this utility
เปลี่ยน
there.
สไตล์อ่ะ
Still going. They are all the way outside of Showers, and that'll be Mind Freak down. A big loss in the early round. Howdong fighting within the cages, within the Reckoning. And he'll lose his life for it. Maybe a little bit of an overextension, but with one controller down and Forsaken's utility already expended, this doesn't leave them with much. In fact, they're going to go pushing, something trying to do everything on his own now. With them pretty much boxed in, I don't know if PaperX have a hope in hell of getting out of this.
Certainly not if they play aggressive. We can see that with the crossfire, the triple crossfire, backing up by an op.
They
made the right call, instead hightailing it to the other side of the map where they could be able to get a plant down. It's the post plant that's worrying. The advantage here goes to EDG, 4 versus 2. At least long control is going to be sought after. Shock dart well placed.
อุตส่าห์วางตรงกลาง
Down to 60. Another disadvantage to play with. The TP was heard. Smoggy is the one TPing. That's a little bit of a head scratcher with the operator. But he's holding down that control. I guess we'll be going in to take control of hookah.
It's the doubt as well. Like, he's not necessarily moving too quickly. It's just the doubt in his opponent's mind. They have to face the other direction as well. Damage done by Divide, but not quite enough. Forsaken needs to pull off an absolute miracle on low HP.
หลายคนนะ
And it's not going to be happening this time out. After being blitzed in the first few rounds, EDG now take the lead.
And that's the road to recovery we were hoping to see for this defensive side. 4-1 down to 5-4. And a lot of things going right for them. They're starting to get that control over the map, and even seeing nobody right now has 1 kill. He had so many high impact plays on the previous map, but they're still able to put these rounds on the board. And I think Howdong's setup, really, there hasn't been a solution from the side of PaperX. A couple times they've been able to set
ใจเย็นใจเย็น
and he's able to make it
ใจเย็นใจเย็น
อเล็กมาแล้ว
playing in the background, but now they're starting to get caught because these traps are moving. They're in different positions each time, and that setup just isn't one that you can go blitzing into, which is what PaperX very much like to do.
And it's what they're going to do again. Early nade over the top will actually clear out the trip. Trying to adapt themselves. Again, though, don't have any ultimates on.
เอาดงเล่นยากแต่แบบโดนเคลียร์แท็บแบบตรงกลางอ่ะนี่มาติดตรงนี้แทน
KangKang gonna get a free kill. Howdong again, though.
คำติงถือว่าไว
Catch them off guard. Chichu not taking the same risk, waiting for a little bit of support, and already they're going to counter out anything on the other side with that null command.
Yeah, no danger of those more aggressive flashes coming through, or of something taking your sight away. Not leering onto them. No smokes for Mind Freak as he's down and out, and Divide does well to at least find 1, but that player is resable. And, well, that could pull Divide out into the open to attempt to deny.
จะสั่งคนเดียว
To a 4 versus 1 with 11 HP, and he's even detected. Got ahead of the op at least, so damage will be done. But there's still 3 more
มีดนี้มัน
players
เท่จ
waiting
ริงๆแล้ว
Spike in Forsaken's possession at least. And now I've ran out of positives.
He was trying to pull a rotation with the TP, but nobody never left that B site. It's going to get a free jewel, though. It's starting to get a little bit messy for the side of EDG. They've given up a couple of kills, not quite knowing where he is. The time is the issue, and more so, nobody on the flank. Like, to get anything here, you'd need pretty much a miracle once more. just trying to find a safe place to plant, and that doesn't exist. Nobody's going to be coming in from behind. Chicho with the wall bang, and it will be EDG extending that lead even further.
It's 5 in a row. The timeline looking convincing. They've come up with solutions, and this comp gives them so much to fall back on. The ult out of KangKang, you can see why you want him alive late into the round, even as he gets res back up, immediately lobs out the knife.
มาละคางอาการเริ่มมาละ
ใจเริ่มมา
Nullifying any potential for Forsaken to catch them off guard. With 6-4 on the scoreline, that's when PaperX might even have called a pause coming into this round, but they haven't. And there's a lot of weaknesses for them. This is again going to be somewhere they hope to just blitz. Wall up to block out the dart is beautiful, but they still have to swing in to Smoggy. And that's where the real trouble begins.
Yeah.
โอ้โหเป็นไปได้ครับโอ้โหคม
Finally, they managed to deal with him. Something down, and now they've got
เวอร์จัด
ตอนนี้เวอร์จัด เวอร์จริง
คมแบบ
The other two players looking to try and head potentially into the A side. Only one defender and a second slowly being pulled in.
2 smokes for Mindfreak. Could lob one on A to cause problems. You can see there's one in play, but now the second comes down, and it's buying space for Munyet to close the distance. Stinger in hand. This is a perfect fight for him to take, but he goes into the smoke at the wrong moment. 2 players ready and waiting. Molly through. That'll buy time, buy space, that they now need. The advantage sits with EDG. Little tag onto Mindfreak. It's okay. Smoke down as he repositions, but ultimately a kill needs to be found before EDG can amp back up to fight through. They're inside the cage. The flash is good, and the kills are even better. Absolutely gorgeous. Another late round where you see the benefit of having KangKang online. That flash was
ภาพเดียวกับเจนจีเมื่อวานเดะ
ทุกด่านเลยว่ะ KO
เมตาหรือเปล่า
เล่นยากอะเด็กต้องหาจริงๆอ่ะ
He's been in the setup.
นี่ช็อตนี้เวอร์จับ
It's just so absurd. And then the second one,
something มันดูเหมือนเดินยิงตลอดเวลาเลย
They must be happy they killed him through the smoke, because otherwise, I think something might have just aced
มุมเบนต์มัน
Yeah, with the way he was going, to headshot someone with his sheriff, double
แบบนี้
blast packed up in the
EDG
air.
เลือกครับ
That's just outrageous carry on from this man, but it is par for the course. At the same time, despite some nice shots from something and a decent map overall, it's still 7-4.
ใช่เสียงในงานเข้ามา เสียงนักภาคโซนอื่น
They've claimed an orb and an orbital strike on the back of it. Chichu will have that to work with if
เอามาอีกแล้ว
they post plant, but hold on to fight.
แต่รอบนี้มาช้าไป
Trying to take these duels. In fact, it's Chichu who has the ult that's now left on 30 HP. Panic plays it just to buy a little bit more time so they can fight on the side, and it works with KangKang hitting a shot and Chichu doing the same. There's no long
แล้วรอดเฉย
anymore.
ไง
Chichu, oh my god, those bullets are coming so damn close, but they think he's dropped out now. They've spammed too much for him to still be in position, and he might just get the jump with a second player behind him.
Hey.
They're going to emerge from the smoke. Chichu, the sacrificial lamb, and a trade through the smoke, and he almost doubles up on it. KangKang is shut down though, and we're into a 2v2.
He's managed to dodge it. He's always been a snake in the grass. He gets the timing perfectly online. The tags on both sides. It goes to the repeat to get Smoggy the kill from a 4-1 down deficit. It has been a complete turnaround for EDG.
กันอย่างแน่น
onto the board, and what a ridiculous resurgence it's been from the Chinese powerhouse.
Well, Haodong has been impressive, sneaking his way behind these players again and again. It's time for us to toss it over to the analyst desk to see what they make of EDG's chances.
I mean, EDG's chances looking pretty solid so far if they keep playing like that, Kakuka.
Yeah, exactly. I think that there's been so many like turnarounds. We were seeing how they were interpreting the map, how they have all these ways of acquiring that information, but they were committing the same mistake that they were making in the previous map, and it's leaving PaperX with a lot of space. Then they will take it, they will use it against you, and that is the reason why they were getting on those rounds. But Haodong, as we were saying, and as Mitch was highlighting, he was key to the turnaround.
โคตรเสียหายเลยเราเนี่ย
Clutches that he won is actually being at the exact right moment, right time.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you see numerous moments him holding down for the showers control, making it really awkward for PaperX to try and go for that big A exec that was working all the time in the first half, basically the first half of the first half. And he was just an absolute monster. I mean, an absolute difference maker. But got to give credit to EDG with the right adaptations in terms of their macro ideas. They decided to push up the aggressive op into angles, out through showers, out through B-Long at the same time. Howdong was contributing, doing his piece as well. Really good moves by EDG to recognize what those weaknesses were. And they've set themselves up now with an 8-4. I mean, after losing a pistol round, it's almost unheard of. This is a dominant half by EDG. They're going to be going into the next now, almost setting themselves up for that map 3.
Yeah, exactly. And on the other side, we saw a PaperX that started up super well, very aggressive, you know, a lot of good utility, you know, the shotguns, everything was going
doing
a little bit
fun. Know them to do.
Exactly, the things that PaperX like. But I didn't see the effect that probably the Reyna was intended to have, so I need to see what they intend to do with the defense. Are they going to be extra aggressive? Are they going to put a lot of pressure onto EDG? And if that happens, what is going to be EDG's response? I think that, again, we look at Howdong on the Cypher. If those pushes are going to come in, of course, we need to keep a close eye on our flanks.
Yeah, and you know, listen, I'm with you. I want to see some aggression. I want to see PaperX just come out of the gate, punch him in the mouth, see what happens.
I think you will.
คนจริงทุกที่
I feel like you have to at this point. Otherwise, you're kidding yourself here. We'll see what PaperX can pull up together. 2 rounds, they're right back in this bad boy. But EDG don't want to give him that time. Send it back over to Mitch and Tom.
พี่
เราได้แทททูใหม่ยัง
ยังเลยครับ
ไม่ว่างเลยปะ
That's what he said, Tom. Are you expecting to see that face after such a
กันเลยวะ
devastating first half? Yes. They're getting it anyways.
เดี๋ยวพี่เพิ่งเสร็จแล้วพี่จะออกต่อเลยเหรอ
ไม่มันยังไม่เสร็จเว้ยก้ามัน 25% เอง
วัดโหมาทั้งสวนสัตว์อ่ะ
มันยังไม่เสร็จเว้ยก้า
พี่ไปต่อ
ใช่แต่ว่ามันยังไม่มีเวลาว่างเลย ไอ้ที่เราโคตรกลมอ่ะไปเปิดร้านที่ไปสักอ่ะคือเพื่อนกล้าทำงานอยู่ร้านนั้นด้วย
อ้าว
งงสัตว์
เอากล้าก็สักร้านนั้นเหรอ
ไม่พี่ไม่
ใช่แต่เป็นเพื่อนกล้าเลย
เพื่อนผมมันทำงานที่นั่น
โดนตัวเลยฮะยัง
ใช่หรอ
ไปดูดิเฮียเวอร์ชัน
แต่ก่อนมันไม่ได้แบบว่าไม่มีเลยนะ
โอ้โหไปดูเฮียร้านยันคอเลยนะ
อุ้ย
SMG อะดิ
ลูดปืน
เป็นคนเล็กต้องมีคนถือวะพี่อันนะแทนน้องจริงนะเฟนซี่
จบไว้กันไปเริ่มไว
โคตรคลีนอ่ะดูดิเจอตัว so clean man
much needed pistol for the side of PaperX if they are going to have an opportunity to try and turn this one back around. We've seen EDG though doing
พลังน้องจริงเลยปืนน้องจริง
very little, but this would have to be one of the best of them.
นี่ปืน
บอกไหมอย่างเกียร์นะปืนเนี้ย
อย่างเกียร์
จบเนี่ยเนิร์ฟเลย
แต่ปืนมันแพงมากเลยนะพี่
คุ้มมากมันเอาไว้เล่นตามโบนัสได้ไงมันใครซื้อเกาะไม่เต็มนี่แบบว่าปืนตกแน่นอน
ปืนยิงไวเนี่ยตุ้ม
ไอพวกซื้อเกาะครึ่งตังไม่พอเงี้ยวิน3
ดูเลยไอพวกซื้อเกาะ
เอาไว้ตัดนิสัยแบบเคอร์ลีฟเรา2
because if you're getting enough kills to get your ult in round 3
โดนในข้างหลัง
keeping these rounds nice and clean
ตอนแรกก็ช็อตตี้ว่าที่แบบใช้กันทั่วโลกจนแบบเกมไอ้นี่
put PaperX in a pretty decent spot. I am looking at their 2
ตอนมัน150ใช่ไหม
แรงด้วย
ตอนเกมเปิดแบบช็อตตี้ทรงพลังจับ
ไม่ควรใช้นะ
บักกี้
เพราะมันมีในแข่งมันมีคนหยิบมาใช้ปุ๊บน่าเกิดเลย
ตอนเกมเปิดบักกี้คลิกขวาโอ้โห
อร่อยอ่ะหลายมุมอยู่นะ
แทบไม่ต้องซื้อเลยไรเฟิลด่านแคบ
I think that's something that we'll see manifesting in how this round breeds. That smoker can't be the one that's going out to take those wide approaches, to check angles,
ไอเราก็ชอบเกาะเหล็กซะด้วยฮะ
Much slower, relying on things like your Sova drone, your recons to clear those angles. Forsaken is posted up and ready to duel, same spot as before. And for EDG, that could spell a disaster.
แม่งกูกล้าก็มี
As you said, Tom, they've got to be careful of those
มี
judges.
จัด
Mind Freak is not being caught. So they'll look for the B site control, and that's when they walk straight into Munyet. He's crept down behind the box and pops up for a nasty surprise.
ยิงทันด้วยนะ
To switch out the weapon really will eventually do it and be able to escape as well. But for Sentinels,
โอ้โหพี่มอน
has done well. There isn't really a reaction.
เจสันได้มา1 เจ็บ
Has been a push through.
ดึงไปดึงมา
The position that's been taken from Howdon, he's completely behind. They've left a gap, and that gap has been exploited. Such good positioning from him. A quick rotation looking to come back through from the other side. Howdong taking as much space as possible, but this battle between Mind Freak and Chichu is going to be everything. And again, Chichu
Mind Freak โดนยิงแต่หลัง
behind his opponent.
หลังพุ่นไปหมดแล้ว
Swinging into the favor of this attacking side. Sure, it's a bonus, but for a second it was looking really dangerous.
Dangerous indeed, yeah. In fact, it looked like they had it more or less locked down. But again, it's Howdong to bail EDG. On this map, he has just been spectacular. In Spectre form almost. Never are these players able to actually take the fight on the open. Take the duel against him. He's always slipping behind. 9-6, and it's PaperX slipping behind now. 3 rounds down.
Yeah, a nice recovery from them. And again, it's been mentioned. You're looking at Howdong on the leaderboard. You're like, oh, he's having an all-right game, but his impact has been paramount. Like the amount of space he took there, cleared out Something's aggressive position, because that was the thing. Something was cleverly sort of moving himself further and further forward, sort of cause issues for his opponents.
เขาพูดว่าอะไรพี่เอ๋ย
Caught from the one spot that wasn't
ฟัง
really
ก่อนนะ
checked on.
วอเปอร์เดมอนเดี๋ยววอเปอร์เดมอนไม่น่าจะนั่งอยู่อย่างนี้ถ้าตะโกนอย่างนั้นนะ
Still online.
อุ้ย
Making
โทษ
sure that there's nobody
ไวเปอร์เดมอน
in this aggressive position. Now the Prowler is going to give things away. Nobody is going to wait in the TP. I don't know how long this is going to stay for.
Well, I mean, nobody's had a tough game. Last map, I'm thinking he had a 4K, a 3K, a 2K. Right now, he has 1K, 1 kill on the board for this whole half. And he was bailing them out of these situations that now Howdong is taking up that mantle. Again, 9-6 in the lead. Couldn't give a damn if you have 0 kills. But for nobody, I want to see him bring that back out. We know it's in the tank at some stage. For PaperX right now, as we said, there's Munyet on the judge. They're going to be respecting that because we've seen it last round. It had huge impact. He was able to dominate control over this section of the map. EDG must have another idea on how to play that part.
ยืนแบบมั่นใจมากต้องยิงได้ตัวนี้แน่นอนไม่ที่จะเอาวาร์ปกลับ
And they're starting to maneuver their way back towards the A site, which has thinned out slightly.
The reckoning, though, we're getting down to the last 30 seconds. Going in this direction will leave them with not a lot really to play with. They're going to try and just almost run their way through it, but they're slowly being revealed every single time they try and make their way through. Finally, the reckoning will fade, but Mind Freak now in position. A cove for Forsaken to try and almost fight within, and they are falling like flies. Forsaken winning every battle,
เจสันยังเดือด
leaving just Chichu remaining. 8 seconds and 5 members of the other team still to find. There is no shot that he gets anything from this one, and finally, well, Munyet will fall, but Divide immediate on the reaction.
Yeah, you know, initially I thought Forsaken's probably put out the reckoning because when they push on the side of EDG, they're like, well, first of all, information. Secondly, when they push, they're likely to be blitzing in towards that position. Utility coming his way if Chichu gets an orbital strike, but Smoggy could be on you in a second. In fact, I think he just put it out so he could farm up some orbs and pick it up. He's almost halfway to having it online again. Just a lights out performance from Forsaken, but still 2 rounds behind. EDG, weaker weapons. This is where they've been scary at times. And an orbital strike online, as we mentioned. So still a lot of danger if this attack side can find ground.
Looking for a little bit of early control, and the same from Something. Starting to really lock down avenues of the map. You can see Divide doing the same on the extremities of B. It does leave a little bit more of an opening, but the thing is, Munyet has completely switched up his position. He was playing the judge over the last couple of rounds.
ดูแฟดมาดิ
Is sublime once again from KangKang. Unfortunately,
แฟดแบบ
unable to really capitalize on it.
โคตรดี
Howdong again.
ทำมิ่งมาฟิงโดนดิ
Keep doing this.
แค่แล้ววะ
It's
โดนบ่อยจัด
This is a classic lure. I've seen Nats do that, but he had an
มันไม่มีแบบว่าฮะ
Wow.
Again and again, 2 kills for
Oi.
Haodong, and I said they've been scary. They're goddamn terrifying. Forsaken. He's held this position with a frenzy, but that was against pistols. And he is completely surrounded. Nice spray. Divide to finish it off, but Haodong has a 3rd kill. He started this with a goddamn classic.
One enemy remaining.
And there's only 1 man left. It's going to be
โอ้ห่าวดงว่ะ
It is going to be another Mastercard.
พี่ฮาว
นี่ห่าวเอาเกินวินเนี้ยเตกเลยเนี่ยอเล็กไม่ถูกใจไม่พี่บอกว่าคุณทำอะไรก็ดูแย่หมดเลยตอนนี้ทำวิ่งแบบ
ทำอะไรไม่ได้แล้วพี่ดูมันดิพี่อย่าว่าผมเลยทำอะไรไม่ได้แล้วดูมันเล่นดี
โอ้โห
How well this man is playing. Well, maybe a little bit of frustration for Paperex. 10-7 in the lead.
ทุบ
ผมได้ยินเสียงนะ
ได้ยินเสียงพี่อะไรกันว่าอะไรวะพี่แอรอน
It's an interesting contrast as well. Getting back to half the real issue that Paperex ran into again.
Why you keep doing that?
Aaron able to bypass the utility. It could have been an opening pick for the side. But one of the main challenges that they had was playing up against Haodong's utility. Was having this guy consistently being able to put through these traps that are slowing you down, and it was the A site that he was holding onto control of. And how poetic that when they swap sides, it's Haodong coming through and going, yeah, you know, you should probably play the agent I'm playing, guys, because I can just walk up behind you. It's unreal how much space he's found. He did it on A bat. He now has done it on Lamps with a classic and nothing else. I don't know what else he can do to surprise his opponents, but I'm certain that he will be doing more of this because the consistency is off the charts.
And it's got to be infuriating for Paperex. A way back into the map with your opponents on a
มาจัด
weak
เลยชูฮาวดอง
and you lose to 1 man in his classic. A free gun, by the way. I think it was his spacing more than anything else. Look at the aggression, though. This is the W gaming we were expecting to see an immediate push all the way down the line. But again, it doesn't really come with any rewards. Having to fall back and use and burn a lot of utility in the early stages of these rounds, and they've won neither of those fights. KangKang, he's got both in his locker, just takes down the duo of Paperex, but it does turn out it was a trio. There was a 3rd piece to the puzzle, unfortunately. Magnet is now just sat in a corner with a judge.
And the very best of luck to him in the battle to come. Because by the looks of it, that judge is going to have to find 5 players. EDG are in a 5v3 with no intentions of being picked off individually. They're moving together, making their way into the side. There's a drone. Oh, it's really there. They're giving him a cap. Oh, hold on. He might actually be in the position to get this. They've spotted and only one from EDG.
Yeah, nice work. I like the idea from Forsaken. Just create a little pocket in the corner that he can hide with him, but
ถ้าเมื่อกี้มอนเนียนอยู่ในนั้นอะออกมาอีกสักพักค่อยออกมาเป็นไงวะ
แต่ว่ารอโดดข้ามไปก่อนนะ
เนี่ยปล่อยตัวแรกไปได้เล่นอยู่นะเนี่ย
The real problem though is that this wasn't you might be looking at this and thinking, oh, well, the way that round went, it was probably a low buy. No, that was everything. Paperex threw the kitchen sink at that one and have now just got to try and hold on to this rifle. An 11th round for EDG inevitable, and I don't know if they're going to have much to play within the next round. Luckily, both teams, also something, has been able to do a lot with these low buys. So maybe we'll get something magical once again, but it is at the stage now where Paperex need it.
Oh, EDG with 11 on the board, a 4-round lead, and 2 rounds to close this one out. Bring us to split. And it'd be a nice swap over. You know, the shoes on the other foot. ZDG lost 13-8. Paperex might be losing 13-7. You said they invested everything in that last one. They but still 2 ultimates to work with. Magnet and Divai will have something, and you know, but literally their teammate, but they'll have those ults to work with. A couple rifles, stingers there.
They're going to rush
Tom, it's not looking great, but the element of surprise is the best thing that they can hope to rely on.
It's not surprising at this point, though. They haven't had much more in terms of depth Mindfreak's going to get one, but that's all she wrote. Look how ready EDG were. I know you've got a slightly lower buy. I wonder what you're going to do, lads. I wonder if you're going to push something. Just the cam out immediately from Haodong to get his team ready, and then everybody, the firing squad, just watching. A very easy round for EDG, and sure, something's still standing. He's gone as well. Smoggy winning that fight out once again. And what can Devi really hope to achieve here? Left with a close range SMG and 4 full HP players.
แบบใครแบบมันวะ
GB wanted to see Paper X on this defense come out with aggression, just punch him in the mouth, but they've ended out more like Aldo. 5 chances now for EDG to close this map.
อะไรนะ
Grills. That's what it is. They punch him in the mouth and it's left an indent in their own hand.
แต่ที่ชูอ่ะ
หลุดเลย
And this is exactly what you're talking about, Tom. Like at this stage of the game, you're just like, oh, are Paper X pushing? Oh wow, I'm shocked. And no way. Protocols are there. They're ready. EDG a step ahead on Bind. This was a map that we had some question marks around. Playing against Paper X on this, I would say before this, it's never easy. But EDG are certainly trying to make that look like a foolish statement.
Boys, especially you lose both pistols and you're 12-7 up. That's a damn good showing. And they've had some rounds as well where something popped off and they've managed to weather that storm. It's something that many teams have tried and many teams have failed. And within their matchup versus Paper X, it's never gone their way. I believe they've had a map before in the past, but I think if they head on to Split, it's been one of their best maps within the region, although it's been great for Paper X. It is the perfect place to end it, but let's not get ahead of ourselves. Already we're seeing Forsaken with an Odin, so Mitch already believes.
If there was a round to win, Tom, this would be the one. You know, normally on this map, you're going to have traps to play off, but there's not going to be those easy reveals to play around. Instead, it's more to do with spamming. And, well, you're going to have to get the head of Smoggy, and he's crouched down behind that box. It's not too easy. The suppressive fire really about to be tested.
มาครับ ใครอยู่ในไซต์เตรียมตัวขนาดนี้จ่ายแบบจะเอาอ่ะ
Just yet with damage onto Mindfreak. There's still a showstopper on Munyet once this ult fades. I like the spams, I like the attempt, but nothing's been found.
Oh, they've got Nightfall as well, but Smoggy's managed to dodge it, needs to hit the shot and won't be able to. In fact, KangKang goes down instead. An advantage at this stage for Paper X, but they still have to get back into the site. Chichu sprinting around, hasn't been isolated yet. It's left down to just one man, but that one man is Haodong. Getting that a little bit more aggressive. He's using his opponent's util, even has the cam, and it's just about going to reveal. Knows that they're no longer on this diffuser, but desperately needs a kill. And he's going to be able to find
ต่อชีวิต
that diffuser will come through, and Paper X will live to fight another
ไอ
day.
ดีๆนะเอากล้องมามี2กันเลย
Change his name on that hood. Take out the last 4 letters. All you need to say is how. Every time this guy's on the screen, it's just unbelievable. But this time, they put a stop to him. That's the first out of 5. 4 more needed. The side of Paper X. And look, you have the showstopper there buying them the kill. Good
that
flank
wasn't
play
meant
by
for KangKang, by the way.
No, it wasn't. It was the player he'd already spotted, who was already dead.
จ่ายไปหมดแล้วเลยเมื่อกี้จ่ายสุดจ่ายแบบกะจบ
Chichu's about to have ult online as well, but look how much Paper X have in this round.
All it takes is one, but
1 eco from EDG, is it? That's all it takes.
Maybe. Munyet back on the judge, but that's not really been too much of a detriment for him. And I actually feel like it's fairly important for Paper X to clear out that cam. Every piece of utility Haodong's had has had impact. Instead, though, it's the slow walk up. Looking to potentially get that orb online, as you mentioned, 1 away. I don't think there should be much. Stop it at this stage. This is such a disgusting position for Munyet to play. I don't know how Haodong survives this time. Surely he should be dead. Torrents, but no! He hard checks him! He's prepared every single moment!
ยังไงก็เช็คป่ะมุมเนี้ย
They've got that advantage again. Something he's going to try and make a hero play.
โอ้ยตายเอ้าฆ่ากันเองแม่งเลยแล้วกัน
Gets a couple and Devi holding the line on the other side.
โดนทั้งของศัตรูโดนทั้งของเพื่อนเลยหลบของศัตรูมาโดนของเพื่อนเหรอโอ้ชีวิตน่าสงสารจัด
with Chi-Chu down.
Nobody.
Divide really has it all stacked up once the spike falls. 16 seconds left. No chance for that to go their way on EDG's side. They have 3 more chances now to push this across the line. And we're starting to see different facets of PaperX come online. This is what we were hoping for. But this guy just, look at this.
นี่หลบไหนดีวะเนี่ย
I think there might have actually been a tiny pocket, but that's
easy for us to see.
In that moment, he's like, oh dear.
You know, if he had a cam where our observer was, he would have known there was a safe gap. But
he also wouldn't have been able to move.
Probably would have had to jump and check it real quick. Wouldn't be ideal. But yeah, the double orbital strikes, they don't happen too often, creating a pocket like that. So understandable. 3 more chances for EDG. Rifles out again. So I'm expecting them to win whenever they eco, but it might be hard to even push them for PaperX.
โหดังสุด
It's the big gun in play for Forsaken with the opening.
Smoggy down. The flank coming in, but both battles have gone the way of EDG. Mind Freak needs a little more, but it's only going to be the one.
แย่ละ
Something and Forsaken.
มีปืนนี้อยู่ยิงทะลุหมด
Two names that strike fear into the hearts of any opponent. Oh, trying to get that wall bang through, but is getting dangerously close to a reload. I think he's even going to have to just fall back, give this one up for now.
Well, 10 bullets left, right? He had to pop that reload, but he's ready to fight again now. 100 bullets primed and ready. Something on the other side of the map as the flank comes down. He's going to take a while to get there, but Forsaken's not willing to give up the space. Now he's being spotted as he sees the cam turn towards, and this might be the end for him. He's being revealed, but good damage. That's deterred Haodong from actually taking the peak. It's allowed for that cam to be completely negated. The swing is good for something, and he's spotted by 1v5. 4 bullets now. And it's not looking good. This could be EDG pushing it across the line. Another dismiss into a heel reload, and something's got a chance. No Lear to work with. The defuse being stuck down. The swing is perfect. And KangKang to close the map. 13-9. Map 3 is coming up next.
Map 3.
That's the thing. It was one of those maps where you feel like PaperX. They tried to punch them in the face. That's what they tried to do. They threw everything they had, these hyper-aggressive moves at their opponents. And honestly,
NT.
The duck and weave, EDG every single time, fantastic performance from them. And well now, we're going to be going off to a break. There's one more map in this
ขอ
series.
คนละไลฟ์ไหมหนุ่มน้อย
Excited.
ใส่แว่นปะ
ใช่
เห็นเพื่อนมันไอเนี่ยใน Twitter เพื่อนมันเรียกชื่อมันว่าดาราว่าไงดารา หล่อจัด
หล่อจริง
เล่นเก่งด้วยดิโอ้โห
ต่อเนื่อง
มันเก่งตั้งแต่ปีแรกๆแล้วนะเว้ยกะแบบว่าตั้งแต่วาโลของจีนยังไม่ออฟฟิเชียลอ่ะมันเก่งตั้งแต่ตอนนู้นแล้วอ่ะมันโหดมาก
อยากดู Sentinel ครับ
ใกล้อยู่จบ Sentinel เลยป่ะน่ะ
ใจเย็นพี่ผมก็จะไปแล้วเนี่ยเที่ยงคืนละหน้าพี่ยัง 2,700 อยู่เลย
นึกว่าเปลี่ยนเวลาแล้ว
อีกที What the ทำไมคิวมันไม่ลดอ่ะมันไม่ค่อยมีคนหลุดอ่ะ
เล่นเกมมือถือกันแล้วเนี่ย
ใช่พี่
เอาอีกแล้วเติมหนักอีกแล้ว
Soy una gárgola, salgo de noche con todos mis gatos derrapándote en los coches, pita encendida, todos de roce, la vivienda activa para el perreo hasta la...
ตะตึง ทีมเพลงว่ะสมแล้วที่เป็นมัดริดไม่เป็นไรฟังนะฮะ
เดี๋ยวผมกับดิสพี่เดี๋ยวผมไปแชร์อันนี้ให้พี่ดู
ได้
EDG managed to pick up a massive victory, forcing the map 3 as Bind goes their way. What a series we have been treated to, folks. Of course, Golden Boy here alongside KangKang and Bren as we break it down and we get ready for map 3. Brent, just what a great match we've been treated to here so far, bud.
EDG, I mean, listen, they tried to get punched in the face. They tried it, they absorbed it, they ducked it.
No, but PaperX did punch him in the face a few times. They got some iron jaws, man.
Listen, that was a dominant game from EDG, even though the stats, the scoreline doesn't really suggest that. Our stats producer, Oasis, was saying, like, listen, I think it was 56% of 4v5s being won by EDG.
And also,
unheard of statistic.
And both pistols went on the side of PaperX.
Yeah.
On paper, everything should have gone for PaperX, but EDG managed to just be one step ahead. I think that their IGL has to be crowned for that.
Yeah, and you know, actually, we do have a Verizon high-speed moment of that map, and we're going to give it to something. Obviously, it gives us an opportunity to talk about just the impact that he makes. But it's wild that you see something pull off just absurd clips like this, and even then, it just was not enough to get them over the finish line, KangKang, which means that EDG just shut them down in certain areas.
Yeah, exactly, because it's not only about the shooting. I think that the understanding that EDG ended up having of the map, how they positioned the operator and the pressure that they were getting with it, even though this happened, they managed to win the map. So
yeah, and despite the fancy shots, I do feel like PaperX kind of shot themselves in the foot by picking up the attack side op so much. And they do it a lot. It's like something style.
That happened last map too.
Yeah, they try and do it to slow down the tempo, and because they condition super hard, pacey play styles, and then they slow it all the way down. And it can work, don't get me wrong, but they were really struggling to find ways to entry into sites when something had an operator, because they just couldn't find the pace increase when they needed it. He was doing his best, but it was really, really struggling. But for EDG, I think they had a wonderful macro understanding of how to play that map. I mean, extremity control is all the rage on Bind. It has been since it came out. Like controlling showers, controlling B-Long. If you have control of those areas, you're going to do wonders. And Haodong was just the pivotal player for all of it.
Totally. The positionings that he was finding, we were mentioning how the lurks and controlling them lurks was going to be important. But he took it to another level. And in so many rounds, we saw him just taking up all that space. Even though EDG is a very slow team, we see them waiting at the beginning of every round, waiting to see when PaperX is going to be the PaperX that we know and is going to be extra aggressive. They were also prepared for that. But then, as I said, Haodong finding the very specific timing into how to grant all that space, grant the kill, and also help the rest of his teammates being like, yeah, this is safe, I get the ult, safe, you know, we keep going.
The lurks were so wild. It also just goes to show you, right, how, yes, you know, it is always going to be about the sum of all of your parts, but when you have someone like that who's really making individual plays, taking those risks, taking that space, and just being heads up, that is scary to have to play against, and PaperX learned today.
I mean, it's crazy as well. I mean, they won this basically 4v5 as well. I mean, nobody had one kill for most of the map. He only got a second one towards the tail end, and yeah, his util was good. I will give him credits, I think, as well. I mean, he had the drone for the post plant in a lot of scenarios, and getting good value at attacks. But I mean, it was a large ask, I think, of the rest of the EDG squad when they were losing basically in that metric. When we associate with China as a region, as they've always got that firepower, they kind of were losing those first duels. Yet they were still salvaging the situations, which I thought were fantastic. And of course, you know, we have to big up Haodong because it's just him, hyper intelligent lurk timings. Don't even tell me. I don't understand how he was able to just find these players. I think this is when there was a judge in the close corner. And
this is just beautiful. This is the last round. We even see that he tags on the map to see. Oh, I saw me.
Oh, that was it. Ah, man, what a heads up.
Happened. but it's just so damn away from him to be able to find those timings.
TP and shot at it.
Yeah, he shot his
I
teammate.
thought it was his teammate. It's okay. There was a lot on the line.
My guy's dialed in. He's dialed in. You know, everyone's a target. Doesn't matter who it is.
We cut the clip too short. That was when he died the Chichu's all as well. I mean, it was just a strange map, but it means we get split now, which I'm really looking forward to, because this is a map where PaperX, I have a love-hate relationship with it because they really do embody, you know, you get shot, you die, running this triple duelist variant, but it just doesn't have legs for me, I think, in the long run. So I'm curious if they're going to be running the exact same comp again this time around. They showed that they're willing to change stuff up. They changed their bind comp back to an earlier version, so they may change things up even further for split. They have that option available.
Yeah, exactly, but maybe they didn't go that deep. Maybe it could be the Euro, and it's actually going to be back as the triple duelist, and no changes, if I'm not mistaken, on the side of EDG. I mean, now that nobody is on the sky, maybe he's going to have a better time?
Yeah, maybe. I'm really going to be paying close attention to PaperX because if you only just watch their T1 game when they were running this comp, it looked like they were just cavemen banging their heads against the A site on the attack side. They were going for the 5-man, 4-man hits over and over again. They threw nuance into it, actually, when they played against Gen G. And one of the things that EDG are going to have to answer is actually keeping up with that tempo control. Like, making sure that they can always keep it at the back of their minds that PaperX could be in really deep positions really quite quickly. And especially because they're not running like a typical Sentinel. They don't have trips to try and slow down the big hits. It's going to be a difficult ask for them, so I'm putting a lot of attention on that.
Yeah, exactly. And 3 out of 3 maps, PaperX is going to be starting on the attack. On the first one, it was definitely what gave them the win and the room to have that comfort. But on the second one, it wasn't like that. So let's see what this map takes us.
Can Edward finally game his way to a victory over PaperX, or will W Gaming reign supreme? Let's send it back over to Mitch and Tom.
That's silly.
Well, Tom, it's time to find out the answer to that question. EDG, they've tried 3 times, they've failed 3 times, but the 4th, it's looking better. We're on map 3.
It's in the name, though. W Gaming. They don't lose. That's the problem. I don't know. The thing is, this composition is one we've now seen a couple of times. The surprise factor is gone. That doesn't mean you're going to be able to deal with it. It's very, very difficult. And these are also agents where I think, like, something, one of the best jets in the world, Forsaken.
มาแล้วครับ
It's so difficult
3 ดู
against
เอล
the
ลิฟ
chaos that is created by this side. And that's the storm that's going to have to be weathered. The fun thing about this as well is, in my opinion, both teams have started on their better side of this map. So it's going to be, the first half might actually decide it.
หายละหายละ
Well, that's it. And for PaperX, they'll be happy with this attacking side. They're already set up to move towards this A site. You can see there's a wall in play. It's going to be popped up, but the main thing drawing my eye is Forsaken. He's got himself a TP moving.
แล้วมาแล้วไง
He's already looking to get in towards screens, and well, some trouble is brewing. He's got the first, but the site control stays to EDG. They've got the spike. KangKang.
โอ้ย
He's only
เกินไป
good
เปล่า
for
คัง
2, but it might be enough. The advantage is theirs, and a pick needs to be found soon from the side of PaperX. Leaving Mind Freak alone, though, the best of looks. That spikes down on site.
อาคังได้โชว์ของ
ข
แล้
อบ
ว
คุณ
น้องโยนะครับ6 เดือน PRX แน่นอน
จะซัมติงเจ็ตอะดิ
Farming Orb.
จะไหวหรือเปล่า
Have to be dead.
And then some.
We go. Just hoping to try and find an isolated duel, and it isn't going to be happening. EDG, they're off the mark. And doing well as well. I like the fact that you almost see that PaperX are doing this blitz player. I think they almost expected there to be no one on site because they had multiple players trying to fight through in towards screens, and it almost seemed like they forgot that KangKang could be and was within the site. So off to a flyer. Good start from individually. He's had, well, not the best first map, an okay second. If this is where KangKang comes online, they'll be happy.
Yeah, just in the nick of time, right? And you can understand why they don't expect him to
แพ้
be
พี่
on
เต้า
site.
ตัดสินเลยเหรอใจเย็น
Those players seem to be panicking to get back
น้อง
in.
บอกแพ้แล้วแพ้พี่เต้าเราแรก
Headbutt the nade to start this one off. But he's staying close on B. Fight around mid. 3 players from EDG want to maintain that
โย
control.
รุ
The lurk of something.
ตานี้บวกกันมันแน่นอน
They do. KangKang walking down, but he's patient. Just wants to tuck up on the box, spotted, nade, cover his retreat. You'd imagine he sticks around for the kill instead. Not worried about the numbers that could be rounding the corner.
เอา
ได้
It's
แล้วแบทแพ็กไปเพื่อนติดกันแพงไงไม่ได้กลับ
Have to be a little bit careful here, but this is just his chance to farm. Get ever closer
เฮ้ยมัน
to that ultimate.
มันแหลมเป็ดอยู่เนี่ยคลาสสิกเนี่ย
That's the gun that something's looking for, and even just an extra player being dropped here could cause a few issues going into the next round. You can see a much more passive sort of crossfire. just waiting to almost pop up that ladder to fight that one together. It's available for
ไอ้ห้อย
nobody
สลิง
to rotate as well. And EDG, they'll convert, pick up a couple of the guns as well.
Yeah, it's nice. They came in with 2 pistols, I think. It's why you see Smoggy play ahead of that. He literally is covering the retreat. He can maybe pick off one with the pistol. If not, he loses a pistol. It really is not the end of the world. For EDG, I mean, a flyer of a start with 5 kills on KangKang. The rifles on the side of PaperX will be facing off against what was one of the more terrifying buys that EDG pulled out. Once they've got these pistols up against rifles, their win rate has been insane. And some very important rounds as well. Mind Freak stunned up and tucked in the corner. There's no free way for him to get out. I mean, he can use his abilities often, but not this time. There's none online, no shrouded step. And there's a one-way that's probably being held. He's just trapped for now.
Forsaken may just look to try and actually retreat and get an orb here. One off that dimensional drift. I think that's probably the scariest thing with this PaperX comp is they've got so much value when it comes to those
ต่อแบบ
ultimates.
ปอซ่าโอ้โห
It can almost help the individuals on the other side. Again, this A take. There is
โอ้
a
โห
quick
นี่แหละ
wrap
เป็นเรื่องที่เราคุ้นเคย
around. Wary of nobody looking
ฟุบ
to
ฟับ
try
ฟุ
and
บฟับ
on the flank. This is a round where as well, EDG, they can afford to take some risks with the weaponry that they've got. Monyet though, this might be a nasty surprise, but never mind. Chichu's found him, and I don't think they're going to expect nobody in the corner. No,
อุ้ย
object as well.
แปลก
แก้ละ
For EDG.
อุ้ยอะไรวะน่ะ
It was. It really was.
อุ้ยว้า
Back to going great. Nobody
เรานี่มีแต่อะไรวะน่ะอุ้ย
And now it's just one standing. 10 bullets.
โอ้โห
Only one needed for Smoggy. EDG.
อะไรกันครับเนี่ย
Absolutely decimate PaperX in round 3. And well,
แปลกแปลก
I hate to say I told you so, but this is just, it's happening too often now. The value they find with pistols is
เออนะ
frankly
ต้องรอผมต้
unreal.
องรอผม
And if I'm not mistaken, I mean, nobody had 1 kill for most of it. He
has
finished on
more
2?
kills. He finished on 2.
He finished on
he's
2.
got 3 times more kills already. At
Well,
this
even
map.
that, in that round, he got more kills than the last map alone. Unbelievable. Look at this.
It's a half check as well. Like, that's the thing. I just feel like they get tunnel visioned in the lineup of a spec.
ใจเย็นใจเย็น
It's just got to be so infuriating. His team put in a decent position and just maybe overextending. Now they come in, they purchased again. They're still going in for more. The dimensional drift will give them the space, but they've been given the space. You can see on the other side, EDG nowhere near this one. I don't think Forsaken's going to go too much further than that, but with a judge in hand, he's almost just trying to play with his opponents here.
Pressures on EDG on the way back through, and it's all EDG just that quickly. KangKang, I don't know where this guy was the last 2 maps, but he's certainly turned up today. 3 kills already, and well, it doesn't look too good for PaperX. You might think this is an e-goal, but it's not. The weaker weapon of Forsaken, good for 2. Maybe more to be found, but nobody low. He's 90 HP.
เฮ้ย
Another 3.
โอ้โหเชี่ยโคตรเวอร์ What the fuck 1 คัด 5 1v5 เฮ้ยเชี่ยคนลุกเลย
The tournament might be done. The tournament might be over. I can't believe.
I think I'm gonna cry.
โอ้โห
That's the most
ยืนเลย
2 kills at the judge and then
ตำนานอะช็อตนี้ออกเลย
every single fight.
I literally brought a tear
โอ้
to
โห
my eyes. I had to wipe that one away.
I'm flabbergasted by this guy on a regular basis, but that is
มาจัด
one of the greatest plays we've ever seen, and no surprise. PaperX is taking a pause.
โอ้โหเรียกไปชมเลย รอเล่นเรียกปรับแผน
EDG are just going to be left to stew in that one. A 1v5 ace to get their first round on the board.
คนลุกจริงช็อตเมื่อกี้เกิดเรื่องเชี่ยขึ้นวะ
ตามเมาส์เลย
Just shoot him in the face. Just shoot him in the face.
ทำได้ไง
เรียกไปคุยเลยทำได้ไงวะ
คุยเลยทำได้ไงก่อนขออีกทีได้ไหมอันนี้มันขออีกแล้วเยสัน one more again please
ดูสีหน้านี่ไม่น่าใช่เลย
ขออีกที
Not only a 1v5, a 1v5 ace with a judge where they're all pushing in over that one angle. That's all they were worried about was elbow. They had everything else. I mean, taking your breath away. This is another level. 7 kills for Forsaken, 5
มัน
in
คลีน
the
จัด
previous
อะเนี่ย
round. And as we come into round number 5, EDG still lead by 2, still have a decent amount of money. There's some weaknesses there, but nobody is showing up. That's something down right away. One of the duelists down.
อุ้ย
KangKang, you can see he's feeling confident.
Yeah, they're right back on the horse. It doesn't look like they've
เหลือเจสันอีกแล้ว เจสันบอกเล่นกันเร็วจังวะ
looking for some more
เฮ้ยมีภาพอยู่
2v4. They're gonna pop the Viper's Pit. They need Forsaken to do something, and now Divide.
เจังหวะถึงเวลาดาวไวโชว์ครับจังหวะนี้
Needs to do it all. At least he's got the pit to work with, but back to back, these kind of clutches surely can't be happening.
ใกล้
Too
เกิน
many players, too many guns. This time they will find it. EDG, a 4th round on the board with the defuse coming through. Passive play around A seems to be working in the early rounds. And nobody as well. A really impressive resurgence from the previous map. I think his comfort level on Sky is definitely up there. But most of it doesn't seem to be anything to do with the agent itself. And the thing that's worth noting is, I believe Mindfreak was 1 HP. 1 hit, for not 1 exactly, but 1 hit. When that first pelt subsided. Could very well have been the double kill. EDG are getting hyped up, and with a 3-round lead and the economy of PaperX completely destroyed, there's a good reason for them to be excited.
Yeah, they've got 1 round. It was all Forsaken. Other than that, they didn't have any players surviving. And thus the economy is completely in the bin. You can see just the sheer confidence of nobody on this map. Aggressive angles
ไปเร็ว
being
เลย
taken.
ไม่สนแลม
TP into the site once more. After plant will ensue, but they are so happy to play in these retakes. And honestly, it does come in elsewhere.
Again, PaperX are always going to want to play aggressive in these positions, pull the numbers into their favor, get some of those rifles in the hands of their opponents. And the paint shell found its mark on the low HP Munyet. This has left Devi alone, and he's being watched. You know, it's an ambitious thing.
ไม่ไหววะ
แต่อาคังเมสจัดตอนนี้บอกเลย
Of course, it was KangKang to find the kill, a showstopper and a rolling thunder online for EDG, moving into round number 6. This was a great farming round for this squad, and now the PaperX come in with rifles.
เหมือนจะโดนว่ะนี่
For the side of EDG to fall back on if they do lose those opening duels.
Yeah, I think this is the thing now. EDG have done amazingly well to not play PaperX at their own game. They're not giving them those early fights. They're not giving them any battles that don't have the opportunity.
ค่าเดิมเลยอเล็ก
From the likes of Smoggy have been fantastic as well. And PaperX is rinse and repeat. If at first you don't succeed, try and try again. Because they're heading back into this A site once more.
Hey, look, they got the ult again. Why
เดี๋ยวนี้
not?
เขาไม่เล่น B แล้วพี่
And it's actually
He's
just
got a judge again as well.
it's well now it's
เขาซ้อม
dangerous.
มาบอมเดียวมั้ง
It's only going to be used to clear the site, get the spike plant. Good timing. Chichu in trouble now. The showstoppers found him. But it's only trading out the kill from Smoggy. He's had some impressive rounds of his own. A good shot, but it's traded again from the grave. KangKang takes down Mindfreak. Low HP on Munyet. Nade still to work with. And Forsaken in a nasty spot, ready to play. With that judge from down below. But he's worried now because the A site being lost. They're going to swing in, and he's only got a classic closing the distance on the back of the smoke. He's evaded their detection, and he's up close with a judge. Forsaken buying them time and space, but now he's dropped. And the low HP Munyet is last alive. Nade buys time, runs that clock down lower.
ไม่ทัน
And nobody has nowhere near enough time to get the defuse in. 2 rounds for PaperX, and a lot of damage done to EDG's economy.
ขอสัก5 วินไป
Credits left.
Yeah, no, the
ชื่นใจหน่อย
damage isn't done to EDG's economy at all. It's done to PaperX's. They've won a round with 0 players surviving, so they're still right in the thick of it.
Bladestorm though.
Yeah, it's going to pad the gap a little bit, but if they lose this next round, they're completely in the bin. They are not out of the woods just yet. And if we've seen anything thus far this game, it's that it's been blips for EDG and then an instant resurgence. They've been fantastic in a lot of those retakes. I think a couple of duels not going their way. The showstopper as well. So we finally see a hit towards this B site. The early flash is already going to give that information over to nobody, and the cavalry is full sprint I think after he slowed them down, they've decided to go back.
เกือบ
Look at that damage. When Yet's down to 50 on just the straight spam through those smokes. Mind Freak already dropped. That's a lot lost in terms of sight coverage, blocking off angles, paranoia out of the game. And for PaperX, with Yet low,
โดนแบงหมดเลย
he's got a chance to do something.
อืม
And it's actually something to find that onto Chichu, but when he's dropped, it's Defy alone on the other side of the map. Maybe he had a chance to get something done.
ละละเละๆตุ้มเปร
ยากเลย
They were able to keep eyes towards B
3 ดูเอลลิส
instead. Yeah, this might even be a better clutch than what we saw from Forsaken.
I don't know if that exists.
True.
I'll be honest with you.
So much utility though.
ไม่น่า
not
เซฟ
gonna
ว่ะ
rush on
ตรง
EDG. That's a big difference.
No, it
เซฟ
would
ดี
take
ปะเซฟไหม
equally the amount
อืม
of
ไม่เซฟดีกว่า
hero
Hit me.
power, and they're already just watching. They're ready and waiting. Not going to let that happen twice. It's going to be another round for EDG. And as said, it's an instant resurgence once more. It's an attempted fast-paced play. I think EDG have done fantastically well to not go in for those early fights. They're happy to sit back. They're happy to sit in their crossfires. And when the opening kills aren't going the way of PaperX, when advantages can't be garnered,
รู้สึกว่ากล้องจะจับโค้ดบ่อย
going their way.
Oh, you don't see Alex getting heated like that very often.
Really?
Well, last year he didn't. They were always winning.
Well, yeah, I don't know. I think he was angry even when they were winning.
Yeah. Behind the scenes, he's a pretty chill guy, but I guess you put him in this, on the server, it's a different story.
Oh, he's up there with Barber. The second you get him in that room with a desk and a monitor watching PaperX, it's like, right, well, the desk's getting hurt.
Yeah. Well,
the desk of Alex's desk has his own Twitter account. You know that, right? Because of how much damage he does to it.
Oh, I see. No, I've evaded that somehow. Talked to Alex a lot behind the scenes, and I suppose same as Barbara, right? They're super chill guys to chat to, and then the game starts.
Wouldn't you be like this when watching your team run a triple duelist comp and get the plant down every round?
You know what? Probably. Hey, it's a very frustrating thing, but when you look at
เราจะไม่ได้เห็นหน้าเล็กอีกยาวๆ
I cannot stress it enough. This guy had 2 kills last map. I'll say he had some great assists, good recons that won them a bunch of rounds like Munyet. I think even popped his ult once, got reconned and taken down. But whatever about the utility, he's 14 and 2. Like, it's just completely shutting them down. Howdong's not being able to get behind them this time. He doesn't bloody need to. It's defense as well. Wait till the attack.
Yeah, you're seeing the flexibility. A completely
โนบอดี้มันแก้เคิร์ดเกมที่แล้วนี่หว่า
different results, but ultimately they're in the lead.
อุ้ย
สวย
Forsaken again. He has
อ๋อเปลี่ยนเกม
well, really the one shining light this team has had so far. Something taking the space. A hero rifle now in his hand. And this time they are playing slightly more aggressively. They're giving opportunities. That might be a mistake.
Device flank this time. Not gonna.
Oh!
I wish I didn't see that. Well, it wasn't as late as before, but it was
Yeah,
just as successful. At least the trade is found, and we're left into a 2 versus 4 with weaker weapons for PaperX. This is something way beyond what you could have expected. Forsaken has ult to work with. If they need the information, more likely it's just about winning those duels. Both players very isolated and spotted. They know where these EDG players are, and on the side of PaperX, that's going to let them group up. A brave play from something that didn't quite work out. He's got plenty of teammates there who can catch the ball when it's fumbled. 6-3. PaperX, they're on the board. But it's been back and forth, and if it keeps up that way, EDG going to be very happy.
This is the thing. The Mastercard thrifty almost
เจสันนี่มันสุดยอดเลย
เตะไม่หยุดตอนนี้เจสัน
into the site, a little bit of an overpeak through the smoke as well. I think this is one of the times
เจสันของจริงว่ะ
go the opposite of what
มีครับยังมีโอกาสเล่นอีก
to give up control and then retake
แต่คือถ้า2 เกมก็คือถ้าแพ้2 เกมคือกลับบ้านละ GG
they got punished for it. That's not how you want to play against this PaperX.
Oh, nearsighted, but he's got a close-range gun. KangKang, good to find one. And the heal is coming right on through. So it's only the shields that he's lost. A fantastic start again for that side of EDG. Although Smoggy does go down, the B site's open, and they've bypassed the Viper's pit. This could become a problem.
Forsaken's already taken control.
ว้าไม้เสียวหลังเล่น
A massive flank as well from Devi. He's got to get a move on eventually as that retake will be beginning, but if his teammates can buy enough time and something like that aggressive AWP, always a problem. Leaving things now with an advantage for that attack side. Chichu needs to try and choose his moment to find some space back in for a team. And actually, nobody's still very, very far away from this. Chichu eventually pounces, but he's got no support. No teammate to be had. The flank eventually starting its way back around. He's going to have to pull off something ridiculous.
โดดเฉยเมาส์กระโดดนิ้วเบียดเลยดิโอ้ยทำไมกระโดดเมื่อกี้นี่วิกฤตอยู่นั่นน่ะอู้ทำไมจะชนะแต่ละตาที่ต้องเสียหายเยอะเฮ้ยโดนแล้วนะ6-4 นะ
6-4 นี่ถือว่าเริ่มกำไรแล้วปะ
เริ่มกำไรแล้วนะ
Watching the MEA, that's worth a watch back. It was a fun one. Yeah, didn't work out as well for Chichu. Of course not.
ตื่นเต้นไปหน่อยกระโดด
Of course, just a mouse wheel, just an unlucky mechanical failure. Exactly. My space bar is to crouch, but we don't need to talk about that.
No, we don't.
6-4. EDG, some ultis to work with as well. This could help out. Seekers from nobody. Grab that info late round, but it looks like they might be getting something early round. EDG pushing up close, stun being held, but the shot lands a little too quickly. And now there's an isolated breach on this site. Smoggy is going to be feeling lonely for a while. KangKang a little too far away. Smoggy's going to have to hold this all by himself, but he peeks it just at the right time to grab two. They're backing continues.
เหลือเชื่อจัดเอ้ยสไนแดดเปิดเหลือเชื่อจัดอาคังแต่อาจตำติงเอาดิเอาหน่อยแล้วมีอันติไง
Howdong's able to close the distance. As you said, he's had a quiet game so far. Showstopper online, but with half HP, might not be worth popping. Munyet just trying to isolate the angle, find out where his opponent is, and now just standing with rocket in hand, not quite knowing where his opponent's currently coming from. It is a TP into the side. Eventually gets the job done. Plenty of time left on the clock, and EDG are going to increase.
เหลือเชื่อ
Victory. That was actually really impressive that I didn't see the showstopper just shot at the floor right after the paranoia came through. I think Howdong repositioned perfectly. He couldn't have played that any better. And in fact, I think with most players, he would have baited that showstopper out and left them in a very tough position. KangKang dropping the spike, buying the time, and setting them up for that success. Howdong finally having his round. This is 7-4 for the side of EDG. Map 3, a long and hard-fought series. This half is going to come to a conclusion. Is it 8-4 or 7-5 for PaperX? That's going to make a hell of a big difference.
Oh, the initial pace is there again, but it's meant to be a ruse.
เรียบร้อย
That fake has not been sold. I think they were hoping that Munyet would at least do a little bit. Get something from it.
พอKangKangจับเลสนี่อาการออก
A flash of blind completely left in the dark.
หุ้ย
He's had a quiet start, but the close to the half might be exactly what they need. Mind Freak has made some space, but well, he's going to need quite a bit more from this one. Another 1v5 needed, and it isn't going to happen twice. 8-4.
โคตรบ้า
Again, showing they can go toe-to-toe with PaperX, and this might be the best chance they've ever had to beat them.
Absolutely. 3 times they failed. 4th time lucky by the things we're seeing. You got to remember, Tom, you opened this up by talking about how we started on the better half for both of these teams, and EDG have certainly come out on top. Double the rounds of their opponent, and they've already shown us they've got what it takes. The momentum is high on their side, and the hope's even higher for EDG to finally best PaperX on the international stage. Let's toss it over to the desk to get their thoughts.
โคตรเดือด
รู้สึกปืนแรง
away for EDG, but for PaperX, they're a team that you simply just can't count out quite yet. That being said, though, EDG really looking to just close this one here with a decisive finish.
Finally, after 4 times, this might be the
พักครึ่งแล้วแบบว่าอย่าลืมไปยืดเส้นยืดสายนะเดี๋ยวปวดข้างปวดขายุ่งเลย
แย่เลยใช่ไหมยืนรอแล้วผมยืดขารอแล้ว
that PaperX composition is going to have onto it, right, Brent?
Yeah, they've had some amazing answers, I think, for these big A hits, which is the bread and butter of PaperX when they're running this comp and this map. Their attack side is what's looked always better, but like you said, it's the protocols. EDG here, taking their time, making sure they hold on to ramp control. Nobody being a difference maker here in this particular instance for the bonus round conversion, and then multiple rounds after this as well. Always
ต้องได้พีซเต้าเท่านั้นครับเป็นเล็ก
retake like this, the flash peak coming in, just making sure that they fight for that heaven control. while the plan's still going down, so they're making sure they hold on to that crucial positioning.
กล้าน่าจะนอนแล้วมั้งเลยเวลา
Defense or playing for the hard anchoring positions. They always had the right answer for what was being thrown at them, and it just shows to me clear preparation. I think you understand what the weaknesses of this comp were. It was one of my concerns, I think, for Paperx. I was constantly talking about how weak their map pool could potentially be, and Split was the one that I was putting a focus on it on, because you can't just replace the Yoru with a Sky and expect it to work to fruition. You're going to have weaknesses, in particular, trying to fight in instances like this, and really just... Yeah, I think EDG, you can tell from this, they've done their homework.
Yeah, exactly, and you need to think about Paperx. Now they're going into their defense half, and we need to think that they're coming to this event, the ones with the worst retake percentage. They're not going to be able to do the same as EDG did in this half.
Yeah, and that is going to be quite scary for Paperx. Can they find that next gear? They're going to need to, or else this match is done and dusted. Let's send it back over to Mitch and Tom.
Thank you so much to our wonderful analyst desk one last time in this series, because we're into the last half, Tom. We've gone the distance. And Paperx have now found themselves quite a distance behind their opponents. EDG on the attack side with a very quickened pace, and the A side is their target. It's wide open for Paperx with just a Vi holding it. He's got a wall, though, to play back in.
Well, Paperx, for the most part, they've been good in their pistols. Go great in the last half, but we'll see if they can get this one over the line. Already losing the control of the site, and nobody is not going to allow any shenanigans from the TP of Forsaken. Now they do have a quick flank. They're ready to sort of surround their opponents, but with something already going down. That was through the smoke.
Unlucky.
That is not the start PRX were looking for.
Nice fake by Forsaken as well. He put his TP down, faked it out.
โอ้โหจะสั่นบอกรอนานชิบหาย เอ้าเฮ้ยสวยมีคมเฮ้ยโลแล้วนัดเดียวครับอ๋อเรียบร้อยมาว่ะได้บินที่ต้องการตึงเลยนี่ถ้าแพ้เรานี่ผมออกไปยืดแล้วยืดขารอเลยอันนี้กลับมาลุ้นต่อกลับนั่งต่อ
It seemed like EDG weathered the storm, came prepared, and also you've just seen the individuals shining. KangKang 22 and 10, nobody 16 and 5. They've been on form, and some of the players on the other side have been a bit quiet. Something 5 and 12 on that Jet. That's a rarity. That's something you never really see from him. Now he's got a chance to farm up.
เอาลอยแล้วพี่แล้วรอแล้วนี่มันไม่มีใครมีชิชูซุยเชอรี่คนเดียว
Good chance for an immediate kill, playing very aggressively around the orb. I don't know.
ไม่รู้ว่าอยู่ซ้ายมันฆ่าแล้วเฮ้ยไหลว่างี้เลยแบบเป็นเหล็กไม่มีแบบไอ้นี่เลยอะใจเล่นเนี่ยไม่มีตัวข่าวเลยอะเอ้าโดนมีดไปเนี่ยเรียบร้อยก็จัดโหหน้าบีนี่มีสงคราม
Yeah, of course. Don't let them have it in the next. It's costly.
เจอปืนซ้าย
What a shame. He could have one
ไม่
hit
เก็บ
every single
เก็บ
player.
ยังเก็บอยู่บูลด็อกไม่คุ้มกว่าเหรอพี่ผมว่าสงสัยเน้นราคา
Kind of what you needed. Get yourself some of the weaponry through to the next round. Really gonna go for an
เพราะเราสามไงเขาก็ซื้อเกาะกันอยู่แล้วแต่ไม่เป็นไรหรอกคงมั่นใจแล้วมั้ง
Split op and outlaw, Tom?
Hey, I'm not saying it's. No, I don't know.
Split,
genuinely.
op, outlaw, Bucky, Spectre,
ปืน
You know,
คือออฟเลยอะ
Win incoming.
Sometimes you can't use your own logic because it ain't the same as theirs. Paranoia, nade, and play through them, and yet up close.
ปืนมันแปลกๆเลยไอคนหนึ่งช็อตกันไอคนหนึ่งสไน
Massively strong angle to play around, and one they're not likely to pop a close sky flash on all too often. The op not finding its mark. Quick TP to B. Look, A is very much open now. So is middle.
Yeah, they've lost something. In a
โอ้ข้างๆ22-11
I imagine that was with the dash online. Forsaken is now in a good spot, but he lost his life as well. This man just is amazing.
ชิบหายบอกเลยนะ
The main character of this matchup had a rough start to the series, but has come alive at the perfect time. dominating, taking
มีออฟอยู่นะ
over, even with the heals to support him here.
ไม่เซฟแล้ว
Under pressure.
ใครก็เซฟกันตัดดีกว่า
The same man as well.
แมสแล้วอ่ะมาคัง
What hope is there? A save is called as Munyet has retrieved the operator. He would very much like to have that expensive weapon in the next round, having invested so much. You see Forsaken's credits 350.
ค่อยๆเล็งเนี่ย
It's not as valuable as you think.
เฮียแล้วมาหมดแล้ว
In the economy that is decent.
มาแล้วครับ
It helps to manage.
มาล่าแล้ว
The problem is they know where the op is now. Sure, it might not be back on B site, but they've cast a wide net, and as this round comes to a close, they'll look to close that net and catch him. It looks like they've done just about enough, and yeah, indeed. Oh, never mind. Munyet's got it. He's out.
เอ้ยมันได้อีกตัว
Staying around for another kill. I guess they might have caught him as he moved through spawn anyways, so it's not that he was guaranteed a free run. But that op is lost.
นึกว่าจะเซฟ
Yeah, and that is going to put a dent. It's going to be Forsaken who takes it. They're going to just give him a stinger. Obviously, when you're playing that Yoru, you can take some risks, play some aggressive angles. But it's definitely
คังเดือดจังวะ
especially when he has been one of the major players in this game so far for PaperX when they've had success.
ไปอีกหนึ่งที
Showstopper online.
อะไรก็แบบว่ากุมขมับแล้วเย้กูทูไปเจ็บมือยี่บ่าย
Already going to just try and play with some of the sound cues. It doesn't seem like there's any real interest from PaperX with those early initial sounds made. They've gone and taken the orb anyway.
There was a player close, but he's TP'd out.
เรียกชันเขาสิ้นหวัง
No one on the A side.
Yeah, it's wide open.
They're just playing into middle. I guess, again, with some slight vulnerabilities for the side of PaperX, they're just willing to completely give that up. And with how the Lux have
my
been,
feet.
that's somewhat surprising, but it looks like they might actually get this spot on.
He comes in, Chichu's on.
อุ้ย
Pressure. You might think
ผู้ชมนี่เวอร์จัด
wrong. That I'd love to see Coach Alex's can as that one comes in.
มันเลื้อยมันเลยอ่ะ มันไม่มีอะไรดูอ่ะฮะ
And the flash out from Forsaken, he's not going to give it up. This is the right play. He wants to pull the advantage back into their hands. With the spike down, he sticks around.
เฮ้ยมาดิวะเสกไม่พัก
He might not be alone, but he doesn't need backup. Not when he's playing like
ขู่ยังเสก
was very close to
เวอร์แบบไม่กลัวเลย
for Forsaken. This man is single-handedly keeping the team in it.
Yeah, there've been multiple rounds now that, well, ironically have looked Forsaken and somehow
ไอช็อตแรกนี่คือ what the fuck
play after play. He's been on this roster for a long time with many heroes arising. We saw the rise of Jing, something, Munyet joining the team, and somehow this guy always still looks like the superstar. And what you can see for the other
ข้างๆบอก
side,
แล้ว
they've got
ไอ้
to try and almost
รอบหน้าเอา
center
แม่งก่อน
themselves because
หาแม่งให้เจอเอามันก่อน
it's just ridiculous. Bear in mind, he picked that rifle up off the corpse of a teammate midway through that battle. He only had a stinger to start the round.
And because of him picking up that rifle, his teammate
มอน
the sound cue and they swung it.
เอ้า
Now though, there's a little bit of
โอ้
a different approach.
นี่ผมเป็นอเล็กผมก็กุมขมับทีโดนอะไรแบบเนี้ยไอ้เคียแม่งแบบ
Double digits on the line and they
เซ็งสัตว์
have so much control. The ult is going to be used, finding out Chichu. Good flash, but no
เหลือ
kill.
4
4 HP left, but it's enough. He's made it well.
เฮ้ย
I thought he made it out. They pulled him right back in. Mind Freak, 1 versus 5. And if you thought this was the round we were going to look at when barriers went up, go get your head examined.
They've still got no weaponry.
No, they've picked one
they
rifle.
haven't managed to get any of the guns. It was just such an absurd round. And the thing is, that is Chichu now realizing how much space he can take. He walked straight into that A site. But I don't even think he broke stride the entirety of the round because of how PaperX have been playing. And because of that, it ends up being their downfall. EDG consistently spotting the openings of their opponents. And it's been Lux on both of the maps that they've won. Haodong in the last map, and now Chichu doing the same on this one. It's a problem that PaperX are gonna have when they run these sort of comps.
They came into this round up against an Eco on the side of PaperX. They had full rifles. And the call in the end is to save before they even find a kill. 1 rifle that they get out of that situation. And utterly ridiculous. That also already done some damage to him, but
ไฟพาวเวอร์มันโหดจริงว่ะ EDG อ่ะ
อเล็กกว่า
มันยิงโหดจริงนะ
โหดมากอะ
คือช็อตที่มันยิงแต่ละช็อตมันคลีนแบบ
เอาไปก่อนหนึ่ง
มาแล้วครับผม
เอาไปก่อนหนึ่งกลับไปเพื่อนได้แล้วคุ้มแล้วกลับไปรีเซ็ตแผนใหม่เอาข่าวตายหาบแล้ว
Information being garnered by EDG, and again that walk up, but this time there are players there. Even the TP available onto site for Forsaken if he needs to go back and support. Instead, it's this something has been having a rough time in individual battles, which is not something
ยังไม่ได้เดทอ่ะ
Well, even starting out the day, the first two maps, KangKang had a pretty tough time in individual battles, but there's no signs remaining of that anymore. Lots of players from EDG ready to run into A site. It's going to be the Rolling Thunder that's point of contact close already.
เนี่ยเจสันแกให้เอ้า
Won't get out of there. The spray's too good. Quick rotate by Mindfreak straight into a stun. He's kept back for a moment.
ไงครับสองคน
Buying space and time, but as they cross it, they're lower. Easier to
เรียบร้อย
ร้อน
catches all three.
ว่าจะได้ไป
เจสันเบสสวยช็อตนี้
วอร์มขา
ไม่งั้นตัวในไซแห้ง
ซื้อเวลาได้ดีเลยไหมแค่
มาเบรกเพื่อนโรเทตวาร์ปมา
We see Forsaken just delay that hot flash aggressive spot. It kept his teammate alive on the site. That surely would have been him going down with the Rolling Thunder. And that also bought time for Mindfreak to be able to TP to the other side of the map. So
ชิชูมันเวอร์มากเลยว่ะพี่
เวอร์
ข
จัด
นาดมันยิงไม่เยอะแต่ว่าแต่ละช็อตที่มันให้นี่แบบโอ้โห
ตำแหน่งมันนะตำแหน่งมันไม่ค่อยได้แบบว่าโชว์เท่าไหร่
Something's even going to give it up. You can see the respect being given to the side of EDG. Not by Forsaken, that's for sure. He's just swinging out looking for long-range battles. It's a decoy going through, and Chi-Chu's realized, oh, he was screens a second ago. I don't think he's up in heaven. The rotates are coming through, and they'll fight for heaven by the looks of things. I like this wall on A. Oh, no. Oh, it looks like I'm incorrect. There's going to instead be a bit of a poke by KangKang up towards B first, and that is keeping players in position. Mindfreak's pushed up, 3 players towards B, and it's the fight on KangKang that could decide it for Forsaken.
เฮ้ยแลกไปคนละเจ็บ
เจ็บคู่
แลกหมัดกันไป
แกละ
Definitely the target. The info is there, but Devi is so desperately low. He won't be able to hold on.
เฮ้ย
As they rush into the
หวาน
site,
เจี๊ยบ
KangKang
แบบนี้
realizes
เอ้าอยู่ดีก็คนลุก
มีพายกระซิบบอก
Every player within
โอ้
it
โห
at
โคตรหน้า
least
แบ
for
ง
the
เลย
moment. Heals available as well. Nobody won't be able to help himself, but he can help everybody else. Utility-wise, not a whole lot to play with, and that's not the start they were looking for. Every member falling Forsaken again is going to have to ace it for them to take this round, and Haldong is
ไอ้สันบอกกูไม่ไหวแล้วให้กูเสกอะไรบ่อย
11 to 8. Lead extended once more. And now the problems really are there. Look at the economy for the side of PaperX.
Yeah, this is crushing. If it was EDG, I'd be expecting us to see 11 to 10 on the board, but the thing is, it's not. PaperX have struggled on some of the lower buys. EDG have been so disciplined. Is the main
thing. They did win one, and it was off Forsaken's double entry with a Sheriff. So, but that's the thing. I do feel like right now, even though like Mindfreak is up there, I feel like I'm just looking at him every round. I'm like, okay, can he give them something to play with? Because otherwise, I just don't see a way that through. And Mindfreak's already dead.
Yeah, that's going to be tough. Smoke's down. No paranoia. Although it's often used off early contact, Forsaken is going down to take a close-range fight. His TP is to be
วิธีการหาข่าว
ได้อยู่นี่โดนมนุษย์โดนมนุษย์โดนมนุษย์
The stack on B is incorrect. The A site's under threat, and they're going to be very late to the party.
He's got no flashes to play with, so it just has to be off raw skill and this time. Too many targets. Not going to be able to get anything, and just look how far the remaining players are.
GG ว่ะ
It might even be a scenario of just going down to the spike. The only thing against that is for something, probably wanting to get that Blade Storm online.
Devi as well. You know, he's about to get the Viper's Pit into play. Could be huge for that defensive side to cut down an angle, especially like A main where they've been so quickly bypassed again and again. You can see he's going up to try and get something. He'll get an orb one way or another. And it looks like it's the other. Yeah, shot in the head. Something going up for the same. And it's just a formality at this point. Smoggy's picking them all up. And wall goes down, and here's the push. No kills for something. Blade Storm, Viper's Pit have been acquired by PaperX, but the cost they paid is that EDG now have 4 chances to put
ไฟล์พวก EDG คือแบบมันนี่จริงจีนกว่าต้องยอมรับ
There's not great options. Even the loser of the next series seems like a rough one.
You can say that again.
Hometown heroes or the America's number one. I don't think it's a good look either way.
อย่าให้อาคังจับด้วยลิสอะแต่ลุกอย่างเดียวเลยขึ้นของมันขึ้น
There's still a decider match. You're still going to have to play one of those upper bracket teams. For now, though, a little bit of extra pace thrown in from EDG. A chance they've never had before. A chance to close out a series versus PaperX with 3 losses. I've heard 3 is the magic number. They're looking at 4. But there's a lot of ults online for their opponents right now. That is where PaperX have done their best work.
And especially thinking about this A site setup, if they play retake, Viper's Pit can get online using that wall to block a lot of the angles on the way back through, even towards elbow. And it is somewhat of a retake. Fight for heaven for sure. PaperX want to keep control over that spot. As EDG will be pushing into it. Now these are...
โดนอีกอะตันคู่
He's had a good game, but Forsaken, he rated his team at a 6 out of 10 right now. But he's been 10 out of 10 all damn day long. This map thriving. The challenge is about to come through. The flash has caught him, but he's turned, and it's nice.
2
quick kills. A decoy in, and it's
เอาอีกแล้วเหรอ
the advantage is extended
สวยมาว่ะ
as PaperX look to put another round on the board. Buy a little more time. Forsaken, another 3K, another big play from this man, and he's waiting for his teammates to round the corner before he takes that.
เอาจริงเจสันช่วยโคตรเยอะเกมนี้
I've heard a strat back in the day played by many a team. What's that called? Avoid CNED. And I think that they may need to try and incorporate that on the EDG side, because genuinely, Forsaken has been the one thorn in their side. They have looked like the better team throughout this map. A pistol either side, there's no excuses in that regard. Winning hero rounds, KangKang back online, nobody as well. There hasn't been a weak link, but when they run into Forsaken, wow, 9 times out of 10 they lose the round. He is the sole defender of this A site right now with a little bit of support coming.
เหลือเชื่อครับโยรุมาช่วยละ
Oh, they've cleared heaven, but look at the space taking by Munyet. It's perfect.
โอ้ย
But KangKang's ahead of him, finding the kill. Forsaken flash.
ยังไงดี
To work with TP towards screen.
4
He's
ตัว
gonna try to get the kill. No, in fact he's not. The flash is just used as he falls further back. And now here comes the big old rocket. Forsaken's dodged it nicely. Spray goes for something.
มาแล้วทักไม่ได้
Up towards heaven. It's not caught the players, and the site is under threat. Something maneuvers around and jumps into KangKang. Eventually he'll fall with Forsaken on another and low HP on Smoggy. The spike on the A site.
มาเร็วร้อนเพื่อนเบรกเทเลพอร์ตเรียบร้อยตอนนี้ไม่รู้ว่าอยู่ในไซต์จริงหรือเปล่าหรือว่าวาร์ปหลอกปิดมุมได้สวย EDG เหลือ 2 ครับ 1 โอ้โหโอ้โหดิสันบอกไม่ไหวว่ะเชี่ยไปวงขาเลยคือไปหมดแล้วใจเพื่อนๆในทีมอะ นี่ถ้าไม่มีเจสันว่าจบไปนานแล้วนะใช่ถ้วยเยอะเยอะแบบเยอะมากถ้ามีเจสันนี่ไปนะอาจจะแบบ12-7 12-6แล้วจีตามที่คิดเลยพี่ 2-1 แม่นวันนี้แม่นเอาเรียบร้อยเดี๋ยววันนี้ผมวอร์มขากัน
It's fair to say EDG are here to play. It's 0-1.
โหจะดูภาพแบบเมื่อกี้นี่แม่ง EDG แม่งน่าไปเจอ Gen G ที่ฝ่ายนะอยากรู้มันจะเป็นไงมันจะมันสัตว์
เดี๋ยวก็ได้เจอ
Gen G นี่คือโอ้โหมันอยากรู้มันจะยิงกันระหำขนาดไหนอยากรู้ว่า texture คังๆใครจะจี๊ดกว่ากัน
เดี๋ยวนี้ YouTube เขาสแกนแบบข้อความเองด้วยเหรอ
ยังไงล่ะพี่
แบบทำแบบว่าเชี่ยอะไรเงี้ยจริงก็สกรีนนะมันมีคำหยาบของอินโดไง
ถ้าเป็นผมพิมพ์เชี่ยแล้วมันพิมพ์ได้หรือผมเป็น
เดี๋ยวเมื่อกี้ในช่องมันสแกนแบบเชี่ยโดนสแกนจริงก็โดนสแกนอ่านจริง
จะพูดจริงก็โดนเซ็นครับผมลองเฉยลองพี่เอ๋ยพิมพ์มาไงสงสัยแชทก็พิมพ์ได้นี่เชียร์ทีมไหนถ้า2ทีมมาเจอกันเชียร์เจนจีดิครับผมมาเจนจีตั้งแต่เริ่มทัวร์เลยเป็นไงเราจะส่งเจนจีไปยันแชมป์มาสเตอร์เลย
There are no bad teams in this tournament. Seriously, I think that from top to bottom, you have contenders that could potentially make it all the way to the finals. And you just see the level up across the world.
ไม่ได้
I wonder how far EDG is going to go.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Honestly, like EDG, I think that they feel really confident. They have every reason to feel very confident. But there were still some incredible hero moments that we were seeing from Paper X. And one of the players said he felt like he was playing like a 6 out of 10.
เล่นเข้าตาแค่ต้องเชียร์ยาวช็อตนี้แม่งลองดูดิโคตรเสกวินเล่นเหลือ3 ปืนพี่เอ๋ย
Yeah, I mean, it was just bailing them out entirely.
Amazing stuff, but I did get word we have an interview over at the stage.
Es la victoria para Edward Gaming. Quiero escuchar los fans de EDG. Where are the EDG fans here? I want to hear you.
คังมันหล่อขึ้นว่ะผ่านไปปีเดียวคังมันหล่อขึ้นเยอะเลยพี่
เป็นซูเปอร์สตาร์ที่จีนอ่ะรู้ว่ามีงานออฟไลน์ที่จีนเดินมานี่คือแบบคนทั้งถนนแบบเต็มอ่ะ
โอ้โห
Para el equipo esta victoria tan importante y si es el inicio de una nueva era para Edward Gaming. KangKang, congratulations. The first thing I want to ask you is, this is the first time that you take down PaperX. What does it mean for you, for the team, and is this the start of a new era for EDG? 第一个问题，先恭喜康康赢下了这一场你们面对 PRX 的第一次胜利。你觉得这对于你们来说意味着什么？是否要开启属于你们一个新纪元？
คู่ต่อไปเทนเลยนะเว้ยคู่ต่อไปพี่เอ๋ยให้ใครครับ
เซนติเนลครับ
เฮ้ยแต่ทีเฮดก็เข้มมากเลยเนี่ย
เซนติเนลครับ
ผมว่าคู่ต่อไปเสียงเฮในฮอน่าเยอะเจ้าบ้าน
พี่ว่าน่าจะไม่ค่อยได้เฮเท่าไหร่เจ้าบ้านไม่ได้วิน
คนตามไปเชียร์คังเยอะเหมือนกันเนี่ยดูดินี่ครับมีมันไม่เชิงใส่ล่างมันก็จะไม่ต้องใส่ล่างได้ไหมจวนก็ได้แหละแต่ว่าก็รอบหน้าไปเล็กก็ไปเจอกับใครวะที่แพ้เมื่อวานน่าจะไม่รู้ว่าเดี๋ยวต้องรอดูอะจำไม่ได้แต่มันต้องมีพวกที่แพ้มาเจอกันกับพวกที่ชนะเข้าไปเจอพวก1-0 กับ 0-1
¿Qué los hace ese equipo que, como menciona, evoluciona más rápido que la mayoría de todos los equipos que hemos visto? I want to ask also for EG, since we started seeing you in international events, you've been, as you said, evolving and getting better and better. And how does that happen? How does that evolution even take place? It's so fast. 在进入世界赛当中，就像你刚刚说到的，一直在不断的进化，不断的进步。
ลาวFPX ลาว PRX ต่อไปก็อาจจะ energy เยอะ
Just one sentences never just don't forget our destiny and fate between
เสียดายที่แพ้แต่ทีมต้องเป่าเยอะเปเปอร์เล็กก็ถ้าเสียจริงๆไปก็เป๋ๆหน่อยครับอย่างที่เห็นคือผมว่าใน PI ก็ด้วยเลยที่ไว้ใจได้สุดคือจริงไงใช่ไหมตามจริงบางทีมันผีเข้าผีออกเนี่ยอาการผีออกคือเมื่อกี้เนี่ยดูต่อครับดูต่อเดี๋ยวมีคู่เซนติเนลต่อ
我觉得我们打好我们自己的东西就行了，然后就希望下一场比赛也会是一场酣畅淋漓的对决。对。
แต่ยังไม่เป็นไรหรอกชุดนี้ก็ได้อยู่แหละก็คงทำลองพยายามต่อไปเปเปอร์เล็กชุดก่อนมันเป็นคล้ายๆแอบสูตรสำเร็จอยู่ไงมีดูเอลลิทที่ไว้ใจได้แล้วเล่นแบบ W ใช่ปะล่ะคือแผนประมาณ W พอขาดคนที่แม่งเป็นผู้นำ W ไปมันก็จะต้องทำกันใหม่ว่ากันไปค่อยๆแต่โทษคนในทีมไม่ได้หรอกผมบอกว่าแค่บอกว่าน้องจริงแม่งขาดไม่ได้แค่นี้ น้องจูนกันใหม่ขำจริงเป็นเรื่องที่เปิดเข้าไปแล้วแบบต้องได้สักตัวประจำเลยนะไม่ค่อยมีแบบหม่งให้เห็นนะเดี๋ยวรอดูว่าจริงไปยิงในชีวิตจริงกลับมันจะเป็นไงเนี่ยทิชชู่กับเฮาดองแม่ง ทำอะไรกุมขมับลุ เกมรู้ไหมอีกปีจริงกับไม่รู้เหมือนกันครับใช่แผนมันต้องปรับตามผู้เล่นครับตอนนี้คือมันไม่ได้แย่แต่ว่ามันไม่ได้ดีเท่าเดิมเผลอเท่าเดิมมาในยุคนี้ก็อาจจะเต้นยากอยู่ดีนะเพราะว่าคนเขาจับแผนได้ไงแล้วแบบว่าไม่รู้อ่ะแต่สำหรับผมว่าก่อนหน้านี้ก็โซตองกว่าตอนนี้นะเรามาเชียร์เจนจีกันเนี่ยเชียร์เซนติเนลกันเนี่ยอย่างนี้มีทีมที่เชียร์เยอะเป็นเหมือนเฟนาติกอ่ะดูดิเฟนาติกชุดเดิมตอนนี้ก็แอบกล่อยๆเหมือนกันนะแต่ว่าก็เพราะว่ามันมีทีมใหม่ขึ้นมาการแข่งขันมันสูงขึ้นน่ะทีมน้องใหม่ทีมหน้าใหม่ผู้เล่นเทียร์2ที่แบบว่าได้มาเฉิดฉายในรถแล่นในทีมต่างๆเยอะขึ้นเนอะคนเก่งในวาโลมีเยอะเว้ยมันไม่จำเป็นต้องผู้เล่นเทียร์1ตอนเนี้ยอย่างปีที่แล้วเดมอน1ก็เป็นผู้เล่นเทียร์2เข้ามานะแล้วตอนนี้เป็นไงโหเฉิดฉายแต่ตอนนี้ลองดูดิปีนี้คือผู้เล่นเทียร์2มาเต็มไปหมดเลยผมบอกเลยว่าปีนี้เดมอน1ยังดูเฉยๆไปเลย ยังคนอื่นไม่ยังเก่งเลยคนอื่นเก่งๆเยอะไปแยะไปหมดไม่แปลกที่ทีมเต็งๆจากปีที่แล้วจะไม่ได้มาคู่ต่อไปสุดท้ายลีกก็ได้วัดทีมตัวเองสักที คู่ต่อไปเดือดสนุกแน่ครับ เจ้าบ้านเจอกับซุปตาระดับโลก มาเจอกัน ปีนี้อ่ะมันทุกคู่ผมบอกเลย ที่ผมมาดูวาโลปีนี้ไม่ดูทุกคู่มันทุกคู่เลยไฟพาวเวอร์นี่คือได้หมดอะเห็นมันเก่งตั้งแต่แรกอยู่แล้วครับแต่มันก็เก่งเสมอมา แต่ว่า เรื่องของแผนเรื่องของทีมด้วยนะมั้งบางทีการที่มีซุปตาในทีมเยอะมันไม่ได้แบบว่านี่เสมอไปทีมเอาหมดยังฮะมอนเย็ดฟอร์มเป็นไงบ้างไม่ดูเหมือนเมื่อกี้เอาง่ายครับด่านสปิดอะมีแค่เจสันกับไมฟิกที่เล่นกันอยู่แบบว่าฟอร์มยังโอเคเจสันเนี่ยจะแบบว่าแบกหน่อยไมฟิกก็ได้อยู่ แต่อีก3 คนนี่ดูแบบดูมงมึนๆอยู่ เมาหมัดคังเมายันโค้ดเลยโค้ดนี่กุมขมับจนแบบว่าเล็กยังเมาหมัดเลย ผมให้เคซีเต็งแชมป์ถ้าไม่หลุดฟอร์ม เอาวะแต่เคซีมันของจริง ผมยังก็ยังตามเชียร์เจนจีอยู่ ผมพยายามเชียร์ให้ไปรอบลึกๆ เพราะว่ามีโอกาสที่จะได้ อย่างบางวันเจนจีอย่างเจนจีเงี้ยบางวันเมทิโอไม่ยิงคารอนก็ยิงสลับกัน แต่ลาเกียนี่ยังดูแบบ ยังดูไม่เด่นมากเด็กเจอร์นี่ไม่ต้องพูดถึงเลยที่เขาได้เรื่อยๆฟอร์มคงเส้นคงวาชิบหายเต็งแชมป์มีเซนติเนลไหมมีอยู่ในช้อยไหมผมว่ามีภาพอยู่นะเซนติเนลมันโหดมากเลยนุ้ยที่ผ่านเอ็นเอมาเอ็นเอมีแต่ทีมเดือดๆทั้งนั้นแหละเดี๋ยวไว้ฉีแบบ มาแล้วครับ เดี๋ยวรอก่อน คิดถึงแอสปาร์ตเลยว่ะพี่บุคคลที่เป็นดูเอลิทแบบคงเส้นคงวา นี่เซคเคนดีกว่า นี่ก็โหปีศาจเหมือนกัน นี่ห้อยหลวงพ่อมาด้วย พี่น้องเหรอพี่ บูมินิบู พี่น้องมหาวิทยาลัยพี่เอ๋ยไม่อยู่เหรอ เอ้ยเอาวะเปลี่ยนเลย นาวีไปไหนครับพี่เอ๋ย
นายแองบอกว่าขี้เกียจมาครับ เหนื่อยเดินทางบ่อยช่วงนี้
เน้นเข้ารวมไม่เน้นเข้ารอบ เปิดเสียงดีกว่า
Exactly. I'm just so excited because for so long the Spanish fans have, you know, mourned for having an event here in Spain. Not only because it's an amazing country, but because I feel like they deserve it. We have a very big community. We're also big friends with the Latin American community. So we're very happy to do it here. And I think for Heretics, it's definitely going to be a difference maker. For example, I remember that back in EMEA, Koi, I had an interview with Starstone and he was telling me how sad he felt that the Koi fans were not attending their games because they knew that they could have that kind of impact in them.
Yeah, and you know, the fan reception as well will be the same on the other side for Sentinels. So that's certainly going to be something that both Heretics and honestly Sentinels are going to be mindful of. It's going to be loud in here, people. Get ready. But let's talk a little bit more about the Boo brothers here because they were the story coming out of EMEA kickoff. And Bren, it just goes to show you that when you stick to the system and you build around these two guys, you'll find success.
Dude, I have been dead impressed with the way that these players have coordinated around themselves as these brothers as well on the big stage because they are so damn good at fighting aggressively and proactively for map control at different times. Part of it is because Miniboo is just an absolute freak of nature on the Neon, but they are magnificent with a supportive util. And they pick and choose these little quirky timings when teams are setting up, right when they least expect it. It's not just in the retakes, they're innovating in terms of smoke placements a lot of the time as well. Like Boo has just been amazing with a lot of his util, but they're just always following up off of each other in the right ways to find the advantages. This is a round where arguably they shouldn't have won when Miniboo goes goes down first, but
He
it's
don't
still going to
move.
play for the fundamentals, and they end up coming out on top in situations like this. Here's another one that I picked out. They're just aggressively fighting for this mid control. Double flash play with a dash down. Minibu does this so damn much. Got to keep an eye out for this one as well. On a lot of different maps, they love to use this aggression to take those timings when their opponents aren't expecting it.
Some people would think that you would not like to play with your brother if you had the chance to. And actually, Boo is staying in Heretics for this year, coming in from the previous one. Many people had the question of, is he going to be good enough? Was he one of the keys to the not success of Heretics? And he's proved everybody wrong. So I cannot wait to see the performance that these two are going to have on the big stage.
I think it's quite ironic coming from the Halo background that I'm just used to seeing brothers playing on stage all the time. So this is actually quite refreshing for me to see here in Valorant. But I think overall, this matchup is going to be absolute fireworks, people. The best you could possibly ask for. Our coaches are ready for map selection, and we're going to be diving in just a little bit. But for now, though, let's just continue to just break down a bit more. Like, what are you expecting from this matchup from both Sentinels and Heretics? It feels like it could go either way.
I think that there's going to be a lot of nerves on the table. I think that the expectations for both of them are extremely high, right? Sentinels is one of the most clouded teams, and so is Heretics. With all the fans, you do not want to let them down. So I do expect a beginning with either one of the teams has a very strong upper hand against the other one, or very shaky beginnings where, you know, some weird pigs, weird mistakes, that kind of thing.
We've already seen rookies be tested in a lot of these matches so far. You think of like Caron really showing up. I'm going to be paying attention to Heretics, I think, in that regard as well, because you've got Rian's playing on the stage, you know, for the first time essentially, and which wasn't a capacity. I mean, they were playing online for most of the kickoff, in fact, all of the kickoff. So I'm going to be paying close attention to that. It's a big question, I think, coming into this series and how well they perform, because Sentinels put a massive focus on playing off-season tournaments to offset that.
That's a great point there, Brent. All right, folks, where our coaches are ready to go. Let's find out the battlegrounds for this epic confrontation between Heretics and Sentinels.
All right, welcome to Map Select presented by Omen for match 2 of the day. We'll jump right in. Sentinels, you are higher C, Team A or Team B?
Team A.
Team A. So, TH, you will be Team B. Sentinels, we will start with your first ban.
Ban Breeze.
Breeze. Heretics, your
ban Breeze.
Ban Ascent.
Ascent. Your map number 1.
Pick Lotus.
Lotus. Side on Lotus.
Lotus
เฮ้ยเข้าคนสกอตแลนด์มาเนี่ย
Attack. And map number 2. You have Bind,
คน
Ice,
สกอตแลนด์เห็นไหมนุ่งสโลงมา
Sunset. Side on Sunset.
Attack.
Attack. Starting the next round of bans, we have, starting with Sentinels, you have Bind, Icebox, and Split.
เอา Sentinel ไม่ใช่ NA อ่ะเป็นสกอตแลนด์เหรอพี่
Your ban Split. So map number 3 by default is going to be Bind,
คือแบบสัญ
Sentinels,
ชาติไง
Side
สัญ
on
ชาติ
Bind.
Pick Attack.
All right. Okay. Good luck to you both.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Good luck. Good luck, man.
No confiaron, pero míralo. Llego con los míos y la grada explota. Le di la razón al que me quiso ver bien. Lo soñé en mi habitación y ahora
Second เป็นไง ฟอร์ม Second พี่เอ๋ยว่ามาไหมวันนี้
เทคเคนหนอมโอ้หลังๆมาตลอด
ก็ตึกก็
llego con los míos y la grada explota. No confiaron, pero míralo. Llego con los míos y la grada explota.
ขายของ
You can feel the electricity and the Madrid arena. This atmosphere is out of
เป็นเล่นลอนดอน
I'm gonna move past that one.
I don't see that.
But folks, this is what it's all about when you think about the sport at a high level. This is the atmosphere that you want to see, to hear, to feel. And you have two teams that could very well lay it all out there on the field today. But here's the fascinating part about this, Brent. In most cases, Sentinels come out, they're the fan favorite. Not today. They ain't the fan favorite here.
Yeah, at least not in arena.
เฮ้ยนักล่าเหรอเนี่ย
It's going to be absolutely electric, like you said.
ใช่
นิกลาดดูว่าไปเป็นโค้ชซะแล้ว ยืนไปบูม
คุณจานฟุกก็เล่นในร้านอีพอร์ตน่ะไม่สนใจป่ะ
ยังดีกว่าพี่วันนี้ผมมีเวลานอนไม่เพียงพอ
One of the latest teams to qualify for the event with America's.
I mean, they did have a lot of practice.
They had a ton of practice, right? But not a lot of turnaround from here to now, and that might be a shortfall for them. We'll have to wait and see.
I mean, on the same note, they decided to go for Lotus as the first map, a map that actually Heretics has picked a ton. If we think about that map selection that we just saw before the players took the stage, I think that they know exactly what they're running into. They want to see the neon. They want to see if Heretics is going to be tweaking things around, or if they can expect the same thing that they saw in EMEA.
I think they're going to go for it. I think Heretics are just going to play their game. I don't see a reason why you listen. It got you this far. Why would you change it up now?
แข่งแชมป์อ่ะเนี่ยครับแข่งอยู่เนี่ยเซ็งแชมป์
But like at this point, you got to put up a shut up, Brent.
That's the thing with counter-strike as well, is you can know what to do in theory, but everyone's got a plan until they get punched in the face. Talking about punched in the face a lot so far.
Indeed, we have. I think we make the Valorant Boxing League, or wait a minute, the Valorant Wrestling League.
We're not doing that. We're not going there. We're not going there. We're not going there. But it's putting it into practice that's the difficulty when it comes to counter-striking. Sentinels, I think, have proven that they can take elements of that and use it against people. They were very confident picking that Lotus map. There was no hesitation from Cap
like
when it was coming to the map select. Yeah, it felt like they had a plan there. It almost took the Heretics
เซคเคนนี่มาจากทีมเลยนะผมจำไม่ได้นะ
Which you like normally Lotus, we want to pick attack, right? It's an attack side of the map.
Maybe they went in with the idea of we're gonna pick
ที
it
มที่มันมา
ourselves.
ประเด็นแล้วมันแตกอะเดี๋ยวนึกชื่อไม่ออก
ใช่ผมก็นึกชื่อไม่ออกไง Exit ป่ะ
Exit ใช่
Or is the moment that it gets into your head, right? Are they reading into me? Do they have something prepared? And if they have it prepared, is it going to be for the defense? Is it going to be for the attack? How much do they know about us? How much do they want to use against us?
Man, I tell you, there could be mind games.
Let's talk about Sassy. Man, can we go back to the fact that this man became a world champion? Next event that he went was locking to get 2-0'd by Fnatic, and then
พากันได้ยังอยู่ไอ้นี่ป่ะเซนติเนลป่ะเหมือนจะเป็นตัวสำรองอยู่ป่ะ
แคนาดาปล่อยแล้ว
คานาคอตต้าคุม
เขาไปเอาเคอรี่เป็นสำรองแทนเซเนลบอกว่าแคนาดาเก่งเกินไปที่เป็นสำรอง
เลยเอาออกไปเลย
Play your game.
And I think this is the normal kind of reaction.
เสียดายนะผมว่ามันกันได้มันเก่งมากเลยนะ
Change stuff up entirely. I think Sentinels have probably got a game plan coming into this. They got to be ready for a lot of these like pop flash plays where Minibu's trying to fight aggressively over areas. I know he does that when he's on the defense side and he's fighting for the front of B. They're on the attack side first. Should be helping them out as an advantage here. But yeah, I'm curious what Sentinels might have up their sleeve. They've got to have something planned.
Based also on what we saw yesterday, I'm very looking into Paddy. I want to see those Viper walls, and if the Odin is going to come into fruition, actually slow players around. Also, as you said very well, Rian's first time on the stage. Let's see how that synergy is building up with the rest of the team.
This is it, folks. Our last match of the day. You couldn't ask for a better matchup, and we couldn't ask for better casters. On the horn, it's Pansy and Hypoc.
Oh, thank you so much, GB. This is truly a tantalizing prospect, to say the least. Such an early meeting of two giants here, Mike.
Yeah, for sure. And I think a clash of two of, at times, what looked like the most explosive teams regionally.
Absolutely.
I mean, Heretics coming out looking absolutely formidable on these, and starting here on Lotus.
Listen to that.
มาแล้วครับ
You can't help but love it.
เสียง
I
เฮ
hope
มา
you
แล้ว
guys at home can hear how riled up this audience is. Getting Heretics at home, the sixth man, all of that. I mean, Sentinels are your fan favorites every day of the week until today. This is spectacular, and it will be Heretics to kick off on that attacking side. Sentinels will have to deal with what's brought to them on the defensive side.
We know as well, Heretics have had very good success rate here.
ทีมเขาเปลี่ยนไปเยอะเลยนะ ไม่ว่าจะ KC หรือทีมนี้
อ๋อเปลี่ยนแบบว่าโละเลย
หน้าตีนเป็นหลังมือ
Set up for it. Smoke's going to go up. Paranoia is going to go through as well. This could be a clash here.
มันย้อนกลับวะ
Let's see who gets the drop on
Oi.
him, actually. It's going to be Heretics to draw first blood, but Tens
เอาแล้ว
เฮ้ย
เทนเอาคืนที่สองครับ
perfectly
เฮ้ย
ปีฮอป
มุก
ได้
บิ
ก
น
ลับ
ว่ะ
มาเก็บ3
international stage, Tens.
โหลดก่อน
Bloody missed you. But
วอทเชี่ยมาถึงก็เอาเลย ดูเทนว่ะ
that's what people were waiting for. That's what they wanted.
เอาตั้งแต่ราวแรกเลยว่ะ
Time and time again regionally, Tens and Zekken locking
วันนี้
down
เห็น
this
เอ็ดอย่างบ่อย
and it kicks off with an ace here. So well done. Swings onto Benji, just catches him sleeping.
ไอตัวเมื่อกี้คมมากเลยไอ้ตัวที่ 3
What a
Không
way to
chặt.
kick things off. What a return to the international stage, Lauren.
Can't help but love it. The chosen one of Valorant back in action right off the rip. And that's a confidence builder. And for Heretics, that's going to be rough for them. That is going to take the wind out of your sails. They've got to pick themselves back up. Now this round, we've got a Ghost. We've got a Sheriff on Benji Fishy. That's about it.
ไม่ซื้อเวนดอลด้วยไง
Decent enough purchase here for Sen to hopefully keep an
ขอ
arm
แค่ปืนนี้ก็พอ
The Heretics decide to explore next.
พูดแต่โอ้บริหารเงินไม่ค่อยดีนะเซน
Good for fact finding this round. Try and get a little bit of a read on what you're up against.
Sec looking to maybe toy with the idea. Tens, the Guardian in hand this
เป็น
time
มั่นใจ
round. Similar hold once again though. Heretics only having a Sheriff for the Ghost to work with. It'll be difficult for them to really pin down anybody, but able to create enough pressure and get soft at this hold when he comes back.
Oi.
Still finds two.
เอาไป
Minibu luckily gets the trade.
But the plan's foiled, isn't it? Right? That
ปัญหาไง
pull trying to get that
แฟน
attention
ดอล
from
ตก
B, which it mostly did.
เข้ามือมินิบู
Tens, who seem to know a little better and had that
Guardian
glance
เนี่ยดิ
back towards A.
การเดียน
Them on the way through.
ตีอ่ะ
นี่ไง
Is recovered, and that's in the hands
มัน
of
ไป
Minibu.
สู้คนเดียวถึงจะได้2แต่ก็ไม่ควรหรือเปล่า
That's going to be denied. No.
จริงครับ
So a 3v3. Again, weaponry, armor, still favorable towards Sen here. Benji Fishy sitting a little further back, dependent on the turret a touch, trying to
แพ้ได้เลยนะ
against
การเดียน
it.
ก็บอกเมื่อกี้
This is the timing.
โอ้เฮ้ย
He's waiting on perfect
Oh.
play to punish. Next in line, they're coming in one by one, and mini boost.
อ้าวชิบหายเลยทีนี้
This could be the turn they were waiting for. Sassy in a 1v3, brutal positions, none easy to pry out. He's just got no time. He's got to get in there. Heretics right back in their faces.
มั่นใจเกินเหตุ
And exactly how you want to see this map kick off. A trade back and forth, a 1-1 scoreline. And the
มาแล้วเว้ย
They're loving
get
it.
behind them after that.
ราคาติดล้วนไม่ที
They're up on the feet. I can see him there. And look at
โอ้
this.
คมมากอ่ะ
I've got to say credit where it's due after being, as said, pushed, bullied, broken almost by Tens. First round, second round.
Two
Does
openers
insane
for
damage.
Tens. Two
Insane
openers.
damage. But that small window of opportunity, they're the ones who talk.
เชียร์มันจังวะ
And Mascot Thrifty is going to be bringing a smile to their faces. But now they've got to keep going on this pathing. Can they keep it clean this time? No real investments here coming out from Sen. So any damage
Ui.
like that is pretty decent. Boo
Oh,
though,
boo.
Margin in charge. Keeping control here. It's down to one.
It's a classic in hand for John QT. Rifles on the other side of things. John QT actually slipping onto site here. Be able to catch one off, but with Heretics grouped together, going to be very difficult with a classic to get much done in this situation, Lauren.
Very hard to isolate, isn't it? I don't think they're going to give you much. Maybe the first, but beyond that, it's hard to imagine it. But especially with just a
เล่นด้วย
classic.
กัน3 คนเลย
And
เขา
Heretics
โคตรเอา
aren't
ตึง
slouches when it comes to this. Yeah, they're not. Absolutely keeping it in mind. Boo with a belt up. Big round here to keep it calm, keep it controlled. 3 remain. They lose out on a few, but that's fine. They'll take that.
And already showing intention here to
ท่า
try
ถือ
and take
ท่า
control
ถือ
of this
มีอัน
runway
นี้เท่ไง
area.
เวลาวิ่ง
เออเท่มากเลย
That from Sentinels Arsenal in the early
พี่เคย
rounds.
ซื้อไหมนี่
ไม่ได้เจอ
See what
ผมก็ยังติดใจ Sino Hunter มากกว่า
on the board here for
ใช่
Sentinels. Zekken already one away from the showstopper. Do have the TP for Tens after this 7-2 start.
ไลออดพลาดแล้วทำซีโนฮันเตอร์
ใจ
มาสวยเกิน
คุโรโนมิอยู่
Loaded in the hands of Zelsis as well. Over towards C currently.
Opening gambit. Is the TP taken? So they'll look towards CT. Notes. John QT there, but that's about it. So again,
Maybe looking for an indicator there of what the setup is exactly.
ปิดตัน
Well, hold on to their position for the time being. Also, I was going to say, got to be careful there if he does remain out in the open.
Very precarious. They kind of cut noise for a second or two. Now here comes the burst. Testing the pacing. Forced away. And actually punished. This goes down. Now they've got to know there's an additional player. They should have noted John QT early. And I think Text utility, they're very aware. Securing the site, getting the plant, but now can Sen try and pressure back. Second, leading the way, looking for the damage. He gets it. Thresh is dealt with. Fishy on the follow-up though. And now down to just 3. Sassy, John QT and Tens trying to disrupt this plant, but that angle too good with Boo. Just gonna hold it out, and I think they're running out of time and options here. Sassy gives them a moment of respite to work forward, but they're still too tucked by that pillar. Difficult, but not impossible. But John QT finds that. There's still a chance here. Boo buying time, but it's not enough. Now Benji Fishy is sweating bullets. He's trying. He's got one. He needs another. He's got to run. Benji Fishy can't get there.
โปเกิดเอื้อ
เมื่อกี้มันโคตรยากเลยนะพี่ตอนที่แบบเหลือ
โคตร
3
ยากยากมาก
มันทำได้
But 2 quick kills here, and unfortunately, Benji Fishy locked out of the site.
เหลือชั้นวาโลปีนี้เขาไปเอาผู้เล่นมาจากไหนกันวะพี่ แต่ละคน
ถ้าเกมมันเปิดนานแล้วแบบผู้เล่นลีกบอกว่าที่ไม่ได้เข้าลีกมันก็เก่งๆเดือดๆทั้งนั้นอะ
The poison orb just splitting up the teammates here. I mean, I don't even think even there if he's full sprinter back. Right back to this on bubble.
Yeah, Zekken straight away going to deny Boo that early presence towards Rubble that you noted was a high priority. And again, it's just a brawl. They're willing to fight.
ไปแล้วนีออนอะ
Somewhat the scales, and as right, look at Mini Boo.
โดนสแปมตาย
It's not a safe cross. Spamming the utility and spamming the weaponry. Benji Fishy going to catch one, and this is just mayhem in Madrid. What is going on in this matchup? Mini Boo is secured enough. They should be able to get that plant in. Zelsis, quite far away, has been that C player. Walking into the unknown here, and 3 players to disrupt.
Bulldog in hand. Heretics going to tuck themselves in here. You see on the X-ray what Zelsis has to stare down. Yet to get on the board either. Will require a 1v3.
สอนบอลไซกันอยู่ในทรีไปเปิดประตูเล่นๆนะสงสัย
Try and make it costly.
มาตัดแล้ว
A couple of players are starting to build up quite a bit of bank though. You're looking at Boo, Benji Fishy. And here comes the exit. How much value does Zelsis get?
เฮ้ยเมาส์หลุดหรืออะไร
Yeah, or something. We're gonna have to see if there's a timeout for that one because he was not happy with
เมาส์ช้าไปหน่อย
I do smell a
คือน่าจะติดคีย์บอร์ดแล้วป่ะพี่
เมาส์มันช้า
He needs to move that mouse pad a little further over. It literally just like stopped.
This opening is just, I mean, talk about explosive. It's Zekken to find the opening here, by the way. Finds the first blood. Already, Mini Boo's all the way wrapping back from A site to backstab this setup.
And I think you highlighted it right. These 2 teams will brawl.
โดนนีออนไปแบบวิ่งรอบตัวนี่จะเป็นยังไง
I mean, they've got the mechanics to back it up. I think we've seen that. And the other thing you're right about is Pausa Technica.
Okay.
Can you imagine what this pause would be for?
No.
No. Mystery.
If we can just get a replay of Zels's reaction on the webcam. Might give us some clues.
Well, see if producer Kevin is on our side or not.
It's unfortunate. I mean, if it did fully disconnect, obviously you need to get that sorted before the next, but not in a situation that, I guess, altered the outcome of that round regardless.
And I still feel like this game hasn't settled into a flow yet or a rhythm.
คนเชียร์อย่างเยอะเลยพี่
Very much just kind of high octane, very pressure point plays.
โห
See the
but a few rounds to get the crowd on their feet already.
Oh yeah.
เครียดอยู่นะ มีแต่คนแบบเชียร์ฮิเลติก
เจ้าถิ่น
Oh, producer Kevin's on it.
มันสุดเมาส์จริงวิ
Doing too well after that one. All good though. The pause come to conclusion. So hopefully no harm, no foul, but the only thing that is really rather harmed here is the economy. Sentinels.
Yeah, suffering now.
Yeah, not going to get much for that, and this could be the knock-on effect of a string of rounds here. But I mean, hey, they've turned stranger things, you know. Other rounds have gone the way it shouldn't, so... And this
คือโยนให้มันเด้งกลับมา
I don't think anyone's ever going to say that Sentinels isn't a dangerous team no matter what, so let's just kind of keep in mind that there could be problems, but beyond that, Heretics just going to be getting the lay of the land more than anything, settle into this matchup. Some very young, inexperienced players to this level of stage, going to start feeling out the game here.
Sure, and you could almost call it a 50-50 with how the sixth man plays into that, but
yeah, true.
Especially if there are any nerves, if you have the crowd behind you making plays, certainly kick this off.
Yeah.
Definitely a positive. The ability to ride that wave.
พอโคสุดจริงว่ะพี่
Stack set up here. Back of the paranoia potentially.
หมดยุคเกาะเล็กอะ
Sassy jump spotting here. Bay the Binner might even be the green light to make something happen, but paranoia thrown out.
No one could quite close the gap to that paranoia. A bit of a shame almost. That caught 3. That could have been lovely, but able to make as much as they'd want of it. But I like the attempt there, though.
I think they've noted here just how many bodies on the
ดูแล A เยอะ
that exchange. Our position towards A site. We're going to try and find some space, and he has done that with the pass lane.
Yeah, maybe going for that plant, gets denied, and now it gets a little bit scary, right? They're flying in, but Rifle's going to do what they need to. Zelsis still keeping it close enough.
He's got another one, he's got 3!
Zelsis.
How the hell is Zelsis still finding this?
How the hell?
The ult now. They're actually
แก้
getting
ตัว
this
เมื่อกี้
one.
แก้เขินก่อน
13 seconds, they need a plant, and look at this positioning of the back.
มีภาพไหมเนี่ย
They don't hear it.
เอาไม่มีแล้ว
Turns in time, and now it's down to 1.
โอ้โหมันเททุกตัวที่ยิงเหรอมันจังวะ
But bloody hell, Zelsis made a damn good go of that one.
Obviously fixed that mouse problem.
Oh yeah.
มันมินิบูเป้าอย่างเดือดอ่ะ
Straight into the thick of things here on this B site execute. The Heretics able to stabilize. And got to feel the pinch too much in terms of the funds on the back of that.
เดี๋ยวนะมินิบูนี่ใช่ที่ดราม่าบอกว่าได้เข้าเพราะว่าพี่น้องอยู่ในทีมปะถ้ายิงขนาดนี้ไม่น่าใช่นะ
ถ้ามาถึงขนาดนี้ไม่น่าใช่แล้วพี่
เหมือนมีคนมาพูดอยู่ว่ามีดราม่าว่าแบบได้อยู่ทีมด้วยกันเพราะว่าได้มาอยู่ด้วยเพราะว่าพี่หรือน้องอยู่ทีมนี้นั่นแหละคนพี่หรือคนน้อง
กับเจสันไปอยู่กับแอคคูเลตพี่น้อง
Presence through B, but I mean, why not focus on the task at hand? They've got to make a quick escape here because look at Miniboo, he's on the way. 2 players are detained and Miniboo is hot on the heels. The stun is outstanding, and so is Miniboo, and he ain't alone anymore.
What?
He's got Boo by his side. The brothers
มีคนโหดอ่ะ
ripping apart Sen. Tense answers
เอาจัง
by now the plant is in. It's 3 of them to take this back and the pit's in place.
So much damage done here.
โอ้
Sentinels as 3.
มันตันเพื่อให้ไม่หนีไม่พ้นติจอย
Considering, I'm not even sure actually if Sassy was looking like he was backing away. Certainly now with 10s falling, you have to consider the possibility. And
ดูให้เล่นอีกเซตเสร็จปุ๊บรีบดูแมปอีกทีเลยว่าใช่หรือเปล่าว่าเต็นเลือกมา
Creeping away, might have
time in there, Zek and missed that. Yeah, I thought he was standing back for a second.
Same. And I wonder if they noted it because they're committing. They absolutely saw a pixel, or at least predicted that play kind of falling back through CT. Not a surprise, but Sassy's in danger because that economy hasn't fully recovered. Miniboo's barely breathing, but willing to try and opt himself up for the trade, which they get. Clean sweeping Sentinels there. No weapons taken over. And they might start getting a little bit worried now because their economy is not fully recovering here. They have a couple of ults nearby. That could help them out, but it's 3 on the trot here. Heretics going to be happy with this one.
I mean, this is just so beautiful for Miniboo and Boo. Said it, throwing everything into the back lines on the back of the lockdown and rewarded for that aggression as well. I think Sentinel's completely caught off guard by the stuns coming through from Miniboo.
Spam. That could be a damage. Yeah, it is. Miniboo still on it as well. The guy's got moves, looking like Foon out here, but he's still breathing and still fine. Settles into it.
And this was the first time we've seen 10s over towards Mound. So some intention of Sentinels addressing elsewhere, the other extremity, but Heretics, I'll be honest, winning out on both sides. The stars aligning for them this time around. And enough damage done on the way in that Zekan falls. John QT down to 15 HP. I mean, even Sassy tagged up as well.
Yeah, that spam is just so brutal to try and play against. And they got this done early. That's the scary part as well. Looking like they're trying to feign this B pressure, which is actually causing a great deal of reaction. 4 players in response to this.
I mean, that should be an open A site now.
Absolutely.
With all of this dumped into B.
เอโคมันทำอะไรได้เยอะเกินไปนะเวลาเสร็จ
ใช่
And they have no idea how far they've gotten. You can see the TP taking to check back site. They got what they wanted. Perfect fake play towards B. Not able to use the ult as wanted yet for Mini Boo. But the plant's in. They've really got that good. Now, ult-wise, Zelsis does have the lockdown. Sassy with a touch of kit left 10s as well, because he was adjusted over towards that C site on Mound. But if they want this retake, they've got to get it started soon. 10's going to post the paranoia. TP taken back towards Tree and Patatek waiting. Mini Boo turns for a second, but it's re-ends there. There's no threat to this. Sentinels are
สุดว่ะพี่ โคตรดุเลย
แล้วแบบหน้าฮิเดติก
Sassy again just wants to be able to get out with a gun. And once again denied. Mini Boo is hunting them down. This is a whole new world for Sen to try and deal with. Heretics are the real deal here. John QT, Benji Fishy, he's right there as well. No guns taken over again. Flawless from Heretics.
They're feeling themselves. You can see as well the confidence is
โหดมาก โหดแบบโหดมาก
Face on site. 2 members of Heretics tucked under rope. All the way down towards drop as well. Sentinels, unfortunately, need to try and take control of this early. The
โหด
early
มากพี่
take some of the control away from Heretics because, like I said, they have control of both extremities now. They have the run of the map.
I'm surprised I didn't see a timeout, if I'm honest here, because getting a bit worried when it was kind of like 2-3 rounds.
เห็นมา7คิว2วินแรก ตอนนี้ผ่านไป8วิน
Trying to
ยิง
really
ไป
commit towards this, but they don't have a great deal to work with. This is with Sheriffs, this is with Buckies, this is with the spike left in their hands.
เปลี่ยน
So, have you ever seen a
ดู
fight
สไปร์อยู่นี่ด้วย
Right,
And
well,
all I'm saying is Zekken has a bucky and is one away from Showstopper. If he gets a kill down and dirty in this smoke, Ians finds one. Going to clear it out with his ult as well, potentially here as well.
they've made a mountain out of a molehill, haven't they? They've really made them work for this one. Now the smoke drops and the problems begin. Paranoia's going to go. That Bucky doesn't get played in. Mini Boo going to feel the pressure. It's all right. Here it is. The rocket comes out, does not get what they want. They've been doing damage. Great shot from Boo. Second on his knees. A follow-up not found. Sentinel's getting down and dirty here. They want to make this brutal.
ชิมันชิวจัด
เอาสไปร์ไปแล้ว
Needs to hold the back line. He's got to be careful. They are so close by, but they backed away. Plant will be coming in now. They've got rifles. They've got all sorts now, Sentinels. What a play from them.
I mean, look at the utility though. Patatek and Benji have everything at their disposal to try and hold this down, but the lockdown's coming through from Zelsis.
Massive timing on these ults coming in.
หมูเซนมันเปลี่ยนแผนด้วยวะ
Sure, but Bucky was the key part to that. But Zelsis now is going to force the hand of Heretics. Oh, but they go in early. Benji Fishy will get caught, so he plays in Patatek. He has to be the one. Not to be touched just yet. They're going to hear this, and that was a bit too far forward from Sassy. Thought they could have worked together, but Sassy's still alive. Maybe he's the one, but time is not on his side here. Attack on the spike. Vulnerable, yes. He's going to deal with the utility, but he's got to deal with the spike. It's going to be taken down here. Benji Fishy playing forward. He's got it away. The timing. It's too late, and Sentinels fall.
และลูกพี่ไม่ลงมาจุ่มแล้วพี่กระโดดขึ้นไปยัดเขาทำไมเฮีย
Knows that somebody's going to try
พูดเชื่อเลย
Benji dips his toes, finds a kill ahead of that
2-0 จบใบจริงไหมเนี่ยพี่
2-0 จบใบจริงเล่นอย่างนี้เฮีย
I said it was mayhem in Madrid. This is just madness in Madrid now. It's all out the window. This is something different. What a wild matchup we're getting here. Heretics
มันโคตรโหด
crazy plays from Sentinels. Some very creative ideas, and it was close. That round was
ผม
gone.
เสียใจมากเลยที่ผมไม่ได้ดู EU
Bucky and a couple of sheriffs. Now they go back
อ๋อ
in
ไม่ได้
rails. Still putting a lot of attention on towards this mound control.
A string of rounds unanswered. Heretics now looking to slow things down, reading that maybe on the previous, Sentinels feel as if they need to take some of the map.
ทีม Heretics ครับ
ผมว่าแล้วทำไม Fnatic มันดูตึงๆอย่างโซนนั้น
4 members of Heretics with Benji. Last straggler.
What is this?
Walking into the blender here.
Who's he dealt with? gonna have John QT close by. Oh, he does catch a little bit of that spam, but so does Boo on the other side. But he's got to be careful.
กูเกี่ยวอะไรเนี่ยเจ็บอยู่นะจะเถียงกันไปกูเกี่ยวเลย
Again, still being forced further away. Backside now. It's methodical.
He's got to get out now. The thrash coming through. It's going to clear a ton of space for Heretics. Be able to retrieve that as well. Be a comfortable plant.
จังหวะเขาทำโคตรดีอ่ะ
Oh, that positioning! Great work from Zelsis. Stuck around long enough, he might be just walking into his death now. The value is huge. Now they're going to get in their faces, surely. Maybe not. Oh, second nade's going to do it. And now it's just getting ridiculous. Still no plant, but Sen apply the pressure.
โคตรเหนื่อยอ่ะดูดิตอนนี้
Time becomes a problem for Heretics. They can't find stability here. Sentinels turning
ก็จะได้แต่ละวิน
on its head.
โอดิน2เอาบอกไปเลยไหมไหนๆก็ไหนๆแล้วยิงไม่ทันนักคนเลย
Like I said, it should have been a safe plant. I mean, Heretics try and, I guess, capitalize on that much control and that much pressure by planting a little more open, maybe creating some more opportunities. Unfortunately, Miniboo just, it's a little lost in the sauce here with all this utility exchanging. Catches the back end of the paint shell. Sentinels a third on the board here.
โคตรมันโทษนะเพชรมึงนับเลขแต่แค่8แล้ววะเนี่ยเห็นบอกโดนราว2ไปมึนเลยแบบเมาหมัดยาวเลย
John QT just want to buy time. You can see Miniboo's ahead of him at that pace. The man is absolutely wild, but 10
ทักไม่ได้เลยว่ะอุ้ยนี่ไง
ทักไม่ได้เลย
ไม่ได้
โหพี่จัดให้จริงว่ะอันเนี้ย
ไม่ได้เลย
Standing tall, but tough position to be in with the spike so deep in enemy territory. And Sen shouldn't give up an inch here. Don't think there's much boo.
ไอ้ของจริงว่ะตามไว้สำนักเนี้ย
Looking for this flank here. Boo's ready for it. Just can't
put
him down. 16 HP now.
มีหลุดเหมือนกันนะครับจังหวะนี้
Sentinels identifying here. There's an opportunity to take some control back.
มาเลยพี่4คิวว่าผม
ปุ๊บมาเลยว่ะ
ทักผมปุ๊บมาเลยไหนดูดิว่าไปยิงใครมาวะกระดานนี้ดันบุก
ไม่แต่ยิงวินหนึ่ง4ตัว3ตัวแต่ยิงไม่กี่วินนี่ไม่ดีนะยิงทุกวินละ2ตัวดีกว่า
No matter how you get them, Sen needed a couple of rounds here. Money's still okay, at least for this round for Heretics. So
โอ้ยไอ้ทะลุกล่องเมื่อกี้ก็
alt-wise, not a great deal online. Patatex, yes, the rest, no. Are they willing to fight this out? Paranoia goes in. It doesn't affect seconds, so he does get to strike.
อ้าวมีคนรับกรรมใช่ไหม
โคตรไว
เรื่องนี้ต้องมีคนรับผิดชอบไม่ใช่เทน
One for one. I think if Heretics a chance to recoup here, Zekken
อ่านต่อตำนานโอเปอเรเตอร์
อุ้ยมันที่2เป้าว่ะดิ
Set up there for a high-low swing. Miniboo the one to find the headshot. Now man advantage here for Heretics. Sassy ult in hand. Patatex does have a Viper's Pit, so opportunities to really secure a post plant here. Heretics decide to continue. It looks as if, yeah, John QT's giving this all the way up.
Having to sit deep on this though, hasn't he? He can't take a challenge. Maybe just trying to keep control of CT for the play back in. The rotates are far away. You can see how hyper aware each team is of each other.
โหโดนมาไว้พอพีดิกวินสุดท้ายต้องเอา
Pit's already there. That's 4 players to find. Sassy does have his ult. He's got a lot of util left to invest.
Everyone but Rians actually.
This is big. Can they make the most of it? Yes, Sassy does very well.
มุมนี้มุมยอดฮิตไอ้นี่สแปมเช็คเลย
Still in this ult though, and he's in a lot of danger actually. You can see this.
จริงๆพูดไซส์4มันก็แคบนะมันมีไม่กี่ที่กันนะ
แต่มันเป็นมุมที่แบบต้องยืนอ่ะมันช่วยได้เยอะ
He's getting tagged up here. This is so precarious, so dangerous. And Zelsis takes him down. Patatex.
What? Ui.
And that's what they get. They finish with a
first
half.
ทีแท็กโต
ทีแท็กโตเลยช็อตนี้
8-4 in the lead.
They come out swinging. So any questions about the
พี่เคยสามารถลงแข่ง VCT ได้โดยเป็นไม่ต้องเป็นนี่เลยไม่ต้องไปลงไปแข่งแค่เป็นแบบเป็นโค้ดก็ได้
An honest go with things here, but a string of rounds unanswered. Be loving that if you're a Heretics.
มันอยู่ในไวเปอร์พิทไงเลื่อนมันโลอยู่แล้วอะ
at this point, I think if you're a Valorant fan, you're probably pretty happy too. This is an explosive game. We all wanted this caliber, this quality is what we've been looking for. The resurgence from Sentinels means they're still in this half. There is still a solid chance
แข่งอย่างนี้แบบ
but they have to
เก่
get
ง
to
เหมือน
a
กันนะ
banging beginning in the second.
มีแต่คนเชียร์ทีมตรงข้าม
ทำไงได้ไม่ใช่บ้านตัวเอ
ต้อง งเชียร์แบบโอ้โหโหดไป
ลงมาที่ไทยแล้วมีทีมไทยแข่งผมก็เหมือนกัน
I managed to sneak myself into the streaming booth to join Mixwell. How exciting is it to see your team compete on this stage in Spain?
เฮ้ยบิ๊กเวล
I mean, so far we're playing really well, and the crowd is insane. Hola a todos. Hey. I love it here. I love it. It's a dream come true.
บิ๊กเวลเมื่อ2 ปีก่อนนี้อย่างเข้มเลยครับพี่ 2 หรือ 3
มันเลยจุดพีคมาแล้วไงก่อนว่าลงมาเลยแบบว่าไม่ค่อยได้นี่เท่าไหร่
หลังๆไม่ไหวคนรุ่นใหม่แม่งของจริงวาโล
to qualify, but we beat everybody. We played so well during kickoff, and now we're also playing super good. And thank God Rians came yesterday.
Yeah, it's really nice to see him on stage. Now, I
ถ้า
want to
เกิด
roll the
ไป
years back real
มี
quick
มาส
because
เตอร์
you
ที่จี
played
นแล้วก็
against Tens before. You
โอ้โห
faced
ดีจี
them
ได้แข่งเนี้ย
จีโดนแน่
I think you need to not let him have the space that he needs. He's a super skilled player, and you always have to be aware of what he could do. Really aggressive. So as long as we keep him, as long as we trade him, we're good. Because when players are so good as him, you can always die first, but you need to trade him always.
Just take him down. And lastly, any words for the Spanish crowd? One more time.
Chicos, lo estáis haciendo genial. Haced mucho ruido, vamos.
In front of this electric crowd.
Thank you. Great to hear from Mixwell there.
Always is.
อันนี้แค่ฮาล์ฟไทม์ก็ใช้เวลาแต่
It
ดี
has been a great first half. I mean, the scoreline, you'd be forgiven to think it was a bit more one-sided, but how explosive was that?
I mean, I'll be honest, one of the most exciting starts we could have to this series as well, with Sunset to follow up. We'll get to that. We'll get to that when we do.
Why have you reminded me?
But this is exactly what you want out of these two teams. See what Sentinels now have to respond in the second half. They may be caught off guard a little bit in the first. You got to imagine Heretics are going to continue to be proactive, dial into this pace once again.
Patient beginning though, coming out from
Very, yeah.
Slow, steady, shown a little obviously off the back of that dizzy, which is going to be drawing 3 players to be posted towards that C site. Already Minibu maybe
แล้ว 4-8 นี่ไม่ได้ปืนพกก็โกนเน็กเหมือนกัน
as it stands. Very patient.
Spike this side with Zelsis. 3 players of Sentinels looking to at least show presence towards Rubble, but I mean, the fact that Benji's solo over there, he's not going to be peeking. He's not really going to be looking for any information. Very much looking to absorb any sort of pressure that does come his way, but Minibu has across to give him some support.
There's the first contact.
That's a ton. That could actually pull the rotation. I think it's about to look at Rins and Patitek right now.
Lovely fake play here from Sentinels. Now, Boo's seen enough that he should be calling someone back. There's been no further contact. There's still the utility there.
Sentinels haven't got in though, and it's 30
8-4
seconds.
ดันบุกนะ
I mean, they're trying to feign
ดัน
a
บุกดัน
pivot,
บุก
but
แต่ก็เยอะไปหน่อยเอาจริง
it's very late. Now, fortunately for them, they
เยอะไปหน่อย
7-5 นี่กำลังแบบกลางๆแล้วกัน
7-5 กลางๆ 4-8 เยอะไปหน่อย
So he's drifted back towards CT. They're grouping up already. Plant is in, but 5v5 post plant.
โอเคฟูลรีเทคครับ
Who's got util? Zekken has the boom bot. You got Sassy.
คิวเหลือบานฮิเลติก
But on the other side, a fair bit still to play with Heretics. They've held on to theirs. So maybe Zekken willing to challenge on this,
เอา
but
ดีเซคันด์
he's got to be good for it.
โอ้มันดันเฟอร์แบบ
The answer comes in, but Zelt is still standing. Sassy on the back lines, leaving Boo just the only man standing in a 1v3. And yeah, that one's been handled. Sentinels, lovely composure here on the first and the second.
มาแล้ววะเซคันด์
I feel like Heretics are ahead of that, but I think just too many question marks planted by Sentinels. The misdirection with the door as well. You can see the pings coming out even after.
มันมีรถนี้ด้วยเหรอ
on seat. They're so conscious of potentially, I mean, any number of these 3 players that were spotted outside Rubble being in position to backstab, but no matter regardless, came down to the gunfights on the way back through, and
เจนไม่เก่งจังวะปืนพก ไม่เอาแบบราว2เมื่อกี้แล้วนะ
สภาพมาเรานี่โดนนี่ไม่เอานะ
See if Heretics can get under their skin a little here, though. Sen certainly applied the pressure in the first half doing this sort of stuff, but don't know if Heretics have it the same way. But let's see. John QT very much
by Sentinel Brother
aware of the possibility, sitting quite deep, just shouldering the angle. While the rest of Sentinels kind of showing a lot of presence, being
เวลา
boisterous
กองเชียร์
around
ตะโกน PRX กับ DRX เนี่ยคือแม่งก็เหมือนได้เชียร์ทั้งสองทีมไงคือฟังไปไม่หลอกนัวๆไป
But again, keep in mind this is classic Ghost Sheriffs, so take a lot.
ปาของเคลียร์ใกล้ด้วย
Right for Heretics.
เวลา DRX กับ PRX เจอกัน
Coming with a nice bonus potentially. The third round.
เทนมันอยู่ที่12อยู่แล้วเอาหน่อย
เห็นบอกมาทีเดียวมาเยอะ
Work from Sen again, keeping 5 standing, navigating well to the C site, getting the plan in place.
Really about what damage Heretics can do on the way back in here. He's going to go through. Boo, I don't think caught up in that, no. Second up close to personal again, but he gets flashed.
Still breathing.
เฮ้ยเดี๋ยวมันบอดไม่ใช่เหรอ
เหลือเชื่อ
เทคเคนมันบอดไม่ใช่เหรอเมื่อกี้เอาไป2เลยเหรอวะไอตัวแรกไอตัว2คืองง
Moving forward, he's one away from his ult already. This is the perfect start.
เอาว่ะเริ่มมา
Again, a fantastic second half here.
Heretics can really slam the brakes on.
อยากได้สารลายมั้ย
Find a response here.
อ๋อล่างมาตัว2โอ้โห
From Zekken.
มาเว้ยอเมริกา
No real old progress for Heretics to fall back on.
เซนทีเนล
Enter round 3.
Here comes the fun. You got that leftover buy, right? The bonus here for Sen. You got the purchase coming out for Heretics. And Sen again, so mobile, so agile around his
Very
map.
active, yeah, very active.
โอ้โหพอดีเป๊ะ
Again, really been trailing behind. He's trying to get over towards C potentially. They've been somewhat conditioned to be believing in this C site hit, which I mean.
จะถอยหรือเปล่าเดี๋ยวรอดูเบนจี้
Utility invested here.
ถอยเลยครับไม่อยู่แล้ว
ใจคอจะตีแต่ซีเหรอวะ
ผู้รับกรรมแทน
เครื่องแรงจัดเลยวะเซเคน
จริงจัดเลยตัวนี้
Open plant Sentinels can fully reset off this now. Tough egg to crack for Heretics on the way back through once again onto C side.
บอกนะว่าแล้วสุดข้างบน
This C take has been looking unstoppable, and this would be a bonus conversion. This would be outstanding for Sentinels. Already though, Ten's going to get a little bit of contact here. Outdone by Miniboo, but Sassy then takes the next layer of pressure as they sweep the site. Miniboo again, but how do they break that deeper post?
So much util.
Absolutely, Mike. It's very difficult to even get on the spike itself. And I think Heretics might know that. John QT,
เอาเรื่องว่ะ
sharp as ever.
อุ้ย
And Miniboo just
โอ้โหนี่มันจอห์นวิก
and this
จอห์นเอาจัดช็อตนี้
for Sentinels. Lovely string of rounds now. Upgrade to the rifles. It could not have gone better.
I noted it earlier.
เอาแต่ซีรัวๆเลย
จอนไม่ค่อยได้ยิงนี่หว่า
Heretics almost forced to kind of play
เอาหน่อย
retake 3 sites unless they can confirm some sort of information. Need somebody to go hunting here for Heretics. Because much of what we saw in the first half, Sentinels have free run of the map right now.
Yes, they do. No solution yet for that C take or the retake potentially.
คนละจอน
Sheriffs are plenty and a fight to be found. Zekken again, this guy, his early work has been exceptional. Cracking open sites, being a real nuisance boot.
Good for one, yeah.
But you've got a whole lot more to find. And they are still continuing along this A pathing. Rien's, oh man, this is not a fun spot to be in now.
อุ้ย
Oh,
อุ้ย
that's a shot.
ดุ้ง
That is a goddamn shot. Any more of those? Tens though, creeping closer. Rien's didn't get another one. This is getting way too close for comfort.
ไอ้พวกนี้มันน่ากลัวว่ะปืนพกมันก็น่ากลัวพี่
ปืนพกน่ากลัวจัด
Nasty. Tap on the spike, calling back in Benji Fishy. They are facing on this great heads
มันได้ยินเสียงเก็บปะไอ้อันเนี้ย
track of the potential.
แต่ไม่นะ
Benji Fishy do a 1v2. It would be miraculous.
They're pinging out the rifle here, but I think it's been cycled across elsewhere.
He's struggling to find something.
มีปืนให้เล่นเลยครับ
Just have to be that sheriff until he gets towards sight, maybe back sight even. How does he clear tree on this? The turret, but that's not enough. Look at that setup. Still made a go of it.
ยังได้ไปอีกหนึ่ง
เออรีบ้าจัด
Up now, 8
แต่ละคน
Sentinels. The second half is looking theirs. Lovely beginning. Yes, ult starting to hit, but Heretics pumping
ตามเมาส์เลย
brakes.
การเงินเซ็นโดนตัดสีก็โอเคอยู่
Definitely going to want to try and take stock of what's gone wrong in the first.
ตัวนี้เวอร์จัดอะ
Banging shot from Riens to open things up. Patstek unfortunately just forced into a corner here on drop, unable to provide too much assistance. See what the switch up is for Heretics coming out. There's 4 rounds unanswered here by Sentinels, and like I said, they have free run of the map. Same way Heretics did in the first as well.
มันมีคนเชียร์อัพด้วยกองเชียร์ถึงไทยเชียร์
มีคนแบบว่าผู้นำเชียร์
Look to brawl with Sentinels. Dare you say it? Team you really want to be brawling with.
It is so mirrored, it feels like, after watching that first half. Like, cleaner, actually, from Sen than more than anything, but still, Heretics without an answer.
I guess a little more, it feels a little more controlled from Sen versus what we saw from Heretics. There was a lot more trading, reliance on the fundamentals for Heretics, and Sentinels definitely looking a little cleaner in that regard, I guess, is the way to look at it.
Oh, very much so. Couple of ults though for Heretics to bring into effect in this round. Sen on a million miles away from theirs as well. Keep your eyes towards it there. That is very much on the horizon for them. But Heretics could try and take back some control with this. But then now the Sentinels just switch something up, right? Just play a little out of pocket here, just coming out of this timeout. Let's see what they go for. They've been determining pace here in the second. Early exchange of util will be towards that B site, but not much intention behind it.
I think Sentinel's anticipating a little bit of a switch up here in terms of aggression from Heretics. John QT on a solo mission here to plant the seed, but majority of the stack must be in C site here for Heretics. Very tempered approach. Rien's got to be careful. Don't want to see him get caught off here as the solo anchor towards A. Again, his ultimate huge in terms of a retake as well.
They're all coming this way.
Yeah, this is looking a little dangerous for Riens.
Excellent read from Sentinels, but yeah, Riens is in a lot of danger. And again, you'd see that Prowler just sent through towards B is keeping both players. Oh man, he's got to have 2 here. Back away with his life if he even wants a chance at this. Now he's got to be worried. He's got to be so worried. He's seen so much. He's actually made it out with his life, which is incredibly impressive. And just has to try and hold towards CT. Because Sentinels, you can't stop that roll. There's no way you can hold back these players here. Now has to wait for reinforcement, but this will be a plant for Sen. And once again, a very comfortable post plant.
Yeah, Zekken and John QT looking to take a ton of space up towards heaven here.
Oh, but diligent one from Heretics. This is nice, but do they get punished? No. Somehow Zekken's still here. Miniboo's not ahead of him. This is Zekken finds Riens. Miniboo still be holding this one. Work from Zekken. How is it still? Miniboo just trying to dodge.
Second ตัวเดียวเลยเว้ย
And it is wild. And he's still kicking. 7 HP in a 1v1 out of nowhere.
ไอ้เคนมันอยู่นานมากเลยตรงนั้น
เหนียวจับไซเคน
มันรอดได้ยังไงวะ
แต่ดีเลยตอนแรกมันจะกระโดดไปข้างบนแต่ยัง
กลายเป็นว่าอยู่บนหัวเขาแล้วเขาก็ไม่เห็นเหมือนกัน
ยังซ่อมมาได้
What a crazy exchange up on heaven here. Absolute heroics from Zekken, and Boo comes back, finds these 2. Fortunate not to get the drop inside the smoke and clutch things out. You see the heartbreak as well.
มันว่ะเช่นแฟนๆก็เชียร์กันมันดิ
Got to say, Zekken is an absolute heater as well this game. You looked at his value as well of his opening kills coming into this. It looked fantastic for him. But
I mean, when he's playing like this, literally, Sentinels just resort towards let him off the leash.
Yeah, do it.
Pick a side and put him in there.
He's got his ult. He's got 2 potential victims. Let that man go. Let him fly. And he's away. Does he find anyone this time? It looks like he does. He can't stop winning. Finally put down by Benji Fishy, but he's granted them access to the site again. Ten's in a little bit of danger here, actually. Yeah, he can't make it out. And Sassy backbone here. Safe hands to hold on to some of these key kills, these key rounds. And Boo's only got a sheriff. All the devotion and desire in the world won't get him this round at this point. It actually looks, yeah, I mean, at this point, gotta say it, Sentinels, what an answer, and Boo is just playing safe. He's doing the tactical timeout without calling it just yet.
He's going to take this time, make the most of it here, try and get the team back in line. I don't even know if we're anticipating a timeout as well on top of this to try and maximize, but Sentinels have come back swinging in the second half.
อันนี้ถือจัดตัวไหนให้ดีใช้เวลาแบบพวกนี้แบบว่าคุยให้เคลียร์ก่อนแจกจ่าย คลาสสิกจัดวิธีนี้
I'll be honest, they've been back in the second half. They haven't really had an opportunity to really get anything going.
เซคันด์อยู่ดีก็ลืมตาตื่น
And the way that Sentinels are playing, like I said, it feels like a game of control.
อันนี้แข่งรอบไหนรอบแรกครับ
In the second half being Heretics have been a little apprehensive to dip their toes. Maybe you'd argue losing the first couple and being on the back foot with the economy, but there hasn't been much of a response, and it's looking like the response might be an operator in the hands of Minibu and slowing things down. I'm not sure if that is the answer that Heretics need.
That's not going to help things. So a missed shot like that, but now they know it's there, right? They've seen one of the cards that Heretics holds, and now what does this do to Sentinels? You're going to see Zelsis really chatting something through.
I mean, you arm somebody like John QT with information like that off the rip in a round. It gives them plenty of options. I mean, look at Sentinels and X-Ray here. They're waiting to see if there's any further aggression. Minibu's already preemptively rotated away. Boo's going to have...
เห็นมันควงมีดแล้วแบบกลัวเสียตังค์มากเลย
No one's rotating either, Mike. They think this is a fake.
Yep.
ไม่ได้กลัวโดนฟันเลยกลัวเสียตังค์
Exactly. They've had the run of the map. They've been able to plant these question marks time and time again.
ใจสั่นเลยเจอสกินนี้
By hook or by crook, this might work out.
A miracle for Heretics. They're trying to dig out the lurk now.
Yeah, that's what their intent would be. Patatek and Benji Fishy looking for John QT, but now there's going to be a bigger surprise. They found Sassi, and Minibu's in the right place. They've almost stopped
รอบนี้มาตัด A ครับไม่ให้เล่น
to what was going on here. Oh, great work from Minibu. 10 trying to get ahead of the curve.
เฟี้ยวฟ้าวจัดเลย
That's a spike lost now. Hard work here for Zelsis and John QT to bring this back. Can they evade the eagle eyes of Minibu?
เป็นพี่น้องไม่ใช่พ่อลูก
Lockdown to work with as well, so if they can find a kill and feel comfortable enough, they could secure the site for a little longer. Zelsis goes exploring. Minibu happy to take that one.
1v4? That's a lot.
4 คนเหรอพี่
ไม่ไหว
It's fine for him here, but there's problems. But he's taking down the first one. Benji Fishy falls. He needs another couple. Paranoia evaded. He's still standing. This is good, but he needs to be able to deal with the diffuser, and he can't quite do it just yet. The spam's not landing, and he knows it. Great damage, but it's not enough there. Heretics just about tipping this one back in their hands. And it felt like Sentinels walked into that.
ได้สไนกระบอกเนี่ย
They didn't save across the operator either. I'm not sure if somebody was scrambling to pick it up at the end there, but yeah, I got to say, it almost feels like the stars aligned for Heretics here to be in a position. Sentinels feel like they've done so much in terms of, I guess, punching this fake, creating a little bit of pressure. Heretics, I guess, stick to their guns in terms of what they commit to. Over towards A.
But it could still be a flash of the pan, right? That C site take was still not fixed, and Zekken back on this pace. TP this time is committed to. Tens is there. What a horrible predicament for Heretics. You got Zekken in the front, Tens in the back, and there's nowhere to hide. Zekken on the hunt, you can see it, Patatek back to the wall. They're surrounded. They're still trying to fight their way out. Benji Fishy can only stay alive for so long. That was such a well-constructed site take from Sentinels. Again, flexing their capability here. Minibu has found John QT, so this isn't completely free. It's not completely safe. Ten's the one to be holding them. Deep smoke towards CT to try and secure some of this. Desperate to avoid the stun, but still catches it. Dips away, but this time, can the Spike's
finally coming down.
I thought he already went down.
No, I was watching for a second there. Sassy
I'll
weighing out everything. Tens.
Oh, that's not good. But Zelsis still breathing. Sassy as well. Sassy has been good in these, but it's Minibu and Rienz. You saw that aim from Rienz. You've seen Minibu's impact, but these two are nasty. Hard to play against. They're both in that corner. How do you clear this? Minibu dives on in.
โอ้โหจะฉีกเป้าเอาสุดตาซีถูกไม่ให้ผ่านด่าน
Getting them up to 11. Sentinels looking large and back in charge here.
And this suffocating execute onto C site, the paranoia and the nightfall covering everything. But it takes Sentinels, well, it feels like a decade.
เป้าในบูน่ากลัวจริงครับรู้สึกงั้น
Paranoid of maybe a pre-take coming back through from the remaining members of Heretics, but able to course correct it.
เฮ้ย
Sassy to close things out. That's got to feel like a sigh of relief though for Sentinels to get that one across the line.
Got close there, didn't it?
Up to 11 now, Heretics.
On the ropes.
Yeah, I think that's why we see the second time and a continuation of boot from that previous round. So only one round, a flash in the pan for Heretics in the second half here to really pin their hopes to. Not going to have the finances here, so looking like they have to almost concede towards map point. Mini Boo won off his ultimate. Boo, Patstek and Benji all with theirs. Some options here, but again, the purchase is not going to be pretty. Throw everything but the kitchen sink into this one.
Wow. I'm looking at that purchase and it's still not getting better, is it? Kitchen sink included. There's just not much to write home about.
I think they're actually dialing it back a little bit.
Yeah, I think they might have to suffer through this
I think that, yeah, they are going to concede here.
They'll make a go of it. Obviously, it's not going to be a freebie, but it's certainly not going to be everything they want me to do. Just okay, that's
how you make your Guardian work.
Yeah, and that's Sentinel who has been so paramount. Yeah, he has
มันดูแบบว่า
some of the success Sentinels
มัน
has.
ดูง่ายขนาดเลยเหรอวะ
So it'll be interesting to see now with him taken away so early on. What do they lean back to? Do they continue along this pathing towards B?
It's so late in this half to see Heretics get
Heretics
aggressive.
นี่แม่งอีโคโคตรน่ากลัวเลยพี่
จริง
น่ากลัวมาก
ก็เสียวได้วินนะ
Sentinels have walked in all
ดูดิ
นั่นไง
Sassy will fall. Zelsis quick with the trade, but should get the plant down here.
ยังไม่วาง
No, still.
คนลุก
A
จับ
little misdirection here, baiting out potentially anybody from Heretics. John QT able to slow this down with a snake
Very
bite.
valuable that.
โอ้ย
Smoke drops, Boo finds him.
Boo could not have found that at a better time. That unleashes
Does
the
he
rest
ท
of
น
the
ไม่ไหว
side
แล้ว
to come on through. He gets forced out. But
Just
still,
caught
where's
off
the rest
that.
of the three? Where are the others coming in from? Now they come through tens. Can't hold it. And now it's on Zelsis. 1v2.
เออดีอะ
เซ
เซ
ล
ล
ซิ
ซิ
สซ่อมให้
Even with the finest
ไป
of
เอา
โค
พอ
ตร
ดี
โคตรเวอร์
let them have a moment of rest.
I mean, it's such a beautiful read as well. The call to just shift walk up behind that first blood.
มึงถือเชอรี่อย่างกับถือออฟ
Ballsy, but Benji Fishy the only one really to throw a spanner in the works.
Yeah.
And that kill was ridiculous. I saw Zelsis got caught by the paranoia. I didn't know if it was slightly off time, but finds that first headshot completely blind.
This is the round the Heretics were waiting on. Very late in the day, plenty of ults to play with, and it looks like Heretics up for the brawl, up for the fight, and Zekken though is normally good for this. It's this time going to take the
วาร์ป
headline.
2 ที
Boo
ง
goes
ง
down.
งงกันหมด
In
มายังไง
control
มา
here.
ไง
This is
วะ
their map choice, and they've just suddenly made it look like it on this second half. Rien's, Benji Fishy, and Palitek. I mean, you just had to watch your team get massacred on that little bit of aggression they've been dabbling with, and it's so early
แต่
in
ถื
the
อว่า
round.
เซนมันก็ยังแน่นอยู่อะพี่
Unfortunately, Sentinels another
แรก
situation
แรกจะเป๋นะ
maybe to want to try and stop things once again.
ขอทีนึงขวาซ้าย
Could play him in here, but there's a ton of bodies on the other side of
ถ้า
this.
เข้าไปมีเรื่องอ่ะตอนเนี้ย
Unfortunately, somebody's going to turn for that alarm bot as well.
ไอ้นี่รอให้ด้วยอ่ะ
Intuitive. Okay, that's helped him out. And the line
โอ้โหดีสิแค่น้อย
he doesn't in the end.
อ้าวเรียบร้อยครับ
พีจี
Once again, Sentinels
ดีเลยครับแบบนี้ 4-1
on
นะ
the map. Hitting just about every site they want
สุด
to.
ท้ายอย่างโล
This has been their stronghold. This C site has been theirs.
This has been the definition of
มัน
running.
จะมีช็อตแบบเจสันให้เห็นปะไม่นาน
Second half.
ไม่น่าอันนี้เลือดน้อยไปแมปเซนครับผมอันนี้
Heretics
แต่เจสันก็เลือด3เลยนะพี่
on the plan in time. Just 36.
แต่ผมว่ายากอยู่
ช็อตนี้ไม่มีภาพป้อมปืนยังจะไม่รอดเลย
Tough task here. First map is
Right.
Sentinels back on the international stage, looking exceedingly strong. That second half, Mike, is something to be very impressed by.
I was a little worried in the first.
Oh, yeah.
I'll be honest. Heretics definitely come out swinging.
ไม่
But
ถือว่ามัน
what a response in
แน่น
kind
มาก
from
เลยเนี่ยเพราะว่ามันโดนเป๋ใน
Mini
ต้นเก
Boo
ม
and Zekken definitely the headliners here in this map one.
เกือบจะหลับแต่กลับมาได้
One who knows where Sunset goes. Do stick around.
Excuse me, would you mind taking a picture of us?
Oh, no problem.
Thanks.
Ooh, yes, problem. You need Verizon. Trade in that old thing and get a new iPhone 15 Pro with tons of storage, so you can take all the pics. So many selfies.
A preposterous amount of panos!
กูโดนเนี่ยโฆษณา iPhone เนี่ยไม่ได้จะโดนว่าเพลงหรอก
All on us, only on Verizon.
แมป2เหรอไม่มั่นใจแล้วอะแมป2เฮติกก็เดือดเหมือนกัน
Red Bull gives you wings.
Sentinel ถ้ามีคนที่ทำหน้าที่เป็นทั้งโค้ชแล้วก็ IGL ในเกมด้วยโค้ชทีมมันโคตรดีคอยคุมสถานการณ์ได้โดยที่ไม่ต้องกดพอสเนี่ยถ้าจะพอสที่จำเป็นจริงๆอ่ะเพราะว่าสุดท้ายโค้ชก็จะเห็นมุมมองทั้ง5คนมากกว่า
What a fantastic start that was from Sentinels here in Masters Madrid. I'm now joined by their coach Kaplan. Now, your attack side, what a masterclass. Zekin, 5 first kills, 5 rounds won. How much of your game plan, your strat book, was relying on the fact that he does get those draws?
I mean, we always look to set him up, but there's plenty of miracles he's pulled out that we definitely can't rely on or predict. So, we never look too hard to enable one guy. We just look at the big picture of the strategy. How do they play? How do we play? What do we need to do to beat him?
Well, you can't stop him if it looks like. But congratulations on the first map and best of luck on the second one.
Thank you very much.
You want that big match feel? You got it right here, folks. A match that certainly, or a map rather, that certainly did not disappoint. Sentinels, they come into this one, Kukuka, in a hostile environment, some might say, but then I also hear the crowd cheering for them too.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
It's like, they're feeding off of the energy, both teams in the crowd.
Yeah, exactly. I think that it is something that could not definitely get a lot into their heads, and I think that there were some people supporting them. Both of the halves were defined by the attack, and I think that it's brilliant, the adaptation that we were seeing from both of the teams, and also a little bit of shaky nerves at some points.
Yeah, I thought Sen were going to be honestly just cooked as well. When they lost in the eco round in round 2, round 9 when they had the spike in their possession and they couldn't even keep it from Heretics getting into the post plan and actually winning that one out.
Yes.
It was looking pretty much done and dusted, but the attack side was where they all came alive for both of the teams, like we said. And honestly, the macro play, the macro call in John QT, big indicator of that one. But of course, you got to give credit to Zekken versus Miniboo. These guys basically playing identical roles in terms of their position of trying to be those entry players and being set up to succeed. And they were going toe to toe, but look at that first blood percentage of Zekken. I mean, 31.8%, converting on most of those into round wins as well on their attack side. I mean, this kid is for real. I said one of my hot takes at the beginning of this was that at the end of this tournament, Zekken is going to look like the best player in the world. And I think that
I thought that it was the Tens was going to improve his.
Well, that too.
That
was another hot take.
Ones.
He just says a lot of things.
Tens is going to break his record.
And one of them might land, right?
Yeah, and then Zekken is going to be the best player in the world. Also, one of them might land, maybe. But, I mean, we're well on the way for one of those to happen. Ten started the match with a bloody ace. So, I mean, listen, anything can happen.
I mean, what a way to come out here. But I think, though, for the Heretics, there is, that there certainly wasn't going to be an easy match for them, not by any stretch of the imagination. But to see this team newly formed really has proven to me this squad is the real deal. This isn't like shenanigans over in the NBA. No, this was the real deal. This squad can play.
Yeah, exactly. And it's not that, they were completely obliterated. The ideas were still there. Sentinels just came on top. I think that Sassy had very important late rounds. I think that also what we saw in the graphic is that even though Zekken was getting those kills, he wasn't doing that much damage during the round because Miniboo was, staying alive for longer because his role, even though it's the same, is a bit different in the macro style from both of them teams. Now, looking into Sunset, things are going to be very similar for the side of Heretics.
Oh, yeah.
Bren, you were saying it, probably the reason why Sentinels wants to go into this maps is because of that neon.
I'm excited for this map. Now, I'm not going to use the same term that I used earlier, but I am very excited for this Sunset map because you're looking at one of the best maps again for both of these teams for similar reasons. And I did point it out in the pre-show.
Yeah, well, we'll talk about this in a second, though. We do want to hear from the coach on the other side of the field for the Heretics, Yinsu, standing by.
Heretics are about to take the stage again, but first I'm joined by their coach, Neozinho. Now, map 1 defense, a little bit shakier from you guys. Zekken seemed to cause a lot of problems for you, so how do you think you should be dealing with him going on to map 2?
Honestly, for us, it wasn't about them on their attack. It wasn't even individually. So I'm not even thinking about how we deal with Zekken. Like, we completely threw that defense ourselves. We were not proactive enough. We let them execute on us. So next game, we just need to focus on ourselves. Go in, be more disruptive because we were taking really good aim Joes on attack. We were sticking to our fundamentals, and that's why we were winning. And that kind of we played a little bit scared, but that's fine. So that's what we're going to do next game. We're going to play how we want to play and be more proactive and take aim Joes because we cannot aim them, and we showed it in the first half. So.
I mean, Neil, you come back from these positions before. Thank you very much for your time. We'll see if you can indeed do it.
Lots of confidence there. They feel confident in those angels, and they have a good reason to be.
Yeah, I mean, did you see those shares? Like the shots coming from Benji, from Boo, from literally anybody in this.
That's a bold statement to say against Sentinels, though.
Exactly, right? But we saw it on the stage, and of course, we see the crowd going crazy for them, celebrating, giving them cheers when they most need them. And of course, coming into this second map in Sunset, it has to be the same coming from them.
Yeah, I think that proactivity being called out by Neozinho was honestly spot on. I think nail on the head with that one because it's one of the part of the reasons why Heretics is such a scary team is those aggressive plays. I mean, I pointed it out.
Go on QT. Go on QT.
It's working off with the double flash setups when they play that Gecko and the KO comp as well, setting up Miniboo for success. They weren't doing that on the defense side.
That's 2 ด้านเลยนะพี่
just letting them have free reign, playing really quite far back, and they allowed Sentinels to get back into the action.
สองซันเซ็ต
Real fast, want to let everyone know at home here that after this match is done, we are going to have the Swiss round 2 draw show immediately after the post-match interview today. So after the interview, make sure you stick around because there's going to be more to talk about. But Kukuka, what you got?
Exactly, because tomorrow we need some matches, right? And we need some matches. Exactly. We need some winners tomorrow. Don't time to send anybody home just yet. But yeah, going back and picking up what you were saying, Bren, about those double flashes, probably, and thinking about Sunset now, that is what we're going to get from the side of Sentinels if nothing changes coming into this tournament. We also mentioned the short window of time before coming here to Madrid, and I think that maybe one of the keys for Heretics coming into this Sunset might be tweaking a little bit of those things, because I'm not sure and I'm not sold on the KO Sova on almost any map. Like that
yeah, I know you're very against the KO Sova, and I
like them separate, you know, but I don't like them together.
It is pretty slow. I mean, when you run that, I think Sentinels, they like to run the very similar comp that we saw earlier today, which PaperX are running on Sunset. I mean, they essentially, I think they stole it from PaperX as well, from scrims when they were playing in Korea. But they play really well. I mean, their retakes with the comp is incredibly strong. They understand this necessity for like fighting over that extremity control, using the double initiator at times for that. And so this is a really good map for both of these teams.
Yes.
I'm just itching now to get into this agent select so I can see, are there going to be any alterations? I don't think there will be. Both of these teams haven't had as much time to really chop and change a lot of their game plans. And both of these teams are very confident on this map, so I can't imagine they would have changed much.
And you heard Neil. I mean, I think you're right, Brent. They're just going to play their game. I really think that.
I think everybody says that.
Everyone says it, but I genuinely believe it here, though.
It's not that they won, it's that we lost, you know. But I think
2-0
being honest, that is kind of the mentality that puts you through the next match. The fact that everything is
ทีมไทยเหรอ TH ไม่ใช่ครับ ทีม Heretics ครับ
Yeah, and not to say anything about Neil, but I always call it the delusional confidence that you have to have all the time, no matter what the
circumstances are. Being the Lulu is the Salulu, right?
ใช่ตอนจับทีมเจอกันให้ดูไหมอันนี้น่าสนใจ
Slight delay, so we'll jump into the match, or excuse me, we'll jump into agent select as soon as that is available. I don't know if I'm being baited there.
ต้องรอดูตอนจบอะครับผมผมไม่ได้อยู่รอดูนะว่ามันมีหรือเปล่า
Yeah.
Did you recognize the jersey?
I think it was the Heretics players, yeah.
Maybe we're not going to be seeing the changes. You were talking about John QT also as well. Boo on the other side. I think that, you know, that head-to-head is something that we need to take into accountability here.
And agent select is through, and you can see once again, Heretics locking in that Sova KO.
Yeah, not a big fan. I think that it relies also a lot into how they set up Boo and how that's going to work. I think that Benji
วันนี้จะมีติดเหลืองไหมมาดูกันพี่ใจคอมันจะดีออนทุกด่านเลย Manion.
Yeah, full steam ahead, looking at that proactivity of Heretics, how they set up many
โอ้ย 100% ด้วย 100% เจอ 100%
if they've got protocols in mind,
ใครจะแตกพ่ายก่อน
trying to bait out the util, bait out those positions to try and punish them. That's going to be a really important key.
วันนี้มีสายล่างไหมมันไม่เชิงสายล่างครับมันจะไปแข่งเอาคนที่แพ้ไปแข่งกันไปจับคู่ทิ้งป่ะก็เอาคนที่ชนะมาจับคู่แต่ถ้าแพ้200ก็กลับบ้านครับ
And not only that, going back into the international stage, imagine if they make it again to the finals at least without dropping a single map after the insane kickoff that they had.
That would be absurd, but that is for the future. For now, though, let's live in the present. Send it over to your casters. Of course, it's the tag team stylings of Pansy and Hypot.
QB is always so nice to us. He gives us those nice throws there, Mike. What do you make of them?
He missed a Spanish pun, though, up on the...
I think he actively chose
interesting choice.
Although I did like the Delulu comment from Kakuka there. That was pretty solid. And yeah, maybe Niels is a little out of it right now. But I think there was some sort of value in what he was saying, because it kind of went back to us going, I want them to be proactive. We want them to take those fights. But then there is that case of, okay, but just go and diff Sen, I guess.
Yeah, I mean,
I get it.
We can never get away with saying things like that. Like, oh yeah, Heretics through that second half. But I don't want to accredit it all to that. Yes, you can tell that. I mean, I feel like they got locked out of it so early on.
Yes.
And then I guess it does become a confidence issue of, then you have to justify, Mini Boo running it down or sending him out on a mission to try and find his opening engagement when Zeken's already, statistically, he's dominating that game from the get-go in the second half.
Here we go, folks. Second map here. Lotus was 13-9. Sentinels
เริ่มแล้ว let's go
and it's a brave pick to come in here on this map. Sen have looked pretty solid to my eye on this one. Heretics a little less tape, but some decent results. Taking down some big names over in EMEA, but again, Sentinels look very sharp this time, and Benji Fish is in a world of trouble. He's actually restarting the smoke though. So happy to challenge. And every time we talk about it, everyone just disrespects those smokes. Need that follow-up presence.
Absolutely do. Zelsis will get the plant. Actually taking a ton of damage through here.
Where was he taking damage?
I don't know, but this paint shell's perfect for Zekken to follow up on.
Yeah, that's not bad. That's a great bit of damage. Securing the close lines, but Minibu right back.
เดือดไปเก็บหมดแล้ว
Now, 3v2, noting only one of the players here.
Look at the HP for Zelsis.
One and done at best, right? Surely, you can see them trying to play together. Love that. Love that push and pull. Minibu gonna fall for it, but there's the overwhelm. The HP supreme here. That's gonna be the defuse coming through for Heretics. Dealing with the absolutely almost insurmountable amount of casualties over in market, right? That was just the bloodbath.
I mean, the paint shell's perfect. Minibu slides
เสียง
unannounced it, finds the response necessary. Sassy, unfortunately, not really able to have a say in this. Look at Minibu's HP as well, just outside the fragment. Zelsis found one before falling, but like you said, the HP almost decided that.
How can you not love Benji Fishy as well?
Yeah, it really.
เด็กนี่ energy มันเยอะ
Genuinely great to see him at this stage. So pumped up. But hey, we've already seen it doesn't really matter how many rounds you get on one half. Sentinels have that capability to bring back anything, so don't worry.
เฮ้ยโดนเขาไหวไหมเนี่ยโดนใบอยู่ด้วย
Sheriff and a full sight hit coming in. You can already see they've had to respect this enough. That shock dart
ได้เป็นหลายเจ็บ
damage. I think it might have caught a couple on the way, but the plant is in.
So yeah, I was going to say, Sentinels sticking to these very, very close proximity positions. Heretics have to wait out these smokes. Drown will come through, but Sentinels now are going to approach this after giving up along this side. Zekken though to open things up.
โอ้โหโคตรคุ้มอ่ะ
Two of the flashes coming through. Oh, that was outstanding. Making those stingers work and trying to
เฮ้ย อะไรวะน่ะฮะ
let off the leash just a little. Closing it back to this 2v2, but the defuse needs to be the next port of call. You can already see them getting towards halfway. The spray not enough. The reveal! But John QT at the end, defuse is there. Heretics holding on for a second, but that's deadly.
And that sort of
โอ้โหมินิบูมันเข้าไปทำอะไรวะเนี่ย
spamming stingers into smokes and whatnot. It's
เดี๋ยวรอรีเพย์เลย
really tough to try and close things out.
ทะลุเหรอ
I mean, gets everything you could want and more, to be honest, from this position.
I love the double flash kind of
ส่ง
combination.
แฟลชโคตรสวยอ่ะ
What was this double?
โอ้โห
That seems unreasonable, doesn't it?
Sit down.
Have a seat.
That second shot is outrageous. Looking to carry across that momentum from the first half.
โอ้ช็อตปฏิหารย์จัดอันนี้
Sentinels now got planned once again towards B site.
But I like this test towards middle at the same time. Haven't seen too much of an exploration. They've mostly kind of cut in through market, which is very reasonable. But kind of like to see what they're doing here, see if Zelsis can maybe pry some information of what this mid hold looks like, how they can maybe exploit a rotation, if they can pressure top mid potentially. As it stands, there hasn't really been much of attention put towards A either. No real challenge on it. Okay, mini boot. Fair enough. And Benji Fit. Oh, the timing.
Oh,
Still gets a kill.
Still gets it.
Down to 5 HP though.
He's going to have to depend on the others to kind of pick up the slack, which is exactly what he's doing.
Sentinels unable to find a way in just yet, but expected a double satchel with Zekken. Boasting a shorty right now. Look how deep, yeah, I was going to say, look how deep Heretics are though.
Rien's could be vulnerable, maybe.
See the pings coming through towards market. Patrick actually catching a shot there as well, so forced off the angle.
I was waiting to see if Zekken was just going to let it rip, just fly in there, but allowed for the plant to come in. Heretics happy to bide their time. Still going to wait for Boo to come back over to an extent as well. Paranoia gets posted, and that's when it's time to strike. Zekken does so well. Takes down Rien's, but the trade comes out. Benji Fishy barely alive, but still full value. 10 still standing, 20 HP. That's a lot to ask for, even for him.
Oh.
There we go. Boo is there. It may not be pretty, but it's round 3.
There's a chance for Sentinels to get things done there, but Heretics with a course correction. Close things out, a 3-0 start. Like I said, we don't want to talk about that too much of what happened in the first map, but he's off to a
หัวเข่าแตก
good start here on Sunset. That break in between maps has allowed them to just catch their breath, bring their confidence back to this. Sentinels have got a lot of ultimates coming up here. Key being the showstopper here for Zekken. On the side of things, no command away for Patitech. Miniboot position as well, might even get aggressive here with seeing him up against the spawn barrier.
They can have a scrap on it. Yeah, they absolutely are. There's intention behind it, that being Miniboot. Pressuring
ไม่อยู่ยิงแล้วอย่างกับเห็น
Sentinels have to re-clear this with a little bit more kit.
And this is exactly what we wanted to see them do on the previous map. Take some of this space away. Don't give Sentinels the freedom. Sentinels have re-cleared this though very quickly, decisively as well. Everyone from Heretics has resorted back to a deep position already.
That's scary though. Does Zekken just go? Does he wait? Looks like they want to go for it yet. Does Boo manage to survive, catching a couple of flashes, the TP taken, and the ult not going to land completely. Rienz keeps his life. Sen have the sight though, and we look for the retake. Miniboot already clearing through middle quite quickly.
โอ้จังหวะเซเคนโคตรสวย
Just on the other side of that smoke though, left and right, he could be in danger. How much damage can one man do? Second, checks his
โอ้ย
corners.
ทิมเข้าไปที่หน้า
And gets out of danger. Beautiful work from him. Really disrupting this retake now.
Glimpse of Rienz as well here, but down to 27, he spammed out. Miniboot will find the kill here, but the line of Miniboot runs second.
He's still going. Tens goes down. It's
Oh,
on QT.
retake.
He can't even see the defuse right now. He can't stop it. There's so many bodies. Surely not. Surely not. He's still going. Halfway achieved. It's not everything. Rienz is low. Maybe.
Oh.
The time. He's absolutely got it. Miniboot is saving grace of Heretics
เกือบอะ
Little touch and go with how confident Heretics swing back onto that retake, but came right down to the wire.
So close.
Miniboot able to stabilize, so John QT with a chance at an outrageous clutch.
Shot he tried. Look at this one. Beautiful work from John QT. You almost kind of egging him on at that point, but again on the other side.
Yeah, look at where Miniboot comes off there.
นิ่งจัดเลยว่ะพี่
The Sentinels to pump the brakes here, a 4-0 start on Sunset.
And what a disparity to map one where they'd never pumped the brakes like that, Mike. Even after that first half, full faith in the second.
ถือว่าใจมันแข็งจริงนะมันเวทีระดับแบบระดับโลกครั้งแรก
They're expecting, or maybe just want to touch base on what's going on.
The timeline very indicative of the game plan here for Heretics. So it was their detriment on the first half, but now where they are conceding space, they are succeeding in the retake. Postplant's not looking as comfortable here for Sentinels. Only really shown presence towards mid, wants nothing towards A site whatsoever, really. Well, that's what's being discussed now. Start exploring the map elsewhere. But the concern being now, I guess with the pendulum swinging back in Heretics' favour, they do continue to take the space away, be a little more proactive. Niels did say that was, I guess, kind of their downfall on Lotus. So they're looking to dial into that.
And if you're going to add maybe a little bit more credit to it, Miniboot on 8-3 is certainly going to help things, right? You're talking about confidence. He's doing very nicely. Obviously, Zekken, he's 5-4. He's not particularly having a bad start, but it's...
Got a showstopper already as well.
Yeah, exactly. It's again, keeping it within context. It's not like anyone's having a terrible performance from Sentinels, but in this map so far, Miniboot is really doing quite nicely, being in the right place, right time, not feeling like he's been caught out anywhere. And again, if you are Heretics, you will be predicting that Sentinels are probably going to try at least maybe an A site take, maybe get that proactive beginning again, could be a good look. Let's see if anyone's going to get contact on the knife from either side. Going to get dealt with, so Zels is going to have to peel away from that with a limited amount of info. Yeah, first real test towards A here, Mike.
Interesting though, after the knife. Two members of Heretics creeping up.
Miniboot better rotate now.
Yeah. So it might get played out this round if it did continue with that flank, but just going to leave Benji posted up a little deeper. Sentinels poised outside A. Boo got to be careful as well, he's semi-committed.
Yeah, they're creeping really close. They're ahead of that smoke. And yeah, there we go. Needs to get out of there. Ult on the way. Dealt with in unison because Heretics are here because of that deep push.
มากันเร็วดีว่ะ
holding the entirety of that B space.
เราอยู่4อ่ะ
ตอนแรกอยู่หน้า B 3 คน
ไอ้นี่ไงมันไอ้เบนจี้มันได้ใกล้หมดหรอกไงแล้วแท็บมีแท็บกลางแท็บมาแกคือได้แมปหมดเลยนะแล้วเวลาเหลือน้อยด้วยตอน QT ต้องแบบต้องทำมันสักอย่าง
โอ้โหนี่สูงขนาดนั้นเลย
เซตโหดเซตโหด
เอ้า
โอ้โหโคตรยาก
very limited amount of utility left on Sentinels to make this work. And 13 seconds now, they've still got to clear the 2 boxes. They have no idea about Boo. Cleared by Zelsis. Good trade from Mini Boo. But Sentinels, the last hurdle can't make it count. Rienz is there, sweeping through the sides. John QT brought to his knees. Heretics making it up to 5.
แปลกๆแล้วแบบนี้
Found success doing it elsewhere in every other round. And this audible coming out of timeout, not working at all. Rienz looking crispy on that 3K. Heretics in total control of the start of map 2. Asking a similar sort of question once again. Them to dig deep and bounce back here. Managed to recover what, an 8-4 half after an awful start.
Look at this adjustment from Heretics though, checking towards middle. Zelsis. Oh look. Oh, Boo's in the right place at the right time and then out of the middle. This was the adjustment. Heretics weren't just going to run it back every single time. Zelsis leaps into the loving arms of Boo, leaving just Sassy alive in a 1v4. He might get a plant, but beyond that, it would be a miracle. Can this man make it happen? Position spotted. Unable to make use of the util. Spots another. Sassy is in danger.
โหรอบทิศไปหมด
เก่งทุกทางบอกได้นะเอาไหวอ่ะ
Absolutely dialed in right now. I blinked. I didn't see what happened.
That being dialed in.
Yeah. Yeah, something like that.
EMEA. Can't trust him anyway, can you?
I'm curious now. Sentinels feel as if they have any tangibles really. And a little concerning coming into round 7. I mean, it's always concerning to see this, but we're at round 7. Both timeouts used by Sentinels. I feel like we're digging pretty deep now in terms of responses, but just haven't seen any success so far. It's a lot more one-sided. So there was an exchange at the start of Lotus. Heretics the ones to really get in control of the pace and the tempo. Well, behind Miniboo, I should say, on their attacking half, but very few positives here for Sentinels.
No, I think again, the way the tempo's been set, and the kind of ebb and flow of the game, when you're talking about even just that B main control, how it's just been so detrimental for Sentinels. They haven't been able to get those rotations in the right pace. They haven't beaten Heretics to the right side, really. We've seen almost every time Heretics perfectly positioned. We saw it on not the round before, the one prior to that with that A-take, that they had, what, I think 4 players there. Benji Fishy was pushed up towards B main, eventually joining them through middle. They've had great reads, so Sentinels unable to really keep much subtlety to this. And again, you look at the effect of the economy, it's now starting to really weigh heavy. A quiet impact from tens as well. Not quite able to have
น่าจะประมาณตี4 ครึ่งครับ
really shine on this map.
4 ครึ่งเลย
But not quite in this half just yet. Let's see if there's any adjustments. What's this timeout given us here for Sentinels?
Not even really having the opportunity to pivot much in the mid-round here. With the previous
ตามครับ
มองเอิร์ธ you expect to see it, but feeling a little linear, a little all in.
ว่ากันแบบหน้า
These plays from Sentinels. Just noticed here, able to string together a purchase, but it's a Guardian and a Bulldog for Sassy and Tens. Try their luck once again towards A.
ไม่ไหวแล้วขออนุญาตชุบชอบสภาพผมก็ไม่พอๆกันเลย
Once again, going to find this information very early on.
It looks like Heretics expecting maybe that top mid presence again, that pressure potentially. But as we can see, that's not the case. So not particularly a long rotation, but Boo does need to play it really quite carefully. Very precarious position here. willing to stick around. Got to be careful. Time to dip, fall away. But he's again costing them a lot of utility. But the one thing I do like is that they've had John QT posted up towards B main the entire time. So this time Benji Fishy can't be calling that it's completely free and completely safe.
The camera here and 2 trips towards site. Know that nothing's coming through, and actually Minibu almost controlling the backside of mid here, pushing a little deeper now, but 30 seconds left, and Sentinel's going to have to roll the dice here on the way in. TP's going to come through. It is cancelled.
Did he get pinged by the knife? I don't think he did in the end. Plant is in.
โอ้วางพอดี
And this is flank on flank. Hello, Minibu.
มาทีหลัง
This is a really good adjustment from Sentinels. What a great call. But can they hold the retake? Benji Fishy does damage on the front line.
หรือเปล่าอันนี้
But now
ต้องนับหนึ่งละ
you've still got Tens, John QT, Zekken, Sasi all here. That's a very
เฮ้ย
open fight for Sasi. Paranoia gets posted, but getting on that defuse is so tricky. Rien's looking for someone. It's Tens to connect, but a goal.
เฮ้ยอุ้ย
Shot for Rien's. And now just one. Zekken trying to do the dance. And oh, he's still moving. And he's just surely he's seen him. He's just going to dive in. He's going to get in his face.
เอาชัวร์เอา
แต่เหมือน
ชัวร์
เมื่อกี้เหมือนเห็นมันเห็นก่อนส
เอา
โมก
ชั
บล็อก
วร์
ปะ
Seal it. But Sentinels played that round.
หรือว่ามัน
No hesitation.
มันไม่เห็นวะทำไมผมเหมือนมันจะเห็น
ใช่ก่อนที่สโมกจะหมดใช่ปะ
เหมือนก่อนที่สโมกมันจะปุ๊บขึ้นมา
Some sharp aim
Yeah,
that boy, doesn't he?
crispy once again. Second time we've seen it this map.
ตอนแรกผมนึกว่าเห็นเดี๋ยวดูเนี่ย
Heretics almost pulling off another
โอ้ยนี่คมจัด
retake here. A couple of
ก่อนนี้
overcommits in my eyes from the Sentinels players. Tucked back in towards B main, but I guess desperate to not give up any control and maybe just a couple of
แบบกันครับผมอันนั้นนะปลอบใจตัวเองหรือเปล่า
in that post plant.
I'm looking at the extremity control. Can they? Oh, it feels almost like a gamble stack if they don't get that information early, right? No one's now playing deep towards B main control coming out, at least from the Heretic side. They're not going exploring here, expecting once again this mid presence. Now this time it's, I wouldn't say the right read. They've kind of diverted through tiles back towards A. But it does at least allow for a quick rotation.
ทีมไหนคมสุดตอนนี้ครับ
This back again. Now last time around they did this. They left kind of Zekken posted late.
ที่ดูมาน่าจะ
towards that
EDG
A
นะ
side. Managing to catch Minibu in the back, but now Boo actually going further on his exploration mission. Got to be careful to not overdo it here, because once again they're being drawn into a very similar fate, but this time with a different commitment of players.
Now Sentinels looking as if they have control of the map here in terms of planting the seeds of doubt. Different
And
setup
then
once
Sweat.
again here, yeah. Definitely letting the clock build the suspense in this, but showstopper available now.
30 seconds left.
Zekken potentially to pave the way. Benji Fishy will be tested once again.
Nice angle for Benji Fishy, but that's a problem. There's a rocket.
เฮ้ย
เอ้า
รอดได้ไงวะ
And they line up.
โอ้
Rienz is back here, and he's just doing aim training on him. It's John QT.
โลซะ
28ครับ
Zekken.
10 seconds left.
They've got the
โหเลยยากจัดเลยแบบนี้
This is a lot of work now. 4 players. Minibu's got kit as well, and the ult.
Barely
No
I was
secrets.
going to say barely a 2v4 here with John QT down on 20 HP as well. All the information benefiting Heretics here. Minibu slides out. Benji Fishy to clean things up.
Nice spacing,
โอ้
nice
โหสกอร์
work between the two of them.
โอ้ยนี่ออนตัวนี้มันของจริง
No
ว่ะ
risks almost in that. They wanted to make sure, because there's always threat with Sentinels individuals. You can't take them lightly, and they didn't. So well played to Heretics there. 7-1 now. Sen, they've now had the answer back to a degree. Those kind of, the fakes are still, I don't say working. They are pulling players away, but again, Heretics aren't over-committing to this either.
No, they're not. Tough pill to swallow with Zekken shows.
ปาติเทคก็ไม่รู้จำไม่ได้เหมือนประวัติมัน ชื่อคุ้นๆน่าจะใช่นะ
Rienz looking to solidify his name here in map 2. Kind of crucial.
โหถ้าทรงนี้แมป3 เซนโดนแล้วน่ะ
Pistols. Sassy and John QT with an ultimate. And the game plan seems a little better here. Almost airtight for Heretics.
ดูจบว่าเบะ
Sentinels to be the ones to find a response. The tables have
โอ้ย
turned from map 1.
พอลูกเลยครับผม ไม่ไหว
Mini boot. Taking a little Wonder this time, joined by Boo, who has been feeling some pressure, to be fair. We have been seeing that tested more often.
I think they're anticipating it now. The fact that there's Boo and Mini Boo here. Like almost playing into Sentinel's hand.
Stay patient on it, though. There's that re-smoke, and normally we see Dizzy. There it is. Dealt with. All eyes turn. This has been conditioned. Boo might be the sacrificial lamb, but it's Mini Boo to fall. And now Boo's in a bit of a predicament here. He might be screwed.
เฮ้ยเอาแล้วเอาแล้ว
Paratech quickly makes it over towards site, but he could get over
ได้เล่นได้เล่น
scenario.
เอา
Suppressing time from QT follows
ปืนมานี่
Sentinels looking to force their way back through here.
ถ้าไม่ได้วินนี้นะโอเคเล่นง่ายอันนี้เพื่อเล่นง่ายรู้ว่ามาซีทีหมด
And if they get slowed down, halted, look who's lurking, look who's lingering. It's Tens with the classic, but it's Tens nonetheless. Oh no, it's fine. Barely damage, but John QT can take down Benji Fishy and Rien's live out the. Oh, can you do some of that beautiful aim before once more? Not this time.
ถ้ามันยิงหมดนะผมกราบเลยแบบว่าที่ออกพร้อมกันไม่โอ้โห
น่าจะต้องพอสเช็คคอมพิวเตอร์ถ้ายิงหมดเมื่อกี้
เช็ค PC
execution
โอ้เชียร์กันมันจัด
not quite there Mini Boo and Boo getting overwhelmed
แฟนSentinelเชียร์จนหก
เชียร์จนท้อ
ทรงเกมที่แล้วก็แบบนี้เลยเดี๋ยวก็มาแล้ว
Heretics are going to start switching things up now, and so we have had.
Oh, the flash and the push, though. The paranoia could have been good. It was just a bit too deep, and Boo's actually going to lose his life from it. I thought it might have been Mini Boo on the plate, but no.
นี่มันแค่แบบนี้
อยู่ในตอกไง
They're still locked out here, way towards bottom mid. Re-exploring as they go now, but Heretics defaulting back towards this approach, happy to concede the space. And the concern being Heretics can remain so active with Benji being the committed anchor.
Mini Boo better time this right.
Looks like he's about to. See, still holding on to it.
Benji Fishy is screwed here. He's got to find a single fight. And he's got a player to his right here.
Might get it on John QT.
Oh god, this is so rough. He actually might. Yeah, he does. Can he escape in time? There's still so many more players. Sassy still trying to find some value, but it's down to a 2v2. Rien's and Benji Fishy here.
โอ้ช็อตนี้เป็นที่แค่สวยจัด
Tens now joins him, plants in. They're trying to time this around the world towards market. Plant for CT as well. Oh, he's just about to trip it. The timing of that. And Rien's now gets back, but you don't get a beat like that.
7-5 possible.
A small opportunity, and they've taken it.
Benji's just so slippery here, able to do a ton of damage and keep Heretics in that round. To be honest with you, just half a second, you can see the cogs turning. You got that trip down, maybe an opportunity to lock Zelsis out of that. Sentinels able to get another on the board though. They are able to springboard off that second. Zekken one away from a showstopper once again. Heretics now to get a little proactive once more. Some of these pistols doing a little bit of damage. Zekken tagged up.
Zekken เจ็บแย่ละ
Back into this Benji Fish, he's sticking around. Now they haven't been really leaving players in this position, so this could be very fruitful. He couldn't quite convert the second. Damage on Sassy, but Tens has his number, it feels like. Now the other danger man is Mini Boo, but he was over towards A. Maybe going to catch something top mid, maybe not. Zels is trying to herd Rien's here, and there he is spotted. Zels is going to try and keep him away.
ทำไมวินนี้มันดูแปลกๆ
Here we go มาแล้ว
Looking to go hunting here, but hunting on the side of this now. 45 seconds left. Sentinels stacked up in towards B main. 55 HP.
นี่รู้ละมินิบูแม่งดันไปเช็ค
What is this?
โมกเลยครับแล้ว3ก็บอกรออยู่ไง
This is 30 seconds left. This is going to be there you go. Position done. Oh, this is not good. Oh, wait.
ฮะ
Oh, this is a
เฮ้ย
fumble, and Panathinaikos got it on
เอาเลยหมันเที่ยวมานานแล้วเซลซิส
kind of weather the storm. It's not many, but 1v3, make it a 1v2, but the damage down to 32.
บล็อกกูใช่ไหมยิงแม่ง
Tennis Sen pretty.
Seconds holding this, yeah.
เมื่อกี้แบบว่าตอนนันติใช่ไหมแล้วเดินติดเซลซิสเลย
ยิงทิ้ง
แม่ง
เลย
เลย ยิงแม่งเลยแล้วกันหมันไส้
We're seeing them stabilize once more. So you're able to recover to an 8-4.
โอ้จริงดีมี
No, you're not.
No, you're not. Don't block.
No, you're not. That was the fakest smile I've ever seen.
7-5 จริงว่ะพี่เอ้ย
Good though. This is, hey,
7-5 นี่ลุ้นนอนไวนะบอกก่อน
5 in a row, almost. If they can keep this up.
เก็กโคนี่มันจะเกินไปแล้วผมว่า
จริงมัน
So maybe now with a
เก่งอะ
guy behind them,
ตัว
they
มัน
can
จะ
actually
all
make
out
something
เกิน
of
นะ
this. Same 3-man pack going hunting.
ก็คือมันคอมโบกับแบบกับได้หลายอย่างอะคอมโบกับเฟดก็ได้ KO ก็ได้เลน่าก็ได้
เมื่อไหร่เราจะได้เห็นอีโซเดดล็อกบ่อยๆในทัวร์
เดี๋ยวรอพี่ได้ไปวัวก่อน
Bodies on the other side of the smoke though for Heretics.
They got a flash. We got anything for the smoke? It's fine for Rien's. Just spams the corner of it. There's going to be Dizzy coming through, so that should be at least one player taken out of this. Rien's in a lot of danger.
มันจะ
กูมันซ้อนกันโคตรไวอ่ะตรงกลางอ่ะดูดิ
Heretics finding that adjustment, but a quick pivot towards that B site. This now will play in Benji
8-4 ว่ะ
His position hasn't been uncovered. As long as Miniboo can keep their attention on site and make sure they can't filter CT. Can they get that crossfire? Is it Benji Fishy who actually goes for the first
โอ้โดนคอร์ดด้วย
Plant's going to come in. And yeah, he swings it. Oh, beautiful shot on Zelsis. There's
เรียบร้อย
That's the spacing you're dreaming of. John QT. A lot of work here. And position revealed. Heretics clawing it back.
มินิบูโอ้ my god
พี่สกอร์เท่าตายแล้วเลย
แต่แมปมันไม่เหมือนกันนะดิ
Two maps in a row. Beautiful clearance of the smoke here. Between Rien's and Miniboo. Just ahead of that flash.
That's a much nicer half towards the end there. I like the fight back from Sentinels. I'm glad we got to see a little bit more. You know, pep in the step, right? The timeout worked. They found that adjustment because
แมปมันไม่ใช่แมปแบบเอ็นไปทางเดียวอะแมปเมื่อกี้มันเอ็นไปทางบุกซะเยอะอะมันแบบมันไม่ได้ขนาดนั้นอะ
That's way more confident. That's what we were waiting for from Heretics. Sentinels with a challenge, right? They've been pushed a little more there. This is exactly what we wanted. Little fight back from Sen, but Heretics in control.
It's another fantastic start for Team Heretics, but I'm joined by two very, very special guests. It is Benji Fishy's family, his mum Anne and brother Charles. Now, you guys have traveled all around the world to support Benji, but how special is it to be in Madrid among the Team Heretics fans, Alberto? I know they're very, very passionate.
Oh, the Heretics guys are unreal. These guys could be losing 10-0, and you can see them still cheering for their bucket. I can't swear. If I could swear, I would. They'll be cheering for their lives. It's incredible. I love it.
Oh yeah, the atmosphere is great in here. And also, Anne, you know, not a lot of people expected Heretics to make it here. So how proud are you to see that Benji and his teammates are thriving and defying expectations?
Oh, absolutely. I'm so proud of them. They're a new team formed, and they're proving everything against expectations. And hopefully we'll go on and win.
I think you will. If there's anything you could say to him right now, what would you say?
Just that I'm very proud, and let's go. I want your dream to come true and to lift that trophy on the stage.
I can't wait to see. I think we might just see that. And lastly, can we get a let's go Benji, everyone, as well?
Yeah, let's go Benji! Come on, boys!
Oh.
Let's go Benji, let's go. Thank you so much for joining me, and thank you, Charles. I hope you have a great time here in Madrid, and let's see if Team Heretics they can make their dream come true and force a map 3.
That was so adorable. That was really cute.
What about wholesome halftime?
Yeah, must be nice. Support.
Went back to us.
Miserable. Oh, well, back to the game though.
I was to say, yeah, let's continue that tone. Surely not again.
Right?
You don't lose 8-4 twice. I mean, Niels is going to be livid that this is the scoreline.
โอ้ยเอาหน่อย
I mean, looking a lot more composed at least this time around.
โดนดีออนซิงแน่เลยภาพผมที่ผมเห็นนะ
Rolling the dice and getting aggressive. That thought tends get run down here.
It could be a bit of pace to this one. It was something that Heretics, you know, they kind of
โอ้ดูมันเซตเข้าดิ
they lost a little bit of
ภาพโลตัสมาเลยอ่ะ
they're going to probably want to keep high tempo, confident plants in.
โดนว่ะ
So 5v5 post plant now. This is where it gets interesting. Mini Boo sticking around. He's the only one on site and maybe looking to just be a nuisance, and he got real close to
นี่มันชิลจัดเลยดูท่านั่งกับตัวที่มันเล่น
มาดูดิ Able to get out as well.
That's just a lot of players in one position. Well, they still got shock dart here. No one on it. That should be confirmed. Smoke goes back up another tap. Someone's going to have to start committing on these just in case, but they're willing to risk it. But now the defuse is going to get started, and Heretics will be doing the damage, but the defuse is still going on. Made to halfway. Spam there. Tens. You got a miracle for me now.
เหลือซะเยอะเลย5 คนไม่มีทางอ่ะปล่อยเลยเทค5อย่างนี้สกิลครบไม่มีทางเลย
Shots not landing initially, but finally able to close things out in the pistol. It feels a little dicey here for Heretics.
I wouldn't be depending on that, mate.
Smokes like this with pistols, but
bloody hell.
Able to get it across the line nonetheless, and that quells any early progress for Sentinels on a comeback.
Classics. Double flash, make some space. I mean, it's going to kind of tell you where they are and where they are. That's a cheeky little camera. But again, even with the information, unless that hunting pack of players was actually able to find someone, that's going to be very tricky. Heretics still cautious though.
Looking to show presence early towards A as well, something Sentinels didn't do for quite a while.
That's true.
Commented on it being very linear, very readable almost from the hand that Sentinels did show Heretics, so have to see a very different approach here to the defensive half. Come the buy rounds. So yeah, 3 players, Sentinels up towards mid, and it's only really a camera holding things down. We'll confirm the smoke being placed and the drone coming through. Yeah, fighting back in with just Sentinels.
30 seconds left.
Stacked
That's
up
a
here,
big
classics
paranoia.
in hand. Yeah, that is huge paranoia.
Mini Boo eats one on the other side, so you can't quite make anything of it, but it does hold them for a second. But the Paratech would be pissed. But still, can they make something of this?
Smoke.
Really yet. They're being held at arm's length, which doesn't really allow those classics to get much done.
What the fuck, classic?
My bad. I won't. I'll keep my mouth shut.
3 HP left on him. Try and bait on the way forward, but the spacing a little off here. Smoke committed. Rian's going to find that one for free.
And Zelsis, anything for us? They can make it costly. I don't think they can make the outcome of the round now. No, so.
ตัดโว้ยตัดเยอะอยู่
One, I think. Yep, just Mini Boo making away with his. So money, sure, going to keep that from swelling, but beyond that, that's about it.
Pretty clean here from Sentinels in round 3. You are expecting them to string anything together. Well, Heretics now have the benefit, so they can explore the map a little bit. So the purchase sits just 2 sheriffs to round things out, so not looking awful.
No.
Rian's already with early progress towards the Hunter's Fury as well. Let's see if Zelsis down on a Bulldog. On the other side.
Tens. Mini Boo was Jones in for that. John QT gonna start feeling that pressure now. You can see Tens trying to bail him out a little bit, but they're ahead on pillar. So looking to try and get towards backside here.
ภาพเดิม
Need to
ถ้า
control
ปล่อย
the
5-5 อย่างเงี้ย
And that's Mini Boo's job. Sprays in, shows presence, should allow for plant. Flash goes in, anyone to swing off it. Dizzy there too. And it's going to be
นั่นไง
Patek sends
อุ้ย
John QT back. Rians to follow up. And with a plant in, they're going to be looking to try and fall back towards main. Patek gets caught on the way, but still. Can they unravel these three players here? Sent back on the site, going to start that defuse. Denied on the first attempt. Benji Fishy with a big shot coming through towards Tens. But look at Sussy, up close, personal, finds Benji Fishy, and it's on Riens now. A 1v2, he's dodging the bullets barely. The
Ui.
is good from Sussy.
วิธีนินจา
His ult
ซาซี่
สู้กันในหมอก
10% in the second half.
อะไรกันครับเนี่ย
Maybe Heretics slowing things down, exploring the map a little bit, but an explosive hit towards B site here. Bloodied and battered Sentinels come out with a defuse. Again, Heretics really going to feel the heat too much in terms of the perch. I mean, a Guardian in the hands of Boo, but that Hunter's Fury online now. Battletech encroaching on the null command as well. See the pings here for Heretics. Now they're going to explore the map. A ton of pings over towards mid. An early smoke goes through as well. So they have got their sights set to try and take this. Spycam here, I was going to say, going to spot it out, but...
They've been really loud about this too.
They have, yeah. I mean, it's baiting out a lot of utility here.
It's done what you want almost. And a quick spring
wide, wide open.
โอ้แล้วฟูลรีเทคอีกแล้ว
Can ask for a better reaction.
โอ้โห
Believe
เหลือ
how
เชื่อ
much they had when they watched this back, at least in the early part of the round. And backfilling the space would be Benji Fishy. Looking to try and keep control of tiles. The plant is going to be in, but he's got a
ฟูลรีเทครัว
stack walking his way. Got to be very careful to play this right. His team are focused towards CT.
Hunter's Fury preemptive here. Try and find a tag. Now Benji did get ahead of the tripwire, but he's going to slow down this flank a little bit. And a tag comes through.
That's got to be ringing the alarm bells. Benji Fishy is screwed here. He needs to get some help. Boo's got to try and bail him out. Zekken closing the gap. He wants to punish on this. Dizzy going to be sent in as well. Pentatech going to find Tens. But Zekken's here. Stunned. Sent back. Boo holds the line. Sentinel side has struggled.
เละเทะ
Riens is there too. And it's
ว่ากันแมปหน้า
they're bounding towards him. That's 5 steps.
ว่ากันแมปหน้า
That's exactly what the doctor ordered.
Heretics looking to close out decisively here.
You can't let Sen in, Mike.
No.
You saw it on map 1. You can't let him in.
Looking so clean here. Everybody from Heretics stepping up, playing their part. Rien's now topping the charts. They looked a little crispy in the first half now, following through. And even just that paranoia earlier on in the round, well, the pressure sent out, forced the rotation so quickly, giving Heretics
โอ้โหโคตรโหดอ่ะ
a wide open sight. Sentinels just unable to find any sort of steady footing here. It's purchased packing a little bit of a punch. 2 rifles, a couple of sheriffs and a stinger here. This feels a little desperate for Sen to get back into this half.
ปูเซตมาก็กันยากอยู่ครับผม
Hey, main. They don't really have much beyond that if you look across the rest of the map. No mid lurk, no late presence towards B. So quite a simplistic hit to an extent, depending a touch on the ults to ferry them forward. And Mini Boo now let off the leash. Oh, that's Sussy. Look at the assist.
เราจะมองไปที่แมปหน้า
มันโหด มันตีโหดจัดอ่ะ
Clear cut. That is gorgeous work from Heretics.
ภาพโลตัสเลยอ่ะ
Don't even blame Sentinels for not being able to hold that site here. That was too well made. And the retake is an uphill struggle here. Looking like a different team now, Heretics, after map 1, where Sentinels were large, in charge, in control that second half. Near on flawless. This time, starting to struggle a bit here. Boo with the early challenge. Second. Nice trade, better.
User
trade
disconnected
back.
from your
เอาหายหมด
Still going to be trying to fire on all cylinders, leaving it in the hands of Tens. But finding these final 2.
It's not enough time.
Complementary positions as well. Tens knows he's not being given much play here. And you're right, the time has dwindled. And so have Sen's opportunities to try and get a 6th in this round. And it's there. That's Heretics on 12.
แย่ละ
Teeing us up for map 3
2-5 เลยเหรอ
Looking like it's on the
ขาด
cards.
จัด
Almost a guarantee at this point. The investment coming through in the previous Sentinels purchase is not going to be pretty here. See Heretics ticking all boxes here.
Only thing he can do is save. Or dead. Nice.
James, that's wild.
Yeah, that's crazy.
That's wild. Oh.
Caught
It's
in
only
4K.
it's only one map, boys. I wouldn't. I'd relax a little.
But a positive nonetheless. We talked about the confidence coming into this.
You can't look at them like you're a Sentinels fan. They said it themselves in those early interviews. You know, they have looked up to these players, but in the server, you can't almost see that name. You got to ignore it. You got to treat them as equals, if not less than you. And right now, they're doing very well at that. But they still need to close out the series. Plenty of chances. And obviously that B main control, high priority here.
John QT almost forced all the way out of this site. Zekken here, try and give some sort of support. Showstopper in the back pocket as well. Heretics another pump and fake here, to be honest. Draw the rotation now, even potentially looking to backstab it as well. He's going to get into market here.
First time they've really put presence towards market, especially with the spike. And kind of feigning towards top middle. Look at that with the owl drone as well, drawing eyes. Miniboo's got a great deal of presence now. Boo trying to pressure towards it. Oh, with a turn from Boo. Get out of here. There's still bodies on the side. Zekken still has that ult. He needs to be able to use it and use it well. The plants come in and Rians is taking down 10s.
Nothing from the Showstopper as well.
No, this is looking clear cut.
Oh, lit hit.
It's just a bombardment of utility. Sarsi, yes, he's made it here. Zekken, yes, still around. Lovely pick up towards Miniboo, but needs a lot more. Tall task, and very few seconds to do it now. Starting to close in, Benji Fishy still standing. Once this done, once map 3.
โอ้โห GG เลยครับโคตรเดือด
The distance, ravenous for the third. We all wanted it, and we're gonna get it.
Could not ask for more. Like I said, in a matchup here between two of the teams that have looked the most explosive. We're going the distance, and a response in kind here from Heretics.
แบบ3 เส้นโดนแล้วเนี่ยฟอร์มนี้
Mind is coming up next.
เป็นชนะเล่นเกมแบบตัวเองโอ้โหแบบแรกมันก็โหดไงครับพี่เล่นทีมเจ้าบ้านครับผมดูมันตาแตกตี 4 กว่า เอาพี่มาคนนี้ครับผม
The sun was beaming for Heretics there on Sunset. They were shining bright like a couple of stars, dominating the competition and forcing us into a map 3. Safe to say that Sentinels will just be licking their wounds after that one because it wasn't just a strong performance, Kukuka. That was a flat-out shellacking. Like, they dominated Sentinels.
That was a masterclass on how to retake something that is being very controversial and complicated in today's meta, and definitely the playset that we see. But I'm so happy to finally see Heretics in the international stage and actually getting their first map win.
Yeah, I mean, all the questions basically answered in terms of how these rookie players might perform on a stage. Yeah. And really, the nerves weren't even there, man. I mean, you see the way that they played. They were dominating in every single aspect of the game. Yep. Double pistol rounds, the retakes were perfect. They were winning in first kills. Gun rounds are going their way. But really, I mean, the bread and butter of Heretics is their retakes. I mean, we saw numerous examples of this. Round 4, we saw a fantastic example as well of just them partitioning out the map, what they wanted to fight over. The market take was amazing. They wait, there's hesitancy there for just a moment. Backside control just being held by Rians. He just does his job and holds it down, while the rest of his team overwhelm them from the market side. But they have different takes into this. It's not just like this as well. I mean, the pistol round, which is round 13 on the other side of things, them playing the post plants, they have so many different looks that they throw into it.
Yeah, and I think that has to do also with the beginning of how this half started and how Sentinels were attacking B constantly, and our Heretics made it seem so easy with those protocols. And this is this pistol round that you're mentioning. After getting the plant, they know exactly what they want to do and what kind of utility has to escalate on top of the other, on top also of that Omen smoke.
Dude, boost smokes are so damn good.
มาสเตอร์พีเอฟเชียร์ทีมไหนใช่เจนจีไหมเจนจีครับต้องคิดว่าดีครับโอ้โหจะหลับแล้ว
Not just that, even earlier than that, Miniboo is playing back sight as the
เร็วเริ่มแบบ3
He fires a shot, he doesn't give away his life, he runs back to the rest of his team and forces Sentinels to then use more util to clear him in the first place.
You know what's bonkers about this is, like, you look at Heretics play and you feel like it's a team that's been together forever. Honestly, they're so drilled, they're so coordinated, and that is horrifying.
And I think another thing that is crazy is with having so many young players, it is crazy to see someone like Miniboo having the restraint to not send it, you know? You know that when players are very electric, they get heat up and they're like, oh my god, I'm getting the kills, I'm gonna keep going. This is gonna be the play, let me get the highlight.
It's insane, man. Like, I'm telling you, these guys are, like, they're bonkers. And look, I mean, like I mentioned before, I mean, Benji played in one of the biggest tournaments of all time. I have no doubt in my mind that he was gonna walk on that stage ice cold. He's doing exactly that, Bren. It has been very impressive to watch his team put this together, but now they gotta close this out.
Yeah, they do. That's the question, right? And doing it on Bind, the map that Sentinels, listen, they're not too bad at. I believe they recently took a loss on this map itself, but they have a lot of different looks onto it. In particular, Tens on the Yoru. They do fantastic takes when they're trying to fight for that bathroom control. Tens is a one-man army. He's a wrecking ball. He runs through bathroom basically alone and just sets himself up for success. If they've got plans to deal with that, that could be a good way to win this one out. But Heretics winning it would be amazing for them, starting up 1-0. Obviously, we're in the early stages of the Swiss stage. It's not over for any team if they end up losing this here. But honestly, getting on the right foot like that would be absolutely immense.
Hear me out. Head-to-head, Tens, Miniboo on Yoru, on Bind. It could be a delicacy to watch. And we're probably going to get it. Of course, we might be expecting some changes. Maybe the teams have prepared something specifically from this tournament, knowing that, as we were saying, they haven't played it a lot. We're talking about Sentinels, a team that has played as a whole a lot, but Heretics is literally on the other side of the spectrum for it. So maybe they identified some of the pieces that were not merging well together on Bind, and I wouldn't be too surprised to see a little bit of an adaptation. But honestly, after the map that Rians just had on Sova, I wasn't sold, okay, with the utility that he was using, how he was moving, how those executes were so well oiled every single time. I think I might be, you know, might be
eat your words a little bit there. All right.
Twistology is transforming.
I mean, he's looking so damn good on the stage. He really hasn't missed a beat, despite the fact that, you know, Heretics play basically all their matches online during the kickoff qualifier. Even though 4 of the players were on the stage, they were playing on online servers. Now they're sitting here at LAN, and they're doing it. I mean, they're taking it to a team like Sentinels. I don't know what we're going to be expecting from the agent select. If we're going to see changes there, I'm just going to sit back and be a react athlete, to be honest, for this last map.
I honestly don't think we're going to see any. I think they're just gonna play their play your game. They've been doing this whole time, and it's been fun.
It's been good. I mean, we've had a good quality Valorant for all these teams. I mean, this entire tournament just suits it. You're only seeing the best of the best compete, even though it's a number 2 seed versus a number 1 seed. It doesn't matter, man. Every single team deserves to be here, and it feels like every single team could make a run of things all the way to the finals.
It's a scary, scary thing. What a competition this has been, but here comes the Agent Select. We'll see what we get out of this one. Any changes coming through?
Ooh.
Oh, never mind. Okay, eat my words now.
Okay, damn, I was looking forward to that
มาว่ะ
with Euro versus Euro, but no, Tensa's
ส
gonna
กาย
Echo. I didn't even more layers of utility to this composition.
Yeah, this is interesting.
โยรู้อ่ะพี่
Tools to potentially fight for that extra.
เฮ้ยคอมโคตรมันบอกเลย
Echo might be a little bit better than the Euro, to be honest.
Are we in game already?
Changes probably needed to be made.
โอ้โห100%
Spinecom.
แบ็คพิน
I wonder what has led them to this as well. I wonder if it is just them, getting kind of boomed.
เหมือนจะซวยๆหน่อยนะ
Extremity control and bind for like showers, be long, whatever it might be. Because
เหมือนเซนติเนลจะดูซวยๆนะสกอร์
the ever-loving sugar out of them.
อืม
Made the same mistakes earlier.
คอมพิก0นะครับ แบบวิน33
It is not the first bind in which we see the KO. We saw that the effect that they had. Patitech had an amazing second half. I expecting to keep it up to be the Patitech that we learned to.
มันไม่ใช่สายล่างมันเป็นสวิสลาวครับ
Well, folks, both teams haven't had a win on the global stage in a long time. But the question now is who walks away on top? Who's going to end the drought? Let's send it back over to Pansy and Hypoc for the call.
This is what I wanted, Mike. This map 3, walking into somewhat the unknown, it feels like.
Yeah, definitely. I think with the map record.
วิดลาวคืออะไรพี่เอ๋ยอะไรนะ เอา01กับ10มันเทียร์หน่อย
I mean, a labored victory for Heretics over foot as well.
เอาอะไรนะ มันคือยังไงนะสวิตลาว อ๋อสวิตลาวก็คือ เดี๋ยวมันจะเอาแพ้ทีมแพ้มาเจอกับแพ้ชนะเจอกับชนะ ถ้าใครแพ้2 รอบกลับบ้าน ใครชนะ2 รอบเข้าเพลย์ออฟเลย
I can't believe we're here.
I mean, I'm so glad we've got a third map from this.
Same, because Lotus didn't feel like the first half was not necessarily like a blowout, but it was scrappy on that first half. So second half, Sen just full control. Map 2, honestly, Heretics, full control. It felt like.
I mean, yeah, but we come out Sunset left wanting more, and we're gonna get it.
Oh, I'm so excited. I hope this is just a good game of Valorant, right? That's what we're all here for.
โห
Early presence towards B long. See Zekin getting want to check there by Patitech. Knife not going to connect. But it's certainly
ผม
quite
แม่งเบรก
indicative,
แบบ
do they pull any rotations? Not yet. They're still committing to the 3-on-8. Careful now.
Sassy and 10 is desperate to create a little further pressure up B long here. But yeah, not cause too many problems and look as if Sentinels might collapse towards B here. So we'll have the favourable numbers, obviously. 2 members of Heretics over here. See if Benji Fishy can do enough damage on the way in here.
Well,
wow.
That's a tick in the box, and Sassy's on the hunt. You can see him trying to chase him down, but he's got to be careful. He's backpedaled quite far here. Benji Fishy is really making him work for the space. Yes, they get the side.
ได้เปรียบเหรอ
Look at the presence on the rest of the map here. Hookah is just flooded with Heretics bodies. The plant is not safe. Yeah, they can't get it down yet. They are screwed here. Here comes the counterplay coming back in. Benji Fishy and Mini Boo eviscerating Sen.
โอ้
Oh
เคน
my god.
มันหันแบบนั้นได้เร็วอะ
Caught completely off guard by the TP through. It's Mini Boo to open
โดน
things
มา
up,
เนี่ย
I believe, onto John QT. That flank paying off.
น่าจะต้อง8-4 ครึ่งแรก แล้ว8-4 8-4แล้ว
Rians and Mini Boo. One on the board for Heretics to kick things off here. Struggling to get the plant down as well. Whether or not that would have had any sort of difference on the outcome, but
เนื้อติดลั่นกว่าเยอะที่ตัวยิงมันอะ
Well, I mean, you lose Hookah there from the TP. You have to take something towards spawn or have some sort of comfort to really stop that rotation or the flank coming through. It just wasn't there.
Again, you can see Sen just trying to get those ults where available, gather a couple of orbs. Ten's building towards his first and foremost, looking like a test towards A, and you can really see Benji Fishy on the adjustment. And fortunately enough, none of that damage really connecting heavily towards Riens. He could have been in a spot of bother, but Sen actually going to get the sight on this one, so it should be the plant, but they haven't cleared out everything. Yeah, that was a little bit labored on that one. Plant now going to be coming down, but you can already see the counter pressure coming in. They're not going to sit back idly and let this happen. Rienz is quite close, and that's going to be a perfect punish. This is huge work. Yeah, Heretics fully in control. To
retain all the weapons purchased as well. Rienz, I believe, working. Oh, actually, sorry, Miniboo. Towards his ultimate. Well, Sentinels have planned for the first buy round here. It's old progress, really building. 10's the one we've got our eye on here. Confident start here from Heretics.
Speaking of confidence, Mike, I mean, sadly, Zelsis, John QT, and Sasi yet to really draw blood here, which makes you feel coming in cold. You just lost on Sunset. If you're talking about momentum, obviously, externally, 1-1 is 1-1.
I mean, yeah, you talk about the momentum of this series. You never want to be the ones, the team that gets slapped about on map 2.
Exactly.
I mean, here, I have to dig deep. A little bit of proactivity here, but Miniboo catching the flash here. Unable to push any further forwards. Sentinels anticipating that somebody's posted up a little deeper here.
ไม่แปลกใจทำไมนาวิเอเนติกไม่ได้มาแล้วเคซีมันก็พอๆกันเลยลั่น
Kind of looks like it's just him. Burst going to come through, but no quick pressure towards showers. So Heretics still have safety to fall back to. Got a corner of the site for themselves.
อันนี้คือมันดูโหดถ้าวัดจากปีที่แล้วอะนาวิเอเนติกคือโหดกว่าเยอะ
Boo now going to give away the game because John QT then uses that as his time to get into the fight. They've got full control here. The back of the site, yes, is Heretics, but still, they've got the time on their side. They've got showers. They've got everything they need apart from Zekin's just been cleared. John QT going to return the favor a little. Let's see the overrun. Tense, though. Can't be the one to set up fully. It's now a 1v1. Rienz still has util, but John QT with the reposition is just so.
Reposition ได้สวยจัด
has no idea. John QT, masterful in his work there. Gets sent on the board with the first round here for themselves.
Comes down to just one member.
คือแม่งโคตรโนอินโฟกับไวเปอร์แบบไม่รู้เลยอยู่ไหนบ้านเนี่ย เปิดปิดหลอกมั่วหมด
Zekin 2 away, sorry, from the showstopper, but 10's ultimate available here.
ไม่น่าจับนะผมถ้าแพ้มันยังไม่ได้จับครับสวิตลาวมันยังไม่ได้จับทีนี้ไม่ได้ชนะเฟนติกชนะนาวีมาครับเด็กทีน่ามันซิมเปิล
Actually feeling a little flat in terms of the vibes here on the stage.
ยังอยู่
No, definitely not.
You know, obviously for Heretics, I hate being the caster who harps on about the 6th man, but it's hard to feel down when that crowd is behind you anyway.
When they cheer for everything, yeah.
Literally, it does kind of keep that energy up a little bit. And again, for younger players who aren't as comfortable, who might start feeling a little, heavy-hearted after a couple
That's
of
one of the
rounds.
biggest things to counterbalance that is to have the crowd cheering in your favor. And I mean, don't really need to say that for Miniboo. He's had a blinding series.
True. Ult's going to come in there. Clear path. Rinse and repeat somewhat, but look at the adjustment from Heretics down towards long. John QT worth his weight in gold in the last couple of rounds. He has been finding value.
เฮ้ยดูด
Is there?
ไม่สน
Now Heretics need to bring value to this very late wrap around the map. Yeah, Miniboo on the way. That's going to be checked on by Zekin potentially. Sasi as well going to keep Boo in check. Can they draw the attention elsewhere? Still buying time with the util. 10's going to give away a little bit of the game here. Miniboo trying to test him. And there's the rematch. Finally makes it around the corner. The defuse is going to be halfway through. That's not bad. Sen finally kicking.
โอ้ยแล้วแบบที่แล้วไม่มาแบบนี้เฉย
He is running low on it. How do they get this across the line? That might be out. Just put your body on the line.
เฮ้ย
Oh my god.
โอ้
No way. He's got the defuse. Boo is there. Fantastic work in the end. But
มาว่ะ
your highlight player there, Mike. How the hell did he get both of them?
A moment of magic for Patty Tech.
Run it back for me, please, because how?
The first half
Oh,
defuse was so early here. He'll be coming back here, Boo. 2 crucial kills to close out the 3K. Secure the 3rd as well.
So close on that.
Looking comfortable once again in the retakes here. Sentinels will throw a few stingers in the mix. Might get something going here in round 5.
Show me something here, Sen. Let's have a little look. Zekken, okay, on the close.
มาว่ะ
He got it. Doesn't matter how you get there, as
Bing.
long as you get it done. Zekken gonna remove the presence from the site, should allow for a plant this time. Remember last time, there was very little safety. They were over towards Hookah. They had presence towards CT. This time, not the case.
เฮ้ย เฮ้ยจอกคอมโบไง
โอ้โหแล้วเจอ
โคตร
จัด
สุด
Sweeping the site, and Celsius trying to dig deep here. Show me some magic, Celsius. Make this count somehow. Molly goes in, but Panitek. Oh,
It doesn't land.
No!
End off the mouse.
He's already given
อุ้ย
Celsius
เอ้า
gave it a go, but it wasn't going to be enough.
Show me that shock dart.
Where
You
the
see,
hell was
Boo's
that from?
utility is so on point here. And it's
โอ้โห
Rian's
โคตรสุด
to
อ่ะ
fall two with a shock dart.
Where'd he get it?
I mean, there's just so much
ฮะ
absolute blender from Heretics here.
ลงยังไงอ่ะ
ยิงเข้าไปในนี่ป่ะ
And this is something, plays towards their strengths we've seen already in this series. They have some of these geeky retakes. Sentinels, unfortunately, going to have to see a few of them before they can learn from them. And only a couple of stingers to come in here, so Sentinels not necessarily too upset about losing that one. Marcus Pitt on short here. Patek has taken a ton of damage.
Yeah, John QT's been a real threat in showers. He has been nasty with his work over there. But this is still, trying to draw eyes towards A, but that spike is quite committed up here. Ten's got to be a little cautious. Trying to get that ult back, but Rien's fancying his odds. TP taken. They're looking towards A. Can they chase down Benji Fishy? No, they
The
can't.
no command!
Oh, the timing on that was absolutely
แม่งรออยู่แล้วครับ
Benji Fishy played in off the
ปา
back
จั
of
ด
it, and it's just stopped Sen in their tracks. What do they have outside of that? That was meant to be their goer.
Really
โห
takes
จบเลยแบบนี้
Sentinels here, left scrambling.
They left the shore.
30 seconds left now.
They got to run.
There'll be no secrets about this on the way in. You've got to question the utility as well here.
It's the one bonus is Boo's only got a judge, but it is still Rien's here. There's the
TP's
TP.
come through, yep.
Yeah, not alone anymore.
Oh, no!
Rien,
อุ้ย
blind, wall in place. It's a
อุ้ย
โอ้โหหมด
Sentinels left in pieces.
เรียบร้อย
Every entrance point. They need a timeout, and they need it now, Mike.
A beautifully constructed round. The no command completely shutting down any sort of pressure towards this Viper's Pit. And Rian's, man, we talked about him firing up in the previous map, but looking so pivotal to Heretics' success here. Once again, top of the leaderboard.
Oh, look at him. There we go. Weber and Neil starting to really feel it out too. 'Cause you know the boys are going to get confident. You know they're going to start feeling themselves. As long as they don't make any silly choices, if they can keep this up. Sen not calling a timeout here as well, Mike. They feel as though they've still got the right idea potentially.
I mean, they have ults coming online here. Maybe some of these initial plans will come to fruition. One off the pit, Sassy. I was going to say one off the Seekers, but Miniboo, he's thread the needle. He's found his way in the back lines.
And now the reclear is devastating because they're not close enough to see where he slipped back to, if he's still around there, and they're trying to come back this way. Benji Fishy gets that contact, knowing that's a whole new stack of players coming on down. Can he buy the time? Rotation's going to come in. That's going to be Panitek making it over. Smoke's going to be invested. So they follow up on this. Zelda, yes, he absolutely does. Slicing through them. Try and take towards the side, but the spike is left loose. There's Rienz again, Johnny. This is rough to watch. Zekken trying to claw, but still no plant and still no security.
Got a ton of time here for Miniboo as well. In the ultimate, he's trying to find the second member. Oh, it just comes out.
เกือบ
Zekken can't pin him down though.
He might be dead here now.
เรียบร้อย
ลายแปะหน้า
2v2, all back online, going to try and give him the information and maybe play in Zekken, who's following it, but look at Boo's position. Oh, Boo around the back. And now Zekken. Was he spotted by Rienz? I think he might have been. Maybe red. But now comes back through, notes Rienz, but he's in the wrong position now. Boo's got his number, surely. Gonna try and take him off that defuse, but it's not stopping. Oh, God, not again. Boo and Rienz. Heretics are untouchable right now. They are on cloud
โหดจัดเลยว่ะพี่โคตรโหดอ่ะ
I mean, Zekken and Tens make a scrambled call here to get aggressive on the back of the Thrash, but the flank from Boo completely unconsidered. Rians again putting in support from the other side of the map. Oh my god.
มันต้องรอแป๊บนึงเหรอถึงจะเดินไกลหรือว่ามันเปลี่ยน
Just out of range. See the frustration.
ยังไงไอ้บ้าแพกกันนะใช่มันก็เท่านั้นแหละมันติดรถถังใช่ไหมไม่มันกระเด็นแล้วติดรถถัง
And this is going to be the test of the metal here for Sentinels, isn't it? You go through your region looking, revitalized, renewed, some of the return of the old players. Tens coming back in, everyone's loving it. Welcome to the international stage again. It's a different beast out here. You could overlook Heretics. You could have looked at that roster and gone, maybe a good run, maybe some decent results, but hey, they didn't even win their region. But you can't doubt this now. 6-1 has been a very good performance.
ไม่รู้เหมือนกันครับจับผลนะไม่รู้ว่าพี่ว่าเขาน่าจะไปจับกันงานไปจับกันเองมากกว่ามั้ง
This was their timeout. They've got ults. They've got the showstopper. They've got the pit. They've got seekers. A little bit of a shoddy buy, but they've got something, Mike. And they need more than one round.
Have a little bit behind this, because only really Celsius. They saw the cash. Obviously, max loss bonus anyway, but Heretics looking so well drilled. Especially in some of these retakes, the coordination around ultimates, utility. We've seen it all so far. Now a totally different setup. Celsius will find the opener.
เฮ้ยว้าวอะไรวะน่ะ
Love that. Punchy, aggressive. Now if they can at least get the plant, they get the time on their side. That's like a 6v3.
อย่าลูกพีเทนกูหน้าที่วางสไปร์เปล่า
Willing to give it away here, drawing 3 players this side.
นี่ไงตัวเลิก
Good
ตาย
work
ไปแล้ว
from Sentinels. They need a clean round as well. Be worth all those upgrades they could take on through. Rien's unable to connect. This is much better there. Zekken again. This is punchy. This might be enough to at least open up.
เฮ้ยวินเปลี่ยนเกมแล้วเนี่ยฟื้นเลยนะเหลือ5
From Mini Boo. It's a second here for Sentinels. Mike, after a drought, this must feel, like they found the oasis here, just getting that second round.
Definitely, yeah, and not relying on 2 of the key ultimates here that were available, the Orbital Strike and the Viper's Pit. Still got that to lean back on. Want to try and remove this operator from the hands of Miniboo. I believe he was noted throughout the round. Conscious, of course, of the save. They're not going to find it. Sentinels able to break that streak now.
เถียงก็ไปต้องให้หัวเลย
Second great pathing here. Get over the top of the truck. Absolute clothesline on Patrick's head.
ไข่แตก
Any more where that came from though? Mini Boo still with that operator this time on the A side.
8-4 ไปเนี่ย
Gonna be checked on by the dog. Towards Showers, so it's gonna be he's forced to commit for at least now. Flash goes behind, but yeah, still good value. Zekken with an excellent trade, finding Benji fishy, maybe making a little bit more space. You can still see the flash, so they know the Paddytech's nearby. They saw him early, and now they're gonna see him again. Zekken hunting him down though.
One off the showstopper as well for Zekken could really turn things around. Pit will go down, plant comes in from Tens.
Pop flash in the smoke, and Mini Boo making no
คนน่ากลัวเลยยืนแถวนี้
Trying to clear towards Shower. They want some safety, and they ain't gonna get it. Zekken holding on here. Starting to heat up a little.
เซเคนไม่ได้เลยอ่ะ โอเค
Massive from Zelsis as well, cutting off the back lines. Tens holding the plant itself, leaving just Rien's in a 1v3 now. Oh my god, hold on. Surely not. The drop. He's gonna hear it. Oh my god, Rien's! Relax! There's no way you do this, right?
เรียบร้อยโอ้ต้องเสียอันตีเลยหรอ
Sentinels safe.
But a bigger picture-wise, a big win to draw out the showstopper. In that situation, a pit down, Rien's comes through, finds
ตอนยูทีไม่เห็นเลยตอนมันเดิน
So to draw out such a pivotal ultimate here, the best of a bad situation to concede Sentinels third.
ใช่อันนี้เล่นคอมนี้ครั้งแรก
Barrel just showing there on John QT. Oh.
ไอเลนมันเดือดมากเลยวันนี้
The brave Sentinels. But Heretics
แฟน Sentinel
here. 2 consecutive rounds for Sentinels.
เต้นสั่นแล้วตอนเนี้ย
Bring a couple of questions and take
เสียงตีเลยแบบเสียดาย
Do still have the orbital strike for Sentinels. Whether or not Niels has spotted anything that needs reining in so far.
เลนมินิบูเบนจี้หูไฟพาวเวอร์มันแบบ
Able to squeeze 2 rounds out. 3 remaining here.
โคตรบ้า
For the first half.
ตอนนี้เซคันด์คิดละไอ้ซาเซ่นายไม่เอาเลยเหรอ
Got to say for me though, Zelsis is right up there too. He's been playing some very and it may even be just like a kill around he's been getting, but some of them have been so.
มันเป็นสกายเคิร์ดป่ะพี่
I mean, he found the entry on a couple of these.
สกายเคิร์ด
Sorry, hits towards A site. Curious if we see much of a switch up here. And actually we do, yeah. Previously Mini Boo the solo anchor towards B now. 1 in towards Hookah. Obviously lesser purchase here. 2 sheriffs and a guardian to round this out. Yeah, conscious that Mini Boo's going to be playing up close here on short. Forced out early, but Sentinels anticipating some aggression here.
I quite like them sending Zek in here. Test a little. Don't let them feel overly confident in this presence towards A, keeping in mind that the rifle on Benji Fishy and Rien's is both on the same site. Yeah, they've got the Guardian on Mini Boo, but still. Trying to test their patience. You've now had contact on 2 sides, 2 entry points towards B, but you can see where Senna coming back to. There's contact. They've got to be ready for this. Underhand flash doesn't really crest the corner. Now can they do the damage on the way in? They've stalled them out here, Mike.
Yeah, 45 seconds. Sentinels considering resetting. No, just gonna wait out this poison orb.
Yeah, not that time.
Halted in his tracks though.
Yeah. But can they get further ahead? Take good for 1, but not good for any more. Rienz needs to play his life, gonna dip away. Now keep your eyes towards the plant. Do they get it? Do they get it for free? A couple of shot dogs to be sent in, and careful. Tense is a bit lower here, and he's gonna be called away out. Rienz getting a whole lot of information.
คือเทนแบบ
This could be huge.
ในชีวิตยากจัดอ่ะ
He's got the shot. Zelsis has to clutch up here. A 1v2, and he's noted. Boo knows it. He wants that fight. 2 bullets. And
มันจะเน้นฟลิก
Gives Rian space though. He's got himself. He's got the half defuse already, Lauren.
He absolutely has, and Zelsis.
โอ้ยคมอยู่นักกล้าม
เอาโว้ยมา4แล้วว่ะเริ่มใจมาลูกพี่เทนคือกลายเป็นตัวโดนรัวๆเลย
เนี่ยลูกพี่เทนแม่งแบบทำทุกอย่างอ่ะที่ไม่ใช่ยิงอ่ะตอนเนี้ย
Rien's Hunter's Fury opens things up here. And Boo, a huge kill on the flank, and like I said, draws Zelsis so far down short, gives Rien's a ton of space to work with. Zelsis able to close things out.
Sentinels clawing this back. Not dead, not out of it. It looked dreary in those first couple of rounds for them, but they've got the resolve. But now do they have the sight hit they need?
ได้ไม่หยุดเลยลูกพี่
Dash for it. Pull back a little deeper. He's got to be careful actually. That ult is coming, and so is Second. Nowhere to run and nowhere to hide. Mini Boo's got to respect it as well. He took enough damage that he's been forced away here.
So get themselves onto site pretty comfortably. Obviously lacking Boo's utility here for the retake. Shot dart won't land this time around.
Thrash isn't done with you. Oh dear. Oh dear. And finding Benji Fishy wasn't the play you're expecting. Second.
โอ้ย
Goes and eviscerates them in TT flight.
โอ้ย
Trying to give it large.
เบาเซคันด์เบาโอ้โห
Right back in the matchup.
มาแล้วโว้ยคัมแบ็ก
It feels like a lifetime ago they were being pushed around this map.
The Perch is going to struggle here for Heretics in the final, but we'll obviously see everything spent up and nobody there to challenge the Thrash. Has total freedom to come through, clear all of this space. And getting the second use as well. Shut down Rians on the drone. Said lacking Boo's crucial utility has been the key to success for Heretics previously on B site. To the final round now. Ultimate's available. Boo, one off the divide, but
they're walking. Hello.
โอ้โหวอลหมดนี่รู้เรื่องอุ้ยยังกระเดินยิงนี่ไงคมเหมือนกันครับจังหวะนี้ลูกพี่รออะไรอ่ะอุ้ยเอาเฮ้ยโดนทะลุเหลือหนึ่งมันเหลือไว้ทำไมวะถ้าเซเกนมันเห็นมันคงแค้นสุดเหลือ1 เทนไว้ก็ยังให้หัวโดนหัวนะเหลือ1-1นะบอกเลย
Sentinels clawing 5 rounds in a row to keep this level pegging coming into the second half. Having to dig so deep here. Second the headliner, but we'll see everybody firing on all cylinders for the next half.
Oh, doggy. This is what you like to see, people. This is what we like to call in the pro wrestling biz an instant classic. That's what's happening here. This matchup has been stupendous. And yes, I had to fit a wrestling reference in there some way, somehow. This match deserves it. Guys, what a game we are seeing here between two teams that want it so bad.
I think it's brilliant what we're seeing coming in from Heretics, what Boo is doing every single round, preventing the plan, everybody playing to the best of their ability. Rians, like the entirety of Heretics going crazy for it. And also the way that Sentinels has managed to turn this around. Also, I believe this is probably the first time or so for Tens on the get-go, and I think that he's doing amazing. Probably that last round and the way that they closed it, even round 11, it's a perfect showing of it.
His agent pool has always been impressive.
So far, I think what we're watching right now is the two teams that have shown the best Valorant. I think out of all the teams that kick off.
Yeah.
I think they're reacting so well to each other. They always have protocols, plans in mind for any play. You think back to that showstopper play that, you know, Zekken was throwing into the pit to clear it, and they had a null command ready and waiting instantly there. But it's the adaptations as well. Timeout was taken by Sen. Immediately, they're more aware of the Boo flanks. They're making the right calls and adjustments all throughout to bring it 6-6. You are seeing two teams at the top of their game right now clash between them. And just from the reactions, man, they want it, man.
ถึงเวลาเฉิดฉายแล้ว
They want to be going 1-0 up towards that in that Swiss stage.
My eyes are going to be turning, Kukuka, to the vibes merchant on that stage, Zelsis, because he's got to keep that team mentally in it. And on the other side, I'm looking at Benji to be that guy for this team because he's been quite vocal for them.
Yeah, exactly. I think that in every camera shot, we know how important it is for both of these teams to make it, for Team Heretics to achieve and get their first win at an international event, and for Sentinels to fulfill that promise of how they could be and they want to be in 2024.
I think it's safe to say that we've just been treated to some brilliant Valorant, and the fun don't stop here. Let's send it back over to your casters.
Oh man, 6-6 on the half. You could not ask for a better scoreline. Sentinels prying themselves out of the grave here in that last half, really, of that first half. It is just, wait, look at this brawl down long. Hold on, I'm just gonna have to pause this. Zelsis just taking a wonder what's going on.
That's actually Tens and Zekken to find these kills here. Rians will respond, but Sentinels coming out on top.
They're trying to send
now,
a message.
Finds a response. It's got another one.
10 HP in a dream. Oh, but coming true against Sassy, who finally gets on the board after what was a disastrous half for him. What can Boo do? Spike.
Ton of time to work with.
มันเร็วจังเลยพี่
Death match
เกิด
down
ขึ้นไว
low.
มาก
Show me what you can do here, Boo. Not
เออ
Sentinels, you
เป็นไง
know,
พี่
pick it up.
พี่ว่าปฏิบัติการมันกลับมายัง
Down long and win it out.
It's almost what you want to see coming out the second half as well. The Death touching on, obviously, the vibes and the mental here really being
ไอ้โมเมน
tested.
ตัม
Sassy getting on the board. Got to see him activated here in the second half. Yeah, definitely. Sentinels looking to send a message, set the precedent early here. Find themselves leading now, albeit one round.
Starting to liven up now. Oh, Zekken Nice shot on the first, but Benji Fishy is there for at least a little bit of damage on the way back through. But Boo's in trouble. You can see Tens getting a little interested, but that corner's not bad. Nah, not going to work out. Pentatech still with a bit of chip damage too. Again, just a couple reminders of threat here. Now, do they go for the individual? Do they try and attempt towards Tens? Do they opt towards B now?
I mean, what weapon was dropped on short here? I just saw a ping on the mini-map.
Not sure. But the timing's going to be interesting, isn't it? You look at where Sarsi and John QT are.
I mean, this flank is slow.
I mean, but Mini Boom and Pentatech aren't moving. So, wait, I think...
No way they get behind this flank.
Oh, no. John QT turns around, hello. And now Boo.
CP'd ahead of it.
All right, Mini Boo, show me what you got here. You got at least one noted player behind you, and this is horrible. Oh, it's horrible to
จับกุมหัวใจ
bullied from both sides. Sentinels gonna get that defuse. That's 8 carved on the board.
ไอ้พื้นเกโคนี่กดดันดีกันแม่งกว้างเลย
โอ้โหโคตรเก่งอ่ะ
แม่งกว้างแบบกว้างเวอร์
Yeah, okay, Guardian is what they're after. So defuse will now be there.
แล้วปืนพร้อมไปต่อด้วยดิบนนั้นลาว
Responses here from Heretics. Obviously drawn blood in the previous, but Tens already ultimate online.
พี่จะล่วงแล้ววะตอนนี้พี่ว่าพี่กำลังใกล้จะล่วง
On the other side. See what the approach is here on the defense. Obviously Sentinels already showing they're happy to show their hand very early on. See, riding the wave, the confidence from those 5 rounds unanswered. Close out the first half. Heretics looking to
สโมกกดดันจัดใกล้มาก
pretty quickly here. Zelsus is tagged up and Minibu going to take the space immediately.
Yeah, there's a bit of trouble though. Zekin on the other side.
Zekin's got to be
Oh, that's an issue though. Zelsus crest the corner at the right time. And you can see Pentatech
อะไรวะน่ะ
That's ridiculous. But they still don't have a plan here. They still don't have the time on their side, right?
And look at the flank coming through from John QT. Boo's holding it.
That could be huge.
Oh.
Pentatech gonna find Zelsus. Now John QT's flank might run out of steam if they don't have the presence on the other side. Sarsi's been having a bit of a nightmare series, if I'm honest, at least in this map. Not what you're after. John QT down a little low, and he can't be subtle. Maybe trying to lock him in, make it costly. It might be the silver lining they're aiming for, because they're not going to get much else now.
Sassy bulldog in hand.
ตัดสัก2ได้ไหมอีกสัก2ได้ไหม
Damage, but that's what all but wraps. The first, the second, though, Rian stands his ground. The Heretics finding an early response here. Sentinels in check. All on the back of Miniboo once again. Beautiful response as well to the thrash coming through. I believe Benji gets detained as well just behind that. Like I said, I'm not sure who the molly bounced off, but almost the saving grace here really for Heretics to slow things down. I don't even know if it bounced off anyone. I think it's bounced off.
ตอนนี้นะไอ้บัตติเทคช้านี่เรียบร้อยเลย
Saved him. Saved.
I was looking at my notes and I was like, did you say that? 7-8. First answer back, but that was the buy against the bonus, right? So now we got to see what the buy looks like with Sentinels now. And it looks a lot like the pistol.
Long again.
Yeah, pop flash through. Miniboo's position's good though. And it's got to back him up. Yeah, they've read that. They're very well prepared for it now. Unfortunately, Sarsi does at least take one with him, but you can see the damage is done. John QT was on the other side of the map. That's pretty reasonable, but this aggression was handled perfectly.
That swagger, that bravado of Sentinel starting to rear its head here.
ใช่เหรอผมปิดไมค์ไปอ่ะ
You get aggressive and punished for it. Great awareness from Heretics. Yeah.
This isn't bad from Sen. I'd like the idea at least. They might.
Well, they might catch Rians. Oh no, the drone's cancelled already.
Yep.
เฮ้ยหายแล้วพี่จอน
That's really rough.
ยิงถูกตัวด้วย
Get red yet. Re-enters on the case. It doesn't win the fight, but they note both players. Safe plant.
Yeah.
Good plan. Pentatech's got to be careful. Very low on HP. Could be spammed potentially.
Be out the box, yeah.
พี่สแปมทุกที่ยกเว้นหลังกล่องเขียวที่มันยืนอยู่
Goes to the wrong direction, so he
หลังกองเขียว
another day. I don't know if the
ไอ้หลังกองเขียว
the corner enough to be able to see his
ยังอี
position.
กเหรอ
It's not going to be one of a surprise, but the pop flash to the swing. Yeah, Boot going to make that one his. And now it's down
สแปมแล้ว
to 11 HP. Not
อื้อ
good.
หือ
Getting a grip on Sentinels now, reading that B-long aggression, predicting it well.
Is that enough to keep it in check?
สแปมทุกที่เอาไว้ที่อยู่
Sentinels back under the safety of deeper positions here. I mean, say they're even ready for the third and fourth swings on this.
They know they commit to it. There's no,
Yeah, I mean, Sentinels have to. You can't go half in on a play like that.
Yes.
Sentinels will continue to do so. Sassy now one away from the Seekers. Zekken 2 off the showstopper, and actually Heretics now looking to switch up the pace.
ดันสุด
So mechanically just fills
เอาเนียนด้วย
People had no idea this guy is just giving him hell. It's a treat to watch him play. And Heretics, hello? Okay, they got back to kind of handling it in the end. Zekken with a third this round.
นึกว่ากระโดดกลับหรือเปล่าพี่เมื่อกี้
Left down the two, Benji Fishy. Especially with those Seekers coming through, nothing is left unchecked on here. Careful though,
อ๋อแต่เคนบอกไอ้ยี่กูเกี่ยวอะไรเนี่ย
damage. No, both actually can bring out 2
เข้าไปเลยเข้าไปเลย
doubling down on this. And it goes right in between them. Benji Fishy's
ไม่ได้ยินเสียงเหรอวะนะ
quite nice
ตอนโดด
Yes, it leaves Paddy Tech vulnerable, but it's an unexpected angle potentially.
มันจะคิดเพราะว่าเพราะม่านเปิดแล้วอ่ะโอเคไอ้นี่เล็งอยู่
This is looking rotten for Benji Fishy. Flank is on the way. You can see them receding towards Shower, knowing that's the case.
จ่านะวัยรุ่น
Safe, playing smart. Benji Fishy starting to feel that. It's like, okay, no one's challenging me. Why is that? What's going on here?
ไม่ไหวหรอกคนเดียว
How do you get a read?
มันยิงได้หนึ่งอ่ะเราได้วางแล้ว
Could challenge what he knows, but that's Zelsis, who's had a hot hand in this game. Creeping closer, but 2 players. Not gonna happen. Zelsis there, putting Sen back into the lead now. Just barely.
เก็บไม่ทันด้วยเมื่อกี้ อ้าว
In terms of the backup funds here, but Zekken,
man, what a superstar.
Yeah, I mean the first mini boot gives up the second for free. Not noting the reposition here, I guess, amid the chaos. Nice! Zelsis building towards the orbital strike. On the other side of things, Riens and mini boot. Both with their ultimates at play.
ผมว่าทีมนี้คล้ายๆพีแยกที่ยิงเทรดมันก็เทรดทุกทีมนะแต่ว่าอยู่ที่ว่าใครแม่งจะเทรดเยอะเทรดน้อยแบบว่ามาบางทีมาเทรด3
Drifting deeper and deeper here. Might even get punished by Boo. No. Mini Boo will sniff it out with his ultimate.
There we go. Should see this. Yeah. Both players.
โอ้จบเลยอย่าติดอยู่ในฮุก้าครับ
But the crunch. That's what I'm waiting on is the rest of Sentinels on the way, all around on the flank. But then keep in mind Benji Fishy, right? His position could still be so pivotal because they feel nothing CT, right? There is no presence in CT. They've not felt anything coming from that side.
หัวติโยรู้มันแบบ
Benji Fishy already turning around and Senna here. They've made it here. This is
สำหรับผมว่ามันแอบโกงอยู่นะ
Benji Fishy with a lot of weight on his shoulders, and he will be actually noted
Oh.
and outdone. Tens cracks it open. Now the problems begin as the retake fully starts. Boo gonna try and slip back towards the corner of elbow. You can see how much this is suffocating.
ไอ้สโมกตรงฮุก้านี่ไม่มีวันหมด
Buy some time.
รีเรื่อย
The swing, but the pressure on the side is mounting.
ๆเฮ้ย
Zelsis in unison down to a 2v3. Tens barely alive.
กูโดนแฟดพอดี
Defuse started and re-ends. How much can one man do?
โอ้ย เกิดอะไรขึ้นวะตรงที่เขายิงกันอะ
What a crazy retake that is from Sentinels. Mini boot rolling the dice, trying to TP back in behind it. Zekken now starting to light up the server. It's unfortunate for Benji Fishy, but diligent on the approach here.
อ้าวมันข่าวไปแล้วด้วยน่ะ
Unfortunately, Heretics not able to slow this down at all. On double digits now, Sentinels leading by 2.
Things starting to look worrying for Heretics here when you see those double digits next to Sen's name. And Sentinels, after what was a rotten start, they've clawed it back. They're looking good. And Tens starting to warm up as well. Not just Zelsis, not just Zekken. He's finding his form. He's got some time.
โอ้ย
Sassy quick with it too, and he has not been having that
จะเอาเทรน
fantastic
ให้ได้เลยเนี่ย
โอ้ยสโมกมาช่วยทันแล้วซาซีจัดไป
manhandle. Heretics trying to play up towards long.
ซาซีตื่นแล้วครับจังหวะนี้
User disconnected from your channel.
Brienne's, excuse me, all the way back around.
John QT playing up towards heaven here, so happy to concede, allow Heretics to potentially find this plant on A. Also have the orbital strike from range, but Zeus is well out of distance right now. As the clock continues to tick, Sentinels probably aware of what's going on here. Everybody coming back around. One comes through. Heretics need to find a couple of kills quick here. Ahead of Sentinels taking control of the site once again, but Thrash comes through. Gonna pave the way for this retake.
I don't see too many threats yet with Rien's falling. They are handling everything step by step. It's clinical. Sen, you can see second.
เฮ้ยเฮ้ยเฮ้ยเฮ้ย
Oh wait.
เอา
Easy, Tiger. Easy. That's 11. Sentinels now. Looking
ถือว่าก็ไอ้นี่อยู่นะเมื่อกี้ที่ยิงเลสก็อาจจะได้แค่ตัวเดียวเหมือนกันเตรียมอยู่
Heretics, I guess, just starting to lose control a little bit.
สุดเซคันกดไป25ครับ
Able to find much success here in the second half. This timeout going to be crucial. A pivotal round here. To have the purchase available. Viper's Pit and the divide for Boo. The other side of things, Else is still holding on to the orbital strike. Second 25 for 15.
He is absolutely lighting up this game. Very, very impressive work from him. And again, I was curious about this change with Tens coming in on this. Looks good.
He's looked very robust.
Yep, yeah, very solid. Can't doubt it. Not going to say a bad word about it. He is looking on the money here. And at 8 to 11, this timeout, this adjustment has to be a godsend if Heretics want a chance. Because that momentum is firmly in the hands of Sentinels right now, Mike. This is their game now to lose, it feels like, with the 3 rounds consecutively that they've just managed to convert. They are on the verge of it, right? 12 is everything to them.
It will almost feel like you seal the deal. We'll deny info off the flash. Does Sassy come forward for the orb? Diligent here. Actually, the dog goes through the TP. So yeah, Sentinel's desperately trying to get a grip on where Heretics are positioned. I think Sassy now considering the possibility.
ว่ามีใกล้ตัวหนึ่ง
Was denied.
Very close by though, they've got to make a quick run for this. This will mean that they have to give up the site. They get a little bit of stall, so maybe they want to stick around? That's an option now. John QT, how does he decide to call it? Checking back towards, clearing backside. Making sure no one can slip through CT.
Oh, the spam!
Jesus!
เฮ้ยโหโดนสแปมไป
Should be able to get the plant here. Boo! Gonna make a run for it. Gets out of danger for now. But you can see, Benji Fishy is low.
โอ้ไล่สุดเลยว่ะ
And the rest of Sentinels are now on the site. They are here. They are close by. That spike peeled
ยากอยู่นะ
far. Oh,
เอ้าดูสวน
not letting Zekken get into this round. That could be a difference maker. He's been the headliner. Rien's keep more players back. Can he hold back this Sentinel squad? 3 of them towards elbow here. Boo by his side potentially. This is tense now.
โอ้โห
Rien's
โคตรยาก
waiting for that first player. The double flash going to come through. They look to try and pressure this now. Boo took safety, took Sanctuary in the smoke, and now it's on Zelsis. A 1v3 would be a miracle, and it ain't happening now. Panitek closing down the round, keeping
กดไอ้นี่
Heretics
ไว้นะ
in
จะเปิด
this
หน้าจอนะ
series.
A must win coming out of timeout.
ทำไมชอบเปิดหน้าจอ
Denial of information. Paying dividends.
มันเป็นโหมดไอ้นี่มั้ย
Rien's pretty swift with the counter spam there to find Zaka to slow things down for
มันเอาไว้ดู
Sentinels
อินโฟ
retake. And a lifeline delivered here. Take another round or two to break the funds of Sentinels.
ง่วงโว้ยง่วงจริง
B might be the focal
ๆบี
point
ลอง
here.
อเกนว่ะ
Miniboot a chance to get his ultimate online here with this orb. Be some crucial information once again. Careful, considerate here on the way in.
เดี๋ยวรู้อันติจะเต็มอีกแล้ว
Man they've seen now brought over, right?
เนี่ยถ้าแพ้วินนี้วินหน้าโดนนั่นน่ะ
Here, the additional body. Waiting to see Boo's eventual plan is as well.
I mean, there's no presence at all towards Ace. There's no reason
เอ้าไอ้เหี้ยเต็มแล้วนี่หว่า
give up this three-man hold. Now the divide almost going to confirm that.
Very deep divide too. Sen gonna decide to stick in front of the site, and that's a mistake because Miniboo is.
เฮ้ยมันไปออกหลังม่านอ่ะ
No, it's a mistake. Can he find the third, or does he get to keep his life? Catching the cross would be Sassy, and he doesn't have much room to play with, but can he punish it? Miniboo still delivering value.
ทำมาตรงนั้นดูดิ
Down to size as Tens and Sassy's fallen. It's on Tens
โอ้
now.
โหโหดไป
Even for this man.
มันไปออกหลังม่าน
He's backing away.
โคตรโหด
And Miniboo absolutely eviscerated them.
And this is all set in motion. Surgical position from Boo's divide to give Miniboo a little pocket to play out of on site here.
มันไม่ได้ยินไงเนี่ยหรอว่ามันอยู่หลังอันติอ่ะ
There'll be Heretics finding double
โอ้
digits
บ้าจัด
in response. They're hunting Tens now. Trying to squeeze every penny out of the bank.
Absolutely right. Tens trying to just hunker down, right? Like just wants to keep that rifle. Ew. He makes up for the first couple of shots going astray. Boo's gone down. How much more do they want to hunt on this? I think that calls it. That calls off the chase. But what an execute. That was the kind of plays I was hoping to see.
I'd love to see. We did get a glimpse of it here. This pocket
What
right here. And the dart is timed to perfection from Rians.
God.
And then double dipped inside it.
ตอนโดนยิงยังไม่รู้เลยว่ามีรูอยู่
We've seen other
ใช่
players where it kind of reminded me of this one of the split executes they had.
Yeah, for sure.
There was a couple of others, and we hadn't seen them depending on that. We hadn't really seen it come out yet. We hadn't seen
ยอมว่ะวินนี้แบบ
didn't want to invest it just yet.
การอันติโยรู้ของฮิเลติกมันแบบ
I mean, it's a pocket play, isn't it? It's something.
การันตีอ่ะ
In the 11th hour, yeah, you get one of those every series.
You do. They've got themselves back. Okay, so there was a timeout in that 19th round.
เฮ้ยตุ๊กตาเมื่อกี้ผมก็มี
Breaks, didn't they? 2 rounds now in quick succession. A lovely pocket play. Miniboo teed up. But again, Sentinels realize that there's something changing. They don't want to let this slip. Pump of the brakes for themselves. Tactical timeout called here in the 22nd or coming into. Can they reactivate some of these players? Zekken again, he's on 25 kills. He's having a huge series and one off the showstopper.
Don't ignore this, yeah. Sentinels on the brink of some huge ults. Problem being, Heretics have closed the gap with those 2 rounds. So not going to be able to, Sentinels aren't going to be able to sit back and wait for these to build up for that snowball round to come around.
No, you're absolutely
right.
The
finances are concerning. The scoreline itself.
คาซี่ไม่ตื่นเลย
The other side of things, Heretics getting closer and closer to the Hunter's Fury. Maybe the null command in this round or the next.
It just seems like they just want to keep bullying Sassy and John QT. They found what they feel is the weak point, and they're just hitting it over and over again. This time, it looks far more defaulty. Again, not a bad plan considering there's just been a timeout. You want to temper if there was any aggression, any fact finders, anything untoward that Sen wanted to do.
ไม่ได้เวทเลยครับเป็น 2-3 อาทิตย์แล้วครับผม2 อาทิตย์แล้วไม่ได้เวทเลย
You're not going to be unhappy with a slower start if you're Heretics. The Sentinels, you want to try and get
น่าจะหลัง24เลยเขากลับไปเวท
where they are, and it looks like an early rotation of 10s is the adjustment.
They're almost going to try and fake a little bit off the knife here. That wall up short, a little bit more utility invested towards lamps here. And it's drawing 10s. For a moment there, considering. 10s does commit back towards B site, yeah.
Right place, 3 players. Double stack towards.
John QT and Sati have to stand their ground here.
I mean, the attention's down long, right? So you'd say 10s is good for 1 here. Right? I feel like he is. Yeah, okay, contact. There it is. Should be ringing the alarm bells. They don't know the extent, but they know something's up. John QT. Feeling that. And they've noted Tens, so they know it's him on this site. They know the John QT is still here. Sussy does find Tens, but it's John QT to hold them back. Not the easy site hit, but they've done well enough to secure a slice of safety for probably the plant here. Let's see if he gets it. Oh, the chip damage is good, but they have to get the plant down.
มันจะเกือบตายเลยขนาดนั้น
Now we look at where Sentinels are. They have some
Boo spotted on the flank.
Oh my god.
The flash is perfect from Sassy. The awareness is there now. They have to dig their heels in.
But you can see the response over towards Elbow as well. They're looking for a little bit further of a fight down towards CT. They've got them pinned here. Oh, and the flash!
เอ้า
โอ้ชิบหาย
The timing of that taking down the heavy
ดีเลยว่ะ
Zelsis down, second down, and now they know where the final two are. That was exceptional from Heretics there. Good read in the post plant, leaving these two just trying to play their life. Sassy gives them an exit. They've got to take it. They've got to make a run for this. Keep those weapons where they are, because we're going all even here.
So well constructed and so well read by Heretics. The flash comes through at the perfect timing. You can see immediately the coordination towards Elbow.
Yeah.
And a perfect flash.
You couldn't ask for a better flash there, could you? Bloody hell.
There's your G2 Patitech impact.
What a throwback. What a throwback. Oh man, this is the game we wanted. A lot of people saying, you know, sent #1 seed potentially in this overall tip to win the whole thing. And a couple of believers putting Heretics up in that top 3-2. This is the level of matchup we were wanting. Both teams giving us a fantastic showing here. And it looks like a pacey hit, at least to start with. Yeah, absolutely. 3 players dedicated towards B early this time. Tens being one of them. Turning the flash, Patitech is in. Leading the way with the ult, but they don't check on Tens. They don't check on John QT. What do you think you're doing?
เฮ้ยเอาว่ะ
You still got
อุ้ย
to respect Sentinels
เห็นเหยียบ
like
หาเลย
this.
ตายวะเนี่ย
Left in
เหยียบพิษ
ruins
ตาย
outside. There's still players to clear. Look at John QT's position. Boo is a centimeter away. Are you
ลิง
serious?
จัดจอห์น
He
QT
wants that res. He's not going to get it. John QT just living his life out in this smoke. Finally trying to get away to safety. They have no idea of this. Surely not. And Boo's left on his own on site. Spots the player on long. Now they know. You've heard the show.
สองศพ
Not like this at all. It's down to 2v2 and you know you're shaking Zelsis. Can you make up for it? It's Boo on the other side now in a 1v2, 59 seconds. Can he play it out? Oh my
เคนบอกต่อให้โอ้เซเคนบอกวันนี้กู2ศพแล้วนะ
Absolute fumble here. But Sentinels get themselves to the finish line. Just get Tens. What an absolute hero. Look at his screen right now. There's so much posted here in action.
Oh, God.
Zelsis, a crucial kill onto Rians as well. Sentinels cling to life here. And they find map point first again. Hands up.
Oh, is it? Come on, give us OT. I want this to go the distance. Do you know what? If Sen close, fair play after that round. Oh man, this is wild. So many ults for Sentinels too. One away from Miniboo, but he can't really have much access to it here. They burnt so much. Down to a Bulldog for Boo, but it's pacey. It's going to be 2. Zekken and Zelsis, the big hitters. And Zekken's always up for the fight. Always up to the challenge. That's Miniboo down.
But detain as well. They're going to follow up on it here.
โอ้โห
They're hungry for it. Zelsis.
โอ้โห
เฮ้ย
Ripping them limb from limb.
ดี
ไป
ๆ
เล
ว่ะ
ย
Now Rien's and Boo. So far back, the Seekers hunting them down. This might have just slipped through their fingertips. This might be it for them. How much can these 2 players achieve right
จบแล้ว
now?
จบแล้ว
A 2v5 here to keep map 3 alive.
โอ้ย
เมลว่ะ
Yeah, the crowd getting involved now.
I mean, Rien's exceptional mechanic capability, good performance here. But this is going to take...
เสียงกรุบกันรัวๆเลยเว้ย
We've seen some strange things, Mike.
We have.
But this is a lot.
They've got a ton of space to work with here. John QT does have his pit available, but completely disconnected from B site here. Not going to get anything in terms of extra utility here off the plant. All 5 members now of Sentinels. The penny has dropped. A 2v5 post plant here.
They split up. 1 towards Elbow and Boo towards Hookah. Rien's is going to give away somewhat of his position here with that utility. He needs to be good for minimum 2. Spray, oh, the spray's not going to get it. Here it
โอ
is.
เค
One.
จีๆเลยอย่างงี้
What can Rien's do? They know position. He's down at 31 HP. They've got 5 standing. Surely
โอเคเฮียโหโคตรโหดเลยมันจัด
What a series.
ฮู้ได้นอนแล้วเว้ย
Beautiful game, Mike. Sentinels demonstrating resilience more than once today.
Oh yeah.
นอนไปแล้วครับทุกคนเจอกันครับ
See a tough loss.
ขอบคุณทุกคนมากนะครับวันนี้ผมขอตัวแล้วกันบ๊ายบายครับไม่ไหวแล้ว GG ครับ